Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our first session, and in this session we will be learning about what is Python, and in this particular series we will be learning the Python from the automation testing perspective. So let's begin. Python is very much popular these days, and Python is basically a high level general purpose programming language. So what is mean by high level here and what is mean by general purpose programming language? So high level language is those languages basically which are closer to the human language, right? So mostly the syntax and the way you write is pretty much similar to the English language. So that's why they're easy to read and easy to write. And general purposes languages are those languages which can be applied to the various tasks, right? So when we talk about the Python itself, you might be hearing that Python is used in AI, Python is using in the data sciences, Python is being used in the web development, in automation, and in automation is also being very much popular and getting trend in the automation testing itself. Okay, so when we talk about Python itself, so Python is easy to learn and read because it has a very clear and concise syntax. The second thing is that Python is open source and it is free to use. The third thing is that Python has a very extensive libraries, and Python is also having a very good frameworks for the automation testing as well. Furthermore, Python has a large and supportive community which can support you when you are working on the Python. And because of these all easy to learn, simple syntax, multiple applications around the world, so that's why Python is also very popular in the automation testing as well. So let me show you. You might have heard about Selenium, you might have heard about Playwright, Appium, different tools. So let me show you which tools actually support the Python programming language. So let me go to the browser here, and the first thing is that the Selenium, which is very much popular these days and is quite long since it has been launched. So if I go to the download section here, so you see that they have the Python libraries. So if you want to work with Selenium with Python, then obviously you need to learn the Python. Now let me go to another, which is Appium. So let's search Appium, go to documentation, and here if you go to quick start, so here you see that again, write a test Python. So here's the Python implementation. So Appium is used for mobile automation. So if you want to automate your mobile application using Appium and Python, then again here Python will be helpful for you. And third, Playwright. So Playwright also supports Python here. So let me go here, and from drop down you see that Python is already selected. So go to the docs. So here you will see the whole documentation in terms of using the Python for automation with the Playwright. So if you want to learn Selenium with Python, Appium with Python, Playwright with Python, or any other tool in which supports the Python language, then obviously this Python programming is, this particular series especially will help you to be a very good automation tester. Okay, so that's the introduction, and in our upcoming sessions I will show you how to install the Python, then how to have IDE like PyCharm is very much popular. So we will see how you can install the PyCharm, and then we will start building our concepts in terms of programming so that you can write your automation scripts. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for automation testing series. This is our second tutorial in this series, and in this particular tutorial we will learn to install the Python on the Windows machine. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what is Python language. Now let's see how we can install this one on the Windows machine. So simply go to the browser here and type download Python, and this is the official website. Just click on this one. And here you will see that this is automatically detecting that I'm using the Windows, and that's why it's showing me the Windows version. So this is the latest version 3.12.3, and if you want to install the older versions, so simply you can go to the pre-releases, and if you want Docker images, just click on this one. So let me show you these links here. Let me click on this one, and if you're using some other platform like Unix, Linux, Mac, so simply go to the relevant link here. Let me click on others as well. So the first thing is regarding the Docker images. So simply from here you can download the Docker images, and if I go to this one, so here you will see that current pre-releases. So you will go here and current production versions, and you will find different versions here. So Python 1.3, okay. And if I go to these releases here, so basically you will see that we have the older releases like 3.12.3, 10, 9, and so on. So if you want to download the specific one, so you can download the specific version from here. Okay, if you go here, so you will see that this is for the Mac OS. So these one here is basically, if you go here, so these ones are on the other platforms. Okay, so from here you can download for the specific platform. So as we are using the Windows, so let me go here, but before downloading, okay, let's download this one. So it will download the file. Meanwhile, I will show you some other options or links which are useful here. For example, this documentation. So if you go to the Python documentation, so from here you will see different tutorials here in terms of working with the Python. So you will find a very good options. For example, if we talk about looping techniques, so you will see that you will learn the different looping techniques from here, and they have explained each and everything in very detail and in a very good way. So the file is downloaded here in my download section. So let me open the folder and simply right click on this one and run as a administrator. Click on yes. You will see this kind of a pop-up here. So here just select this option, add python.exe to the path. If you don't select this option, you need to go to the environment variables and set the path over there. But if you select this option, you don't need to do this. So simply go with the install now here, and it will install all the necessary things for you in terms of Python. So once it will be installed, I will show you how you can verify that the Python has been installed successfully on your machine or not. So I'm using Windows 11. So the installation process is pretty much similar for the Windows 10 as well here. Okay, so the installation is pretty much easy. You don't need to worry about different options here. So once it will be completed, I will show you at the end. It will show you some more options which will be helpful if you are learning the Python either for automation testing or for any other purposes. Okay, so the process is almost completed here, and just finalizing the installation here right now. So here you see that new to Python, start the online tutorial. Just click on this one. So again, it will take you to this particular page, and if I go back here, if you need to see the documentation, just click on the documentation. Again, you will land on this thing, and that's all. I think just click on close here. And now what you need to do is that you need to verify that Python has been installed successfully. So simply go to the command prompt and type python -- version. So you will see that the Python version has been displayed. If this version doesn't get displayed, this means that there is some problem with the installation. So we have installed this version. So let me show you. So this is the latest version basically. We'll go to the Python downloads. So this is 3.12.3 and here is 3.12.3. So Python has been installed successfully. In our upcoming tutorials, we will learn to install the PyCharm. So PyCharm is basically an IDE to write the Python code. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our third tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about IDE and we will also learn to install the PyCharm. So let's begin. What is an IDE? An IDE is basically an integrated development environment, which is basically a software suite that consolidates basic tools required for the software development. Any IDE can contain code editor, compiler, interpreter, debugger, build automation tools, and version control system. We can also write our code in the notepad, but that wouldn't be as efficient. Now let's see if we are using the IDE, how it can help us. So basically, IDEs are efficient because it streamlines the code with the intelligent code completion. So if you write code on the notepad, you will not the intelligent code completion. Even it would highlight the syntax. It will give you real runtime error detection in the IDE, but not in the notepad. Okay, so it will actually improve your productivity. And then in order to manage the code, because you will be, when you are working on the project, you will be working on the different files, so it would be easier to maintain the code, right? And similarly, it is very easy to integrate the version control system like Git for the better collaboration and the code management. So that's why we need to use the IDE instead of writing the code on the notepad and any other sort of interpreter or maybe any other word format, right? So now let's see how we can install the PyCharm basically. So PyCharm, and first before that, let me open the browser and show you what PyCharm is. So basically, let me open the browser here, and in the browser you need to search for PyCharm. So PyCharm is basically an integrated development environment used for Python programming, right? So people are using this PyCharm in order to develop the Python programs. So just go here, and it is from the JetBrains, and here you will see that the Python IDE for the data science and web development, right? And here you will see some pricing, because there are two different versions. One is full-fledged for the professional, and other is the free community, right? And in terms of working with the automation testing, we can work with the free community edition. Just click on download here, and here you don't need to click on this one because this is the professional version. You need to scroll down, but before that, here you will see that is available for the Mac and Linux as well. So click on the Windows. Right now I'm using the Windows. So scroll down here, and here you see that we have this IDE here for the Python development, purely for the Python development, and this is a community edition. And from here, just click on download, and it will start downloading. In case if it doesn't start downloading, you need to click on this direct link. This is already installed on my this is already downloaded on my system, so I will cancel this one, and let me go to my download section here. So once it will be downloaded, you will see something like this. So right click on this one, and what you need to do is that run as a administrator. Okay, you will see this pop up, and click on yes, and once you will click on yes, it will start, and just click on next. Then you need some space in order to install the PyCharm. So space required is 1.7 GB. So you need to ensure that you have that sufficient space in order to install this one. Okay. Now click on next, and here we need to add a path variable. So click on this one, and in order to create some associations, just click on this one, right? And if you need a shortcut for this one, click on this one. But I think we don't need a shortcut at this moment. Just click on next, then install, and that will install the community edition on your system. That's easy. And once it will be installed, we will open this one and see the look and interface of this PyCharm where we will be writing our Python scripts. So before that, let me click on show details. So here you will see that the different files being extracted here and installing those files. Meanwhile, let me go back here to the website here, and here just go to this features and click on this features here, and here you will see that the features provided. So PyCharm provides everything you need out of the box to code faster and smarter. Whether you are an experienced developer or just starting your journey with the language, the JetBrains IDE for Python helps you to get your work done, right? So it's Python code editing, database and SQL, language support, Python profiler, testing, refactoring, debugging, and lots more, right? And if you want to compare what is different between the community version and the professional one, just go here, click on pricing here, and here you scroll down, you will see this pricing stuff here, and you will see that you can go for the individual, the organization, billing, right, for students, teachers, and community, right? So we are using this, the open source, for the students and the teachers, and here you will see all the material here. So for training courses, coding schools, and bootcamp, this is free, right? Just click on this one. You will learn more about these free educational licenses from here. And furthermore, if you go here, you will see that lessons for the students, individual lessons for the computer labs, so you get from here, right? And if I go here, and let's go back here, so you see that the PyCharm was very quick in terms of installation. So right now, once installation will be completed, it will ask you to restart your system, right? But I'm not doing it because I want to show you. So just click on I want manually later and click on finish. So PyCharm is installed now. Simply just go to your search and type PyCharm, right? So PyCharm Community Edition, just click on this one and it will open the ID for us. So it will take some time. Again, if it doesn't open, just type again PyCharm. Yeah, but it's opening, so we don't need to open this one. And this is a very simple look, and you see some my Selenium scripts, because when I uninstalled this one, I didn't remove my files. But for you, if you're starting for the first time, you're installing for the first time, you will see a blank screen here. So basically here you will be writing your code, and here is the project hierarchy. So this is a very simple look here, and from here on the top we can actually select the file in order to run which file, and we can debug from here. And from here we have basically different projects here, and from here we will do the version controlling. And here if you click on this one, so basically it will show the structure. And furthermore, if you click on this, so basically this is used for committing the code. From here you can run, debug, you can do this thing. Furthermore, from here you can open a terminal, so in order to execute some commands, you can run the commands from here. So this is a very basic, introduction to the PyCharm, and we install the PyCharm. So in our upcoming tutorials, we will start writing the code. We will learn the Python from the automation testing perspective. So in the next tutorial, we will start with the very basic programming with the Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for automation testing series, and this is our fourth tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the variables in Python. So let's begin. So what are the variables? Variables are basically containers where you can store data values. So let's take an example of real time where you actually store the different items into the different areas. For example, you store your food in the fridges, you can store your shoes in the shoe rack, right? And you have also different areas where you store your stuff. So in a similar way, in order to store a data value, we need some container, right? And once we store the value, we also label that particular storage in order to recall this one. For example, if you have 10 boxes and you have placed different accessories in them, and if you don't label them, so it will be hard for you to recall where exactly which item placed in which particular box. Similarly, in the programming, when we are getting the variables which are containers, we also need to label them so that we can call them, we can find them, and we can use them. Okay, so these are known as the variables. Now, when we talk about the variables itself, so there is a concept of dynamic typing in the Python. So what is dynamic typing? So dynamic typing means that we don't need to tell the Python that, okay, this data is number, this data is a string, it automatically picks up. If I define a variable and it can be number, so for example, I provide 10, then it will automatically detect that it's a number, it's an integer. Similarly, if I define that it's hello world, and it will automatically detect that it will be a string. So from this concept, we also learn one more thing, that data can be number, can be strings, can be your phone number, address, postal code, anything. So these are all known as a data here, right? So in context of automation testing, so when we talk about automation testing, we know that we can store a value inside a variable. So we can store a test data which we need to use in our tests. We can also save the configurations so that we can use in the test. We can also track the state changes during the test executions. We can also save the expected and actual results. So for example, I have expected results in one variable, actual results in other variable. Now I just need to compare. If both are equal, the test case is passed. If both are not equal, the test case is failed. Okay, so there are different uses of the variable in the automation as well. Now, what are the benefits of using the variables, specifically when we talk about the automation? So variable allow reusability. So we can use the same data in the multiple tests because we have stored and we have a reference for this one as a label. We will just call this one. Similarly, tomorrow if there is a change in the value, we just need to change at one place instead of changing into the 10 different or 100 different places. Furthermore, if we use a well-defined variable names, it would be easier for us to read and understand what these variable contains. So for example, I have some mobile accessories, and if I just label it as accessories, so I'm not sure either what kind of accessories this box will contain. But if I label it as mobile accessories, then it's more readable and understandable. So the variables needs to be readable, reusable, and maintainable. So these 3 points are actually referring to these 3 points here. Now let's go to the PyCharm. In our previous session, we learned that how we can actually install the PyCharm. So I'm opening the PyCharm and let's start writing the code here. So now we are in the PyCharm here, and let me create a project because we haven't created a project as of now. So simply go to these lines here, click on new project here. Here we need to provide a name of the project. So I will say Python for automation testing. And from here, you can change the location where it needs to be created. Do we really need to create a Git repository right now? You can create it later as well. Do we need a welcome script? You can click on this one to see what kind of a welcome script we can have. Then here we have a virtual machine. Okay, so just click on create. We have provided a name and just click on create here. Now, once you provide this one, it will ask for to open this into a new or this window. So if I use this, it will open this in this particular window. It will replace old with the new project. Right now my install Selenium is there. If I go with this window, it will open my project in this same window. But if I go with a new window, it will open into the new window as well. So simply I will click this window here and it will start creating a project. It will create a virtual environment here where we can actually write and compile the code. So once it will be done, so you see that this is basically a sample welcome script here, and this is our folder structure here, and this is the main folder. And inside this, what I will do is that I will create another directory, and I'm saying it as tutorials, and inside this I will create a Python file, and the first file is basically variables. So intro underscore variables. So there's a file name, and now here we can actually write the code. So as we learned that it's a dynamic type, right? So I can say x equals to 10. So you see that we didn't get any kind of error here, but it says invalid Python interpreter selected for this project. So configure and this one, and now the error is being removed. So in case if you face this error, you can simply use this way. Now if I say z is equals to, and let me name it as string, so testing. So again, this is a string, this is a number, and you see that we are not defining anything here. This is why they are dynamically typed. And let's run this one. But before running this one, from here we can open the terminal. If I run this one, so process finished, and we didn't see anything here because we have just defined the variable, and this variable, this is the name of the variable, and this variable contains the value x. So x contains 10, z contains testing function. Now as a programmer, when you start, so as a student basically, when you start learning the programming, the first program you always write is to print something. So let's print these things. So in order to print this particular variable, I just need to pass this variable here, and that's it. And now if I run this one, you will see that the value is printed 10 here. And similarly, if I need to print this z, so I just go here and print z and run this one. So you see that and testing function is printed successfully. Now what happens is that the names should be, here I am using x and y, so let me name it something meaningful. So meaningful can be so let me say trainer equals to, or institute is equals to this. Now this is a meaningful name, and once I start executing this one, because we are trying to print z here, so what happens is that, so it says that z is not defined, and we know that it is not defined now. If I replace this institute here and run this one here, now see that testing function is printed successfully. Now what happens when we talk about the print itself, so you can directly print the value here, and here how you can print a value. So if you hover over there, so you will see that in order to provide a string, str means string, we need a double quote. In some cases single quote is also working. So I will say testing funda and this is 1. Okay, and now let's run this one, and you see that it got printed. Now if I go here and if I do a single quote and run this one, so still it will print. If I say, let me remove this one and say yep. So if I go this way, it print 10. And what happens if I remove the quotes here and directly provide a number here? So it will print the number. So numbers are basically not provided by the quotes. If you provide by using the quotes here, it will consider it as a string, not a number. So this is a very basics about the variables. In our upcoming tutorials, we will learn more about the variables, different types of variables. Then we will start building our skills step by step. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our fifth tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the variable naming rules. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what are the variables. Just to recall them, variables are used to store a data value, and when we are creating the variable we give a name to that particular variable. Now there's some rules to give a name to the variable. So let me create one new file here, and I'm naming it as variable naming rules. And the first rule is basically the name of the variable should be descriptive and it should be meaningful. So name should be meaningful and descriptive. Now what this means basically, so in order to understand this thing, let me create one variable. And so I've created one variable here. Now if you look at this particular variable, tp equals 200. Now if you start working on this one, you will never understand what this variable is all about, what this tp means here. That's the problem. So now if I change this to, for example, total price is equals to 100. Now this is a meaningful and descriptive, because we will not be working as an individual contributor to the project. We will be working with our teammates. So the code should be readable, and to make it readable, our variable's name should be meaningful and descriptive, just like this one. Now when we talk about the rules here, so the rule is that your variable name must start with a letter or the underscore. So variable name must start with a letter or the underscore. So this means that whenever you create a variable, it should start with the letter. So letter can be from A to Z, either it's a capital or small. So let me give an example here. X is equals to 5. Okay, or we can write underscore. So this is a sign of underscore x equals to 10. So you can either create the variable names with the letters, or your variable name must start with the underscore. So this is a one rule. Now let's go to another rule. The other rule is that your variable name should not start with numbers. The number is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I say x and I say 1 equals to 5, you see that we are getting error here, right? Even though I've given an end statement, but still I'm getting an error here. There's a red line under this x. So this means that this is not allowed. So you cannot start a variable with a number. Okay, so you cannot use this thing. Now let's talk about another rule here. So when you're getting a variable name, it should only contain alphanumeric characters and underscore. So variable name should contain alphanumeric alphanumeric, characters, and underscores. So this means that you can use from A to Z, then small a to Z, then 0 to 9, and finally underscore. So these are allowed when you're creating the variable name. And Python is basically a case sensitive. So another rule, Python is case sensitive. So this means that, for example, if I create x equals to 5 and x equals to 5, or I can say x equals to 5. Now, as Python is a case sensitive, Python will treat all these three as 3 different variables. These are not the same. These are 3 different variables holding 3 different values. Okay. Now, we have a bit understanding of the rules here. So let's see what you can create. Okay. How you can create different variables here. Okay. So creating different variables which are allowed. Okay. So here what I'll do is that let me create a variable. So my training equals to Python. So this is allowed. You can create a variable this way. You can also create my underscore training is equals to Python. Then as we know that we can start with underscore. So my training equals to Python. Okay. Then we can also create in this way, my underscore training equals to Python. You can do this in this way, my with a small m and then capital training for the second word, and you can create the variable in this way. You can also create with my training equals to Python. And what else you can do is that simply you can go with in this way as well. My training 2 equals to Python. So there are different legal ways to create the variables. Now what is not allowed? So what is not allowed? As we already know that we cannot start with the numeric value. So if I write my training equals to Python, so now this is not allowed. You see that this is highlighted as a error here. Okay, so this pattern is not allowed, right? And also if you start with number like 8, my training equals to Python, again this is not allowed. This is not allowed. So these are not allowed. So let me put a comment over here. Oops. So now if you see that there are multiple different ways which are allowed, and you can create the variables accordingly. So there are particular cases which people usually follow when they are creating the variables. What are these cases basically? Let me talk about the cases now. So the first case you might have heard about is a Pascal case. So what Pascal case is basically, So each word, so if there's a multiple words involved in your variable, each word starts with a capital letter. So each word, it starts with a capital letter. Okay, so this means that, for example, if I need to create a variable, my enrolled training is equals to Python. So here there are 3 words and each word starts with a capital letter here. So this is known as a Pascal case. So you can use Pascal case, then there is a camel case, there is a snake case. We will discuss both of these and you can choose any of those. And if you're already working on a project where you have just joined, just ask your team lead or manager what case they are using. You can follow that particular case here. So the second case we'll talk about a snake case. So snake case is basically each word is separated by a underscore. Each word is separated by underscore. So in the above scenario, I will say my underscore enrolled underscore training is equals to Python. So this is basically a snake case. And then the third and the final one is a camel case here. So what camel case says here, basically, each word except the first one starts with a capital letter. So this means that if I'm creating a camel case here, so I will say my enrolled training is equals to Python. So in camel case, the first word start with small and rest all of the words start with a capital letter. In snake case, every word is separated by an underscore, and in Pascal case, every word start with a capital letter. Okay, so that's all about the naming rules for the variables, and in our upcoming sessions we will look into different type of variables available and we will see different type of data. So we'll start building up step by step in this particular series. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 6th tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the data types in Python. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials we learned that what are the variables. So variables are basically used to store a data value. Okay, so when we talk about the data value, so data can be your name, your number, your address, so they're different, right? So when we talk about the Python data types, so Python data types are basically a classification of the data. Okay, so the first classification we will talk about is a numeric. So let me open a notepad here and I will say data types, and the first classification is basically a numeric. Okay, so your data can be a number. So number can be basically an integer like 10. It can be a float or decimal value. So decimal can be like 10.5, and it can be a complex number. So it can be like 50J. Okay. The second classification is basically a string. then we have a sequence and all things. But before diving into those data types, just let's go to the PyCharm here and learn about this one. So let me create one new Python file here, and I'm naming it as data types. So in numeric, we have the integer, float, and complex. So I'm creating a variable a equals to 10. Then I will create variable b equals to 15.5. This is a float value. Then c equals to 50j. So this is a complex value. Now let's print these values here. And when I'm printing these values, okay, so first print these values and see what happens here. So let me print all these three. So b and then c here, and run this one now. So you see that all three figures are printed here. Now what we need to do is that we are saying that the value a is basically an integer, value b is a float value, and the value c is a complex value. So let's confirm this thing. So in Python we have a method called type, and inside this we'll pass a value here. Okay, so let me remove these ones, and now let's run this one. So you see that it says that this is the integer, and let's go for the second one and run this one here. You see that this is a float. This is a decimal value is a float. So this type of data is basically a float value. And the third one is basically a complex. Let's confirm this as well. So you see that this is a complex. So in numbers, you have simple integers, you have a float and the complex. Now let's talk about the second one. Second one is basically a string. So a string is basically a collection of characters. So collection of characters means if I say testing funda. So there are two words, and the first word is testing here, and this testing is basically a string because this word is a collection of characters. So it has a letter T, E, S, T, I, N, G. Then the second word is funda, where we have a collection of characters, F, U, N, D. Okay. Now let me go back to PyCharm here, and let me say d equals 2. And when we talk about the strings, we need to provide that in the double quotes. Okay, we can also provide in the single quotes, and we can also provide in the triple quotes. Let's see all these three. So first we'll go with the testing funda with the double quotes, and here just see the type here. Okay, and run this one. So you see that this is a string here, right? And we can also provide a single quote over here and run this one. Again, this is a string and our code is working fine. And the third thing is that here we are typing a single word or single line, but in case you need to have a paragraph with a multiple lines, then how you can define that? So that needs to be defined in the triple quote. Okay, so here I'll say this is Python for, and I'm going to second line here, and here I'm saying that Python for automation testing. Then I'll say by testing. Okay, and now if I run this one, you will see that it says string. Now what I'll do is that let's print this and see how it gets printed. Okay, so here I simply remove the type method from here and simply go with this one. So you see that this is Python for in the first line, then line break, then second line, then line break, and the third line. Okay, so whenever you have to define a paragraph where a multiple line is string, so you need to go with the triple quotes here. Okay, now we have so far talked about numeric and the string, but in the cases where you have a collection of data, so in Python we call them as a sequence data type. Okay, so sequence data type, and in the sequence basically we have three data types. The first one is the list, the second one is tuple, and third one is range. Okay, so when we have to create, so tuple and list are pretty much similar. The reason is that they have a collection of similar items in an ordered form, and when we talk about them here, so let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create one list. So I will say list is equals to, now this will be a collection of numbers, and here if you define a list you need to use these large brackets. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now let's print both of these here and see the type here as well. Okay, so I need to pass this list here instead of D, and here as well. Now I run this one and see. So you see that this got printed and this is a list here. In a similar way, we can create a tuple here. So I will say tuple is equals to, and when we create tuple, it needs to be created with the small brackets. Okay, and here this one, and let's go here, copy this one, and when we talk about this one, so let's pass this one here and this one here and run this one. So you see that it's a tuple and it printed the values of that tuple. And then the third thing here is a range. Now apparently the list and tuple looks like very much same here. So what is the difference? So difference, basically I will talk about this thing in my upcoming tutorials, but as of now understand one thing. There are two different categories of data types. One are mutable, okay, one are mutable, and other are immutable. Not mutable or immutable, immutable, mutable. So one which we can mutable and immutable. Okay, mutable and immutable. So basically mutable data types are those data types which can be modified, which can be changed, and immutable data types are those data types which cannot be modified, which cannot be changed. We cannot add a value, we cannot modify a value. So this is the difference. So in my upcoming tutorials I will talk about this immutable data types. Right now apparently this looks like the same to you, but these are not same because one of this is mutable and other one is not mutable. Okay, and then we have a range. Simply I will say range is equals to, so let me give an example. You go to a mobile shop and you want to buy a mobile, and you have a certain budget in mind. Like for example, you can spend from $100 to $500. You have that range, so it varies from 100 to 500. So similarly this is the case here. So I can say the range is 6 here, and let's print this one, and when we print you will see it will start from 0 because I'm not giving a start value here, so by default it will go with the 0 here. So let's print this range, and also let's check a type of this one here, and let me print the type range here, and let's run this one. So here print range. Okay, so the problem here is that whenever we need to define a range, we need to use a word called range here. Okay, and now let's run. So you see that it printed range 0, 6. So it assumes that it will start from 0 and end at 6. But what we can do is that we can also provide the range here. I say let's start with 1 and 6 and go here. So you will see that the range is 1 to 6 and it says that this is a range. Okay, and now we have another type. So let me go here, and which we call it as a mapping data, mapping of data. So basically we can create a data in the combination of key and pair. Okay, and key and pair is basically data looks like something like that. Okay, so here I'm giving a first key, this is the key, colon, and the value. So value is Zishan, for example. Okay, now this kind of a data is known as dictionary. Okay, and let me go here and let's create a dictionary type of data. Dix equals 2, and I'll say, like, let's create with name, colon, then I'll say testing funda. Okay, then what we can do, comma, the second key, and here we say that type, and the type is basically we say it's a software testing channel. Okay, now let's print these ones and see here. So let's pass dictionary here and here as well and run this one. So you see that it says that this is a type of dictionary where we are providing the data in the form of key and pair. So key and value. So here name is a key and testing funda is a value. So whenever you want to give this kind of a data, so you need to use dictionary here. Okay, then we have a Boolean data type. So Boolean data type is basically refers to, if we go here and say Boolean, so Boolean means either your data can be true or it can be false. So basically true and can be false here. Okay, so let's go to the PyCharm here and let's define Boolean t. So I'm intentionally giving the value here true, but when you are working on the actual program, so your program might be returning a true or false based on different conditions. Okay, and here if I go here and copy this one and paste this one, and let's provide this value here and here and run this one. So here you will see that it says that this is a Boolean and it returns true here. In a similar way, if you say false here, okay, so you will see that it's a false, and again it says that it's a data which is a Boolean type, right? And then we have a final data type which is known as a set data type. So set data type is basically similar to the dictionary, but you will be directly providing a value, not providing the key here. Okay, so and this kind of data is very important because when you're working with the JSON, so APIs, REST APIs, you will getting this kind of a data in return. So that's really helpful. Now let's go to here, and the final one is basically set data type. So here we have a two. One is simple set and the other is frozen. Okay, so frozen set. So basically the difference between set and the frozen set is similar like a difference between list and tuple. Here it's very much obvious that frozen set means this set cannot be modified. This set cannot be modified, which means that this is immutable. Immutable is a data which cannot be changed or modified. So that's a difference between set and the frozen set. In our upcoming tutorials, we will talk about these things in practical and see what it actually means. So now let's go here and let's create a simple set. And you see here also you need to provide a curly braces, but instead of key and value, simply give the value. I'm just simply giving a value here. Okay, and now print these values and see the type here as well. Simply copy this one, paste this one, and paste this one here, and let's run this one. So you see that it says that this is a set, and here it printed our set from here. And now the final one, which is a frozen set. So I will say frozen equals 2, And again, here, just like, a range, we have a frozen set, and here I need to provide the value, and here the only catch is that it should be in the small brackets. We need to provide this large brackets because this frozen set is basically a function. Okay, so that's the reason here. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and now let me copy this one and paste this one here, and let's print and check the type here. Now let's run this one. So here you see that we got a response that is the frozen set. So in a nutshell, the data which we store in the variable can be of the different types, and these types can be numeric. The data can be numeric, it can be integer, float, or complex number, it can be a string, it can be a collection of data like list, tuple, and range, it can be a mapping of data, dictionary, it can be a boolean, it can be a set data type where we can keep the set or the frozen set. Okay, and we know that some of them are mutable and some of them are not mutable. So we will see that what this means. We know that mutable are those ones which can be changed or which can be modified, and immutable are those data types which cannot be modified. So in our upcoming tutorials, we will see that how practically it works and what are the actual differences. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 7th tutorial of this series, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about what are operators in Python. So let's begin. So what are operators? So operators in Python are special keywords or the symbols, and these symbols or the keywords are used to perform different operations on variables and values. So these are basically keywords or symbols used to perform operations on variables and values, and they actually form the backbone of any logical or computational operation in the Python programs. And especially when we talk about these operators are essential for performing the arithmetic operations. Then these operations can be used for logical operations, then comparison and comparison and more. So basically we can do different kind of operations using these operators. And when we talk about these operators, so in Python there are different categories of these operators. So what are these categories? Basically the first one is arithmetic operators, and now the purpose of these operators is basically to perform the basic mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication. So these operators are used to perform basic maths operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and so on. Okay, and then we have the second category is basically a comparison operator. Now, what are the comparison operators? These operators compare the value of two operands and return a Boolean result. So let's take an example here. For example, I say 10 is greater than 15, which is not true. So basically it compares two numbers and say which one is the greater. If we are saying that 10 is greater than 15, so it should return a false. If we say that 15 is greater than 10, then it will return a true. So basically, comparison operators are used to compare values of two operands and return a Boolean result. So Boolean means either it will return a true or false. Right? And then we have logical operators, and these logical operators are basically used to combine the conditional statements and return a Boolean results. So used to combine conditional statements and return, and again it will return a Boolean value. Again, Boolean means it will return either true or false. Then we have a bitwise operators, and when we talk about these bitwise operators, they are basically used to perform bit by bit operations on the binary numbers. So used to perform bit by bit operations on binary numbers. Then we have assignment operators, and these are used to assign values to the variables. Okay, so basically they are used to assign a value to variable or variables. Okay, and then we have identity operators, and these operators are used to compare the memory locations of two objects. Okay, so these are used to compare the memory locations of two objects. And finally, we have membership operators, and these operators are used to test for a membership in a sequence. Okay, so are used to test the membership in the sequence. So when we talk about sequence, we are talking about the strings, list, or tuples. So this is the basic idea about the operators and the different categories. So in our upcoming tutorials, what we will do is that we will learn more about these operators one by one. So for example, there are multiple arithmetic operators. We will see what are those operators, and we'll see the different examples against each operators. And similarly, we will look into the other comparison operators, logical operators, bitwise operators. We'll see what are different operators available against these categories and how we can use them practically with the multiple examples. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 8th tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the arithmetic operators. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what are the operators. Now there are different kinds of operators. So basically in this tutorial we will talk about the arithmetic operators. So these operators in Python are used to perform a basic mathematical calculations or the operations. And let me write it down. So for basic maths calculations, okay, and there are 7 different arithmetic operators available. The first one is addition, add, so addition. Then we have subtraction, subtraction. Then we have multiplication. We have division, we have floor division, and then we have modulus, and finally we have a exponential, so exponential. Okay, and addition, the symbol used is basically this plus sign, and for subtraction this minus sign. For multiplication we will use this static sign. For division we use this forward, and for the floor division we use double forward slash, and for the mod we use basically this percentage sign, and for the exponent we use double static. Okay, and when we talk about these arithmetic operators, so basically we perform these operations on the operands. Okay, so operands is a new word. So let's take example. I'll say A is equals to 5, B is equals to 10, and I will say sum is equals to A plus B. So basically here A and B are basically operands, and the operation is arithmetic addition operation. Okay, A and B are the operands, and this addition is basically operations, which is arithmetic addition. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm here, and let's start writing about these things. So simply I will say arithmetic operators, and so let's go with a simple example for the addition one. Okay, A is equals to 5, B is equals to 10, then sum is equals to A plus B, and now we will simply say print sum. So it will print the sum of these A and B, which is 15. Okay, now if we talk about subtraction is also works in the same way, and let me copy this one, paste it here, let me give it 50, and the sign uses this minus sign, and I will say this is a difference. Okay, and I will pass this difference over here, and let me run this one. You see that the 40 is the answer. Now let me add the comments so that you can understand a bit more. So this is addition, and now this is subtraction. Okay, and the third one is the multiplication, subtraction. So let me copy this complete line of the code and paste it here, and now multiplication. Okay, and I will limit as mul, multiplication, and the sign is static here, and let's pass this here and see what it prints. So if I run this one, it will print 500. So we are doing a basic mathematical calculations over here. Okay, Now let's go with the division here, and again let me copy this line of code, paste it here, and this is division. Okay, and the sign is the /, and that's it. And we will say division, and let me pass this here, and if I run this one, you'll see that 5.0 is printed over here. Okay, because we have divided 50 by the 10 here. Now we have basically a floor division. Now floor division, what it will do is that whatever the answer you will get, it will round off that answer to a whole number here. Okay, so for example, I will say divide this. Let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here, and now this time we are doing a floor division, and instead of 10, because we know that the answer would be some in points. Okay, and let's see what it's gonna print. Okay, so we know that whatever the answer will come, it will make it to a whole number. Okay, whole number. So you see that it's 5.5. It's a whole number. Okay, sorry, basically it's simply divide here. We didn't use this one, so here /. Now you see that it will print a 5 over here. So what happens is that if you go with a simple division, it will give whatever the number in terms of points and decimals. But in terms of floor division, what will happen is that it will convert your answer to a whole number, just like this one here, 5. Okay, then we have modulus here, and modulus is basically modulus. And what happens is that when we talk about the modulus here, it will return the remainder of the division. So whenever we divide something, if something is remainder, it will tell us, okay, this is the remainder over here. So let's go with the same example here, and the symbol is basically a percentage here, and I will say mod, and let's print this one here and see what is the answer. So whenever we divide, obviously we cannot completely divide 50 by 9, and if we try to divide, it will give some value in the points. Okay, and if we run this one, you will see that we are getting a 5 answer over here. So this is a remainder, because 9 5s are 45 and the 5 is remaining, so it will give you a remainder. So basically it will give you a remainder of this one, remainder. Okay, and then finally exponent. So exponent basically is just like 2 power 2, 2 power 4. Okay, so here we say exponent. So exponent is basically, if I say 2 power 2, you see it's small 2 over 2. So basically 2 power 4. So this means is that basically if we talk about this thing, so this is basically 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. So this is how the exponent is calculated. Okay, so now if we need to calculate the exponent over here, simply I will say, let me go with this example, 2 into 2, and here we'll be using double asterisk, and here I will say exponent. Let's print this one here, and let's run this one here. So the exponent is 2 power 2, 2 into 2. So basically here we are saying 2 power 2. So we are doing this thing. If we say 2 power 4, then we will get 16. 2 into 2, 4. 4 into 2 is 8. 8 into 2 is 16. Okay. So this was a very basic understanding of the arithmetic operators here, but we can use a multiple arithmetic operations in a single line of the code. And whenever we do this kind of stuff, for example, if I say a plus b plus c into d, now you see that we are doing a multiple operations here and we are using multiple variables over here. In this case, what happens is that Python will use the BODMAS rules here. Okay, so BODMAS you might have heard about. Right here is basically BODMAS, BOGMAS. So basically, when we do this, so let's do with the example, it will be more clear. Let's suppose if we say a equals to 5, b equals to 10, and c equals to, we say, 3, and now we are saying that the result is equal to a plus b into c. Okay, so this is what we are trying to do now. So if I print this one, so what can be the answer? So 5 plus 10, 15, 15 into 3, 45, right? This is it what says. But let's see what is the answer for this one. So if I print this result here, so answer is 35, not the 45. Why that happened? So this is because of this BODMAS rule. So what this rule says that multiplication will be done first, then addition. Okay, so here it will multiply first. So how it is working, let me show you. So it's 5 plus 10 into 3. So if I go with the left to right, so 5 plus 10, 15, 15 into 3 is 45. But the answer is 35 because first it multiplied 10 with 3, which is 30. Then it added 5 to it. That's why the answer is 35 here. Okay. Now, if I need to do addition first and multiplication later on, how I can do this? So simply what I will do is that I will put this a plus b. Now we are enforcing this. Okay, do a plus b first, and whatever the result comes, then multiply it with the c. Now if I run this one, this time you will get 45 because now we are multiplying a plus b first. Because of these brackets, it will add these 10 or 5, 15, then multiply it with the c, which is 3. Now in this case, is basically giving us a 45 results. Okay. So when you are using the multiple arithmetic operations, it will always follow the BODMAS rules. So you need to ensure that how it will work. Okay. Then when we are talking about the arithmetic operators, we can use the arithmetic operators with the different types. We have seen with numbers right now. Okay. And this is simply, these numbers are integers. Now we can use the float value here. Okay. So float can be like 10.5, which is a decimal value. Then b equals to 5.11. And now c is equals to a plus b. And we can print this one and see the results. Okay. So 15.61. So previously all the examples are related to the integer. Now this is related to a float value, which is a decimal value. And now there is a third variable which is known as a complex. So we can also do the addition of the complex number. So for example, a equals to complex. Okay. And let me give some complex number over here. And let me copy this one and paste it here. So b equals to 4 comma 5. Okay, and simply we can use this one here and paste it here. Okay, so now what we are doing is that we are simply performing our arithmetic operations on the complex number. So see what is the result. So you see that 8j, 6 plus 8j, this is a complex output. So if I go to my variables section, so if you haven't seen the variable thing and naming rules, you should watch this one. So we have a different kind of a variables, numbers, integers, everything. If you don't know about this thing, just go and watch those tutorials. That would be helpful for you to understand this particular tutorial. So you can perform arithmetic operations on integer, float values, and you can perform on the complex number. This is what we have seen. And when we talk about what different kind of arithmetic operations, so we have covered all the 7 basically. So we have covered addition, we have covered subtraction, we have covered multiplication, we have covered division, we have covered float division, we have covered modulus, and we have covered the exponential. So we have covered all these here. Okay, and for example, there's some calculations where we need to handle the errors with the arithmetic operators. So in our later tutorials, this is basically try and expect. It's just like a try catch you might have heard about in the Java. That's pretty similar. So in our upcoming tutorials, when we have learned these things, I will show you how to use try and except, because in some cases the result might be something which we were not able to handle. So we need to handle those errors. We need to handle those exceptions. So in order to do this, we need to use our try and except. So in our later tutorials, I will show a complete detailed tutorial on this one. Right now, it's all about the arithmetic operators, where we have learned different types. We have seen practically, we have seen the different data types: int, float, complex number. Okay, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our 9th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the comparison operators. So let's begin. Comparison operators in Python are used to compare two different values or the variables. So these are used to compare two values or variables. Okay, and this operator will return a boolean value. Either it will say true or false based on the condition being evaluated. And these are essential because when we need to make a decision in the code, that would be really helpful. There are different type of comparison operators in Python. So let me list down them here. So first one is basically equal to, and in Python it is represented as double equal sign. Okay, then we have not equal to, and the symbol used is basically this one. And then we have greater than, and the symbol used is this one. Then we have less than, and the symbol is this one. Then we have greater than, and equal to. So the symbol used is greater and equal. And similarly we have less than and equal to, and the symbol is less than and equal to. So these are the comparison operators available in Python. Now let's go to the PyCharm and do some practical work around these ones. So let me go to the PyCharm here, and let me create one new Python file. I will name it as comparison operators. Now let's take an example here. for example, A is equals to 5, then I'll say B equals to 5, then C equals to 10. Okay, now let's compare them directly. I will say in print A is equals to B, and similarly we will do it for A is equals to C. So in first case, A has a value of 5 and B is also having a 5 value. So when we compare, so this will return us true, and the second statement returns false because 5 is not equal to 10 here. So it will return false here. So when I run this one, you will see that the first will return true and the second statement return false here. Okay, and in the similar way, what I'll do is that let's go here, and I'm using this print statement again here, and instead of equals to, what I will do is that I will now say not equal. So I will say A is not equal to B, and let me copy this one, paste it here, and I will say A is not equals to C. So what happens now? The first statement, we are saying that A is not equals to B. We are saying that 5 is not equals to 5, which is false. So it will return false here. And in second case, it will return 2 because A is not equal to C, because 5 is not equal to 10 here. So let's run this one and see what happens. So you see that false and true. Okay, so we have seen equal operator, we have seen not equal operator here, and now let's see about the greater operator here. Again, let me copy these lines of code from here and paste it here, and instead of these operators, let me use the greater operator. So if we talk about this one, okay, so we are saying that A is greater than B, which is actually a false statement here, right? And because 5 is not greater than 5, even 5 is not greater than 5. So 5 is not greater than 5, false, and 5 is also not greater than 10 again. So both statements will return false here. But what if I change the value of B equals to 3? Now 5 is greater than B, or 5 is greater than 3? Yes. This time it will return as true value here. So true and false. Now let's go with less than here, and let me change the sign to the less than here, and let me change the sign for this one here as well. Now we are saying that A is less than B. A, which is 5, is less than B, which is 3. So it will return false here. And A is less than C. A is 5 and C is 10. So it will return us true here. So let me run this one. You will see that false and true. Now we have covered equal, not equal, greater than, and less than. Now let's see about what is greater than and less than. So let me copy these lines of code from here and paste it here, and also these lines of code, and let me paste it here. Now let's update the symbol for this one. So basically the greater than and equal to, and here greater than equal to, similarly less than equal to and less than equal to. Okay, so these are the symbols we have learned so far. Now let me comment these lines. I don't want to show these results as of now, and let me comment this one here as well. Okay, so when we talk about greater than and equals to, so basically what happens is that we are saying that either A is equals to B or A is greater than B. So any of these statement, if any of these statement is true, it will return us true. So if A is equals to B, true, or if A is greater than B, returns true. In either case, if any of the statement returns true, we will get the true answer. Okay, so in this case, A is greater than or equal to B. So A, let me change this to 5 here. Now A and B has the same value. Okay, so A is equals to B, it will return true and it will return false. But eventually, any of these statement is true, it will return true here. So for this particular statement, it will return true. And now, if we are saying that A is equals to B, in this case, okay, so A is 5 and C is 10. Okay, so A is equals to C and A is greater than C. So the first statement is false because 5 is not equal to 10. But the second statement is A is greater than C. Again, this is false. So both statements are false here. Okay, both statements are false. So it will return false here. Okay, now let's run this one and see. So you see that we have true and we have false here. Okay, and if I say C is greater than A, now what happens is that basically C is 10, 10 is greater than A. So if I change this one, C is equals to A or C is greater than A. So the first statement will return false because C is 10 and A is 5. So this statement will return false. But the second statement, C is greater than A, is true. 10 is greater than A, 10 is greater than 5, right? This is true. So this will return true now. So you see that both will return true. So the same principle will be applied when we are working with the less than and equal to. Okay, so let me uncomment this one, and A is less than and equals to B, 5 is less than or equal to B. So this is basically true. And again, A is less than or equal to C, yes. So the first statement, it is saying, so if I talk about in this way, so A is 5 is equals to 5, which is true, or we are saying that check 5 is less than 5, right? So basically this statement is true, that's why it will return true. And again, if we talk about the second statement here, so we are saying that 5 is equals to 10 or 5 is less than 10. So the first statement here is false and the second statement here is true in this particular case here. So basically, if any of this statement is true, it will return a true here. So if I run this one, you will see that it will return true and true here. So that's all about the comparison operators. In our upcoming tutorials, we will learn about more different categories of the operators in Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our 10th tutorial and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the logical operators. So let's begin. Logical operators are fundamental in any programming language and Python is no exception. So they are basically used to perform all logical operations on variables and expressions. So let me write it down for you. So basically they are used to perform logical operations and these operations are performed on variables and expressions. So when you apply the logical operation on variables and expressions, it will typically return a Boolean value. So it will return a Boolean value, which is basically we are saying that true or false. So in Python, there are primarily three different logical operators. One is basically OR, the other is NOT, and the third one is AND, NOT, and OR. Okay, so now we will see these in practically and what are the differences. So first understand what happens in the case of AND. Okay, so basically when we talk about AND here, then it will return true if the both statements, it will return true if both statements are true. Okay, in case of OR, basically it will return true only, so it will return true only if any of the statement is true. If any one of the statement is true. And NOT is basically it reverses the result. It will reverse the result, which means if the result is true, it will return false. Okay, so we will explain, we will learn these things, what it means, what we are talking about in terms of statements. If both statements are true, then AND will return true, and in case of OR, any of the statement is true, it will return true. So we will understand these things shortly. Okay, so but before that, when we talk about the AND operator, so for example, let me write here results is equal to, we know that it needs to be performed on any operands. Okay, so operand 1 and then AND operand 2. So this is basically a syntax for applying the AND logical operator. Now let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new file here, and I'm saying it as logical operators. And what I'll do is that I will get some values here. So I will say C is equals to 5, D is equals to 10. Okay, now I'm taking another variable called result, and the result will say, for example, I'm saying that C is greater than 2 and D is less than 20. And if I print result here, let's see what it will return. So basically what we are trying to do here is that, so we are saying that C is greater than 2. This is our first statement. This is our second statement. And as per the definition of AND, both needs to be true in case if we want a true answer. Let me show you again. So it will return true if both statements are true here. Okay, so this should return true and this should return true, then we will get the true. Otherwise it will return false. So here if we see that C is greater than 2, yes, 5 is greater than 2, it will return true. Then we have D is greater than 20, yes, D is less than 20, 10 is less than 20, then it will return a true. So both will return true, that's why we are getting true. So any of these, if false, for example, if I change this statement in this way. Okay. Now C is greater than 2. Yes, 5 is greater than 2. It will return true. And D is greater than 20, which is false. Now, as per the AND logical operator, both needs to be true in order to get a true. Now, in this condition, it will return false here, right? So that's how basically the AND operator works. So it will return true only if both statements are true, and in any other combination, it will return false. Now, let's talk about the same in terms of the OR operator, right? So any of the statement needs to be true here. So I will say OR. So here, this is statement 1, this is statement 2. Okay. So C is greater than 2, 5 is greater than 2, this is written true. D is greater than 20, which is false. But as per the OR logical operator, if any of these statements return true, it will return true. Okay. So if I run this one here, now it will return true. This OR will only return false when both will return false. So if I say this statement, C is less than 2, no, because 5 is not less than 2. If I run this one, so now in this particular case, it will return false. Okay. Now when we talk about the NOT, basically the syntax for this one here is very simple here. So result is equal to NOT operand. Okay. So if I go here and simply if I say B equals to false and result 1 is equals to I will say not B. Okay. And now if I print this one, so what will happen is that it will return the reverse of this, and the reverse of false is basically true. And if I go here and say true, now it will reverse and it will say false. Okay. So this is the very basics of the logical operators. Now let me show you how we can use the combination of these logical operators. We can use the combination of this one as well. So what I'll do is that let me create one new Python file, logical operators. Okay. And it says this one is already there. So let me go and create logical operator 1. Okay. Now I'm taking multiple variables here. I'm saying A equals to true, B is equals to false, then C, again let me, C is equals to 5, D is equals to 10. Okay. Now what I can do is that I can combine those logical operators. Let me show you how. Result is equals to, I will say A or B and not C is greater than D. So it's a bit complex in order to understand, but the output is basically a true here. Okay, A or B, because any of these is true, which is A is true, and this because mainly the AND operator is using between these two statements, right? And C is greater than D, and we are saying not. Okay, so basically let's decode this statement. Okay, so what happens is here is that A or B, this means any of these is true, so this first statement A or B, this will actually return us true. Then we have a statement called and then not. Okay, so not is actually working with the operand, and the operand here is C, which is 5, and 5 is greater than D. So what happens that this will return true. Now 5 is greater than 10, which will return false. But this not will reverse the answer in terms of true. Now first statement is returning true and second statement is also returning true. So in case of AND, it will return true. So if I execute this one, so it will return true. So let me print this one, print. So you will see that it will return true. Let me take another example for you. Result 1 is equals to, I will say C is less than D, and this should return true. Or we are saying that not A and B. Okay, now just pause this video here and calculate this thing. Try to solve this one and tell me what should be the answer. Just give your answer in the comments here. Okay, what should it return? Should it return true or should it return false? So first statement is very easy here. C is less than D, 5 is less than 10, it will return true. And now this is the second statement. So in case of OR, we know that any of the statement is true, it should return true. Okay, so if I run this one, so you will see that it will return true. So that's all about the logical operators in Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our 11th tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the assignment operators. So let's begin. Assignment operators in Python are used to assign values to the variables. So these are used to assign values to variables. The most common assignment operator you will see is basically this equal sign. Basically, this is not equal, this is an assignment operator. But there are several other compound assignment operators that can combine an operation with the assignment. Okay, so let's start with the basic assignment operator, which is this equal sign. So let me go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new Python file here and let me name it as assignment operators. Okay, so simply if we talk about the assignment, we use the different variables and assigning the values to those variables. So for example, I say 5 A is equals to 5. So basically we are assigning A equals to 5. This means that we have created a variable A and assigned a value 5 to it. Similarly, we can say B equals to hello Python. So basically what we have done is that using this equal sign, we are assigning values to the variables here. Okay, we can also assign the multiple. We can also actually do the multiple assignments here. So multiple assignments means that I will say A comma B comma C is equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3. So we can do the multiple assignments here as well. Now let's talk about the compound assignment operators. They are different. So basically when we talk about the compound assignment, let me go to the notepad here and let me write it down. Compound assignment. So we see there are different ones. For example, we have plus equals to. So this means is addition and assignment. So basically these operators combine an arithmetic operation with the assignment. So arithmetic operation here is addition, and we are doing addition and assignment. Similarly, we have minus equals to. So basically subtraction and assignment, right? Similarly, we have multiplication equals to. So multiplication and assignment. Multiplication and assignment. Then we have division assignment. So division assignment. So division and assignment. Then we have modulus assignment. So modulus equals to, this is modulus and assignment. Then we have exponential and assignment, so which is basically double steric equals to, so basically exponential and assignment. And then we have finally a floor division and assignment. So floor division is basically double forward slash and equals to, so basically this is floor division and assignment. Okay, so these are basically a compound assignments which are actually combined with the arithmetic operations. Now let's go to the PyCharm again and now start working on these kind of assignments. Okay, so basically what I'll do is that simply I will take a equals to 5. This is a simple assignment. Now I will say a plus equals to 3. Okay, and if I print this one, print a here in this case, so what it should print, this is a thing which we need to understand here. So what it should print, because this a plus equals to, which is addition and assignment, so basically this is equals to a is equal to a plus 3 here. So the value of a here is basically 5. So 5 plus 3, 8. So eventually this will print 8 here. Let me run this one and you will see that it will print 8 here. Similarly, if we talk about that particular, let me remove this one here. Yeah, let me move this up. Okay, in a similar way, we can say, for example, b is equals to 10. Then we can say b minus equals to, for example, 4, right? So here, this means that we are saying that b is equals to b minus 4, which is 10 minus 4, which is equals to 6 here. Okay, let me copy this one and print this one here, and let me run this one here. So you see that it's basically 6 here. So in this way, the multiplication assignment and other assignments will work in this case. So basically, if let's take an example of all these divisions and all the things which we learned. So simply let me say d equals to 20 and d divide equals to 4. So here what we are saying is that d is equals to d divided by 4, which is 20 divided by 4, which is the 5. So if I run this one, it will say 5. Let me print this one here. So it will say 5, right? Now in a similar way, let's do the modulus. So let me take e is equals to 15, then e mod assignment is equals to, let's suppose 4. So basically again, this is equals to A equals to E mod 4, right? So let me print E and let's see what it prints. Let's run this one and see. So the answer is 3 because it's a modulus. Like we are dividing 15 by 4 and we are saying that the remainder is 3 because 4 into 3 is 12 and the remainder is 3. That's why we are getting the answer 3 here. Okay. So now let's take the exponential example here in a similar way. So let's say f is equals to 2 and then f exponential equals to 3. So this means that we are saying that f is equals to f exponential 3. So this is what we are saying. So let me print the f here and let's see. So it will print 8. Why? Because 2 power 3 is 8. That's why we are getting the 8 answer, right? And in a similar way, we can do the floor division. And let me take a variable g is equals to 9 and g floor division equals to 2, which is basically equals to g is equals to g floor division 2, right? So if I print g here, let's see. So the answer is 4 because it will round off to the nearest whole number. This is how the floor division works. We can also chain the assignments. Chain assignments means that what we can do is that I can say, for example, I will say u is equals to y is equals to q, and q is equals to basically 10. So this is known as a chained assignment. And if I go here and if I print this one, so print, and what we'll do is that we'll print u, y, and q. So it will print 10 for each variable. So it will print 10 3 times. Okay. We can also swipe the variable assignments here. What we can do is that simply if I say a comma b is equals to 1 comma 2 and I say a comma b equals to b comma a. Now I'm swapping the values here basically. I will say print, and if I print a comma b here, but we have swapped because we are saying that a is now b and b is now a. So in this case, a will have this value which is 2 and b will have this value which is 1. So run this one, you will see that we have printed 2 and 1. So basically, let me summarize this. When the assignment operators are used to assign values to the variables, we have a different compound assignments, we can chain assignments. When we talk about the compound assignments, we have addition assignment, subtraction, multiplication, and so on. And these are basically used to assign the different values to the variables and make it a more concise and readable code. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation Testing series, and this is our 12th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the bitwise operators in Python. So let's begin. Bitwise operators in Python operate on integers at a bit level. This means they can directly manipulate the binary representations of numbers. Bitwise operators are faster and can be used in low-level programming tasks such as encryption, data compression, and network programming. Now here, what we need to understand is that what are the bits, what are the binaries, okay, before we can dive into the other stuff here. So basically, when we talk about bits and binaries, so let me first create a file here and name it as Bitwise Operators. So the first thing which we need to understand is that it works on the bits, right? So for example, if I say a equals to 5, and this is just a number here, right? A is equals to 5 is just a number. So if I go here and print this a, what it will do is that it will just print a here, right, which is 5. Okay, but when we talk about the binaries, these are basically in the form of the bits 0, 1, 0, 1. So let me show you how it might look like, so if you're not aware. So basically here we have written 5. Okay, so in the bits it would something like 0, 1, 0, 1 in the form of 0, 1, 0, 1. Maybe if you type 10, it might be, so it might be like 0, 1, 0, 0 in the form of the bits here, right? So similarly, now you need to understand how we can find the bits equivalent to the number. So simply you go here and inside the print you need to find a binary built-in function, okay, and inside that you need to provide the value, okay. And now let me run this one. So you see that the binary of 5 is printed 0, 1, 0, 1, okay. And if you don't want to use the Python in order to convert this thing, simply go to the browser here and search for number to binary converter online and just open this first link. So here, for example, I need to provide the 5. We convert, so in the form of 3 digits it says 1, 0, 1, okay, and in the header it's a 5. And similarly you can switch between this one. For example, if I go here, if I say if you want to convert from binary, and so binary can be in the 4 digits as well, so I will say 0, 0, 1 and 1, okay. Now I say convert, so it will convert into 5 here as well, okay. So basically the operations which are performed on these bits 0, 1, 0, 1 are known as the bitwise operators, okay. Now there are different types of bitwise operators here, okay. So if I go here and just let me open the PyCharm and let me create this one, okay. So basically the bitwise operators are performed on the bits. This is what we have learned. So there are so many bitwise operators here. Let me show you. So basically the first one is and the symbol you will see something like this, okay. And then we have or, and the symbol is this straight line. Then we have XOR or XOR, and the symbol is this small sort of hat. And then we have NOT or the complement, and the symbol is this one. And then we have left shift, okay, and the left shift has symbol of these 2 arrows in this way. And similarly we have right shift, so the symbol is this one. Now all these operators actually perform on the bits 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, and let's start with the AND operator first. Okay, I hope you have written this down already, so let me remove all these from here. Okay, so in case of AND, what happens is that, just let me switch it to, okay, so in case of AND, so AND, and the symbol is something like this. And so in case of AND, when we perform the operation, okay, so it will return 1 only both bits are 1. So basically, if both bits are equal to 1, that in case it will return 1. So what does it means? Okay, so it means that, for example, you have converted your number into the binary and you have another number. Okay, now you need to perform AND operations on these two. Okay, now what happens here is that when we talk about AND operation on these ones, so as per the AND operation, it will return 1 when the both bits are 1. So here both bits are not 1, so it will return 0, 0. Here it will return 1 and 0. So this is the answer for this one. And eventually we need to convert into a decimal or number. It can be 7. So basically how this AND bitwise operator applied in different context. Okay, now let's do an example here. So we have already A here, and now let's take B equals to, for example, 12, and now simply we'll perform some operations. So we say result is equals to A and B. Okay, and now simply we will say print results. Okay, so we need to print the results here. So let me run this one here, and we are getting 4 answer here. So how we are getting the 4 answer here? This is something which we need to understand here. So basically we did the same thing here, right? So let me clear this one. So basically it applied the same rule which we learned, that when both bits are 1, then it will return 1, else it will return 0. Okay, and now what we need to do is that, let me go to the browser here, and we need to convert from decimal to, or we can say binary to decimal. So we know that 5 is 1, 0, 1. Okay, and if we say 12, let me go for 12 here, decimal to binary, and say 12. So 12 is basically 1, 1, 0, 0 in the context of 4 digits, right? So let me write it down here. So basically 5 is equals to 0, 1, 0, 1, and the 12 is equals to 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay, so these are the binaries. Now we need to perform an AND operation on this one. So when both are 1, then it should return 1, right? So it will return 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay, so it will return this one based on the AND operation. Now let's confirm this thing from here. If I check the decimal for the if I want to check the binary for this decimal 4, it will return like this one, right? 0, 1, 0, 0. Okay, so you need to remember the rule. in case of AND, 1 will only be returned when both are 1. Okay. And now in the case of OR, what happens is that if at least one of the bit is 1, the result is 1. This means that if any of, for example, on the same data, let me perform AND OR operation here. Okay. So what happens is that now we are getting 13. The reason is that in case of OR here, basically what is happening, if any of the bits is 1, it will return 1. Okay. So let me go here. Let me remove this one. Okay. So basically what I need to do. So if any of these is 1, so here 1 0 1 0 1 and 1. Now let's go back here and check for 13. Yes, the answer is correct, right? So based on the bits, it performed the different operators. So we understand about and we just understand about the OR. Now what happens with the bitwise XOR or XOR? So basically in this case the result is 1 if the bits are different. If the bits are different. So basically what I'm saying here is that, so this is the sign of XOR. Now if I run this one here, you will see that now we are getting 9. How we are getting 9? The reason is that the bitwise XOR says that the result is 1 if the bits are different. Different means one would be 0 and other would be 1. So let's see here in this context, we have already numbers there. Okay, so in this case, when we talk about this thing, so basically we are saying when both bits are different, then it will return 1, right? So if I go here and you see that both bits are different. Here we have 1, here we have 0. So it will return 1. Both bits are same, it will return 0. Both bits are same, it will return 0. Both bits are different, then it will return 1. Now we are getting 9. Just go back and let's see. Yes, that's the 9. The 9 is equivalent to 1 0 0 1 here. So that's how the XOR works, right? Now when we talk about bitwise NOT or the complement, it will just reverse the thing. Okay, so for example, if I go back here and let me, instead of this particular line, let me comment it out. What I will do, simply what I will do is I will simply use this NOT sign with A or B. Okay, so NOT A. Okay, and if I print this one, we are getting -6 because it will reverse the bits. So if you get the 0, it will change it to the 1, and if you're getting 1, it will change it to a 0. So in case of A, we have 0 1 0 1, so it will reverse the bits basically. So but what we will get here is that we will simply, what we are saying is that, so we have 5 is equals to 0 1 0 1, so it will reverse 1 0 1 0. Okay, and if I go here, so here we say -6. Okay, so you see that, but we are getting something different here. It's not the same which we have done here. Now what is the reason? The reason here is that basically in the memory, minus is being catered in a different way. That's why we are getting a different bit. But the thing which we need to understand here is that the not operator inverts all the bit, means it will change 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. And in Python, this operation results in minus n plus 1, where n is a number. So basically, we are getting a different number. The reason is here, because in Python, what happens here is that, so let me write it down for you. So basically, in Python, it will say minus n plus 1. So that's why we are getting a different bits here, right? So minus n, and n is basically a number here. But we need to understand that the bitwise not inverts all the bits of the number. This means that it will flip 0 to 1 and 1 to 0, right? And then we have bitwise left shift and then bitwise right shift. So basically it will shift the number of bits. So I go back here, and what it will do, if I use, so let me remove this line of code. Now we don't need a second variable here. So simply what I'll do is this, let me remove this one. Okay, so left shift means it will shift the bits on the left side, right? So if I say that, for example, if I say result is equals to A, then left shift, how many bits I need to shift. So here, if I say 2 bits, then it will shift it to the 2 bits. Okay, so if I print the result here, so what it will do, now we are getting 20. How we are getting a 20 here? That's the question we need to understand here. Because we are asking Python to shift the bits on the left side, okay? And how many bits needs to be shifted? There are 2 bits which needs to be shifted here, okay? So when we are shifting the bits position to the left, okay, then what happens here? Okay, so let me take another example for you, make you understand. Okay, in case of 12, we get answer 48 here. Okay, so how we are getting this 48 answer here? The binary for 12 is, I believe, 1100. Let me just confirm. Yeah, so 1100, right? So if I go back here, so now, so basically for 12, the binary is 1100. Now we are saying that just move the bits, and how many shift is required? 2. Shift left, we need to move the bit, we need to move the shift to the left. So 1 1 0 0, and at the end we need to add a 0 0. So it will convert into this one. So because we are moving the bits, we are moving these here and these here, and when we have a space, so we will just add 0. So this is rule. So we are just moving these bits here, these bits here. So instead of, so basically let me get it down. So this is the bits. Now we are saying that 2 bits needs to be shifted. So these 11 will be moved here. This 0 0 will be moved here. Now this space is empty. So what is the rule? The rule says that we will be adding a 0 0. So finally the result is this one. And when we convert this one, it should give us to the 48 answer which we just saw. So if I go here, let me go here. So simply what I'll do, I will type 48 and this convert. So you see that we got this binary, right? In a similar way, we will be using a shift. We will be using a shift right. So I will say shift right. So now we are getting 3. Okay. So how we are getting the 3 here? The rule is same. The rule is the same because we are shifting this to the right. Okay, so we are just shifting it to right here, and the positions which we need to move is 2. So again, so this is 5 equals to this one. Now 5 is, sorry, this is 12. So 12 is equals to this one. Now we need to shift 2. Okay, so these 2 will be moved here. Okay, and this will go out. This space will be empty. So what rule says that? Rule says that where the space is empty, add 0, 0. So it will convert this into 0, 0, 1, 1 here. And if I go here and we got the answer here is 3. So let's see that. So basically 3. So 3 is basically, you see that, 11 in the terms of 2 digits. Basically when we talk about the 4, so it will be 0, 0, 1, 1. So that's all about, in terms of the bitwise operator. But before that, let me summarize the things for you. So basically when we talk about AND means both bits must be 1 to get 1, or means at least one bit must be 1 to get 1. XOR or XOR, the result is 1 if the bits are different, not basically inverts all the bits. Left shift will move the bits to the left. Right shift will move to the right. And when we talk about, basically left shift and right shift, basically it effectively multiplying by the powers of 2 in case of left shift. But we don't want to get it complicated. And in case of right shift, it will actually effectively dividing by the powers of 2. But you don't need to go into that level as of now. As of now, just understand that bitwise operators perform on the bits, and we have different bitwise operators, AND, OR, XOR, NOT, left shift, and the right shift. And we have seen all of them practically. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. This is our 13th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about identity operators. So let's begin. Identity operators are used to compare the memory locations of two objects. The operators are basically is and is not. So basically these operators are used to compare the memory locations of two objects. Memory location of two objects. So let me write it down for you here. So basically are used to compare the memory location of two objects, and operators are basically is, and the second one is not. So when we talk about is and is not here, basically when we talk about is operator, so basically it checks if two variables point to the same object in the memory. So what it will do, it will check if two variables point to the same object in memory. And when we talk about is not, it will check if two variables point to different objects in memory. So this is the difference between is and is not. So when we talk about a syntax, the syntax is very simple. For example, if I say A is B, or I say A is not B. Okay, so when we talk about, like for example, I say A is B, so it will return true if A and B are the same object, otherwise it will return false. So basically it is a boolean, so if I write this statement, it will return true if A and B are the same objects, otherwise it will return false. And in this case, if we are saying that A is not B, this means that it will return true if A and B are different objects, otherwise it will return false. Okay, so this is the concept of this identity operators. Now let's go to the PyCharm and let's do some practical examples and see here. Okay, so let me get one new file here and let me name it as identity operators. So we can perform identity operators with integers. We can perform it on the list. We can perform it on the strings. So let's first see with the integers. So if I say x equals to, for example, 10 and y equals to 10, and let me print x is y, and similarly what I'll do is I'll print x is not y. Let's run this one and see what happens. So in first case we are getting true, and in the second case we are getting false. Why we are getting true? Because small integers are cached by the Python. Okay, and when we talk about a small integer, so it's usually start from -5 to 256. And in second case we are getting false. Okay, now let's take an example of the list here. Let me create two lists, and both lists will contain same values, and b is equals to, again, 1 comma 2 comma 3. And let me copy these lines of code, paste it here, and here I will say A is B and A is not B. Okay, and now let's run this one. So we are getting false here and true here. Because why we are getting false here? The reason is that because there are different objects in the memory. That's why we are getting false. And in the second case we are getting true because these are two different ones. Okay, and now when we talk about strings, so let me create a string s1 is equals to hello, and s2 is equals to, again, the same value here. Okay, and print s1 is s2, and then s1 is not s2. Now let's run this one and see. So we're getting true. We are saying that s1 is s2 because strings are inert by the Python. That's why we are getting true here. And in the second case, we are saying that s1 is not s2. We are getting the false. Okay. Now, when we talk about the integers, just like I just give you example that small integers typically between -5. So let me write out these things here. So basically, small integers means from -5 to 256, and these are cached and reused by the Python. Therefore, this is a reason x and y in my code right now refers to the same object in the memory, right? So basically these are cached and reused by the Python. And that is a reason in our example x and y are referring to the same object. So if they are same object, it will return true, as it will return false. Okay. And when we talk about a list here, because you might be wondering how this true and false are coming, how we are getting to know. So in case of list, basically, when we talk about lists here, so lists are basically mutable. Okay. And different variables referring to the same list object are created as the same object. So basically, lists are mutable. Mutable means which can be changed. Okay. So here, different variables referring to the same list object. So object is 1 to 3 basically. That's why they are treated as same object. So that's why we are getting false here. Okay. So basically here A and B are different objects with the same content. So A is B returns false. So when we talk about A is B, it returns false. Because A and B are different objects with the same contents. Okay. And when we talk about the strings here, so Python caches strings that are identical. So therefore S1 and S2 point to the same object in the memory. So what happens here is that what Python do? Python caches strings means that these S1 and S2 are identical and pointing to, and that's the reason they're pointing to same object. So that's why we are getting true A is B. So because let me see what we used here, S1 and S2. In this case, it returns true here. Okay, so that's the reason we are getting true and false here. So let me summarize you these things again for you. So in Python, the identity operators are used to compare the memory locations of two objects. The operators are is and is not. Is operator checks if two variables point to the same object in the memory, whereas is not operator checks if two variables points to a different objects in the memory, right? So we can perform it on the integers, lists, strings, and that's how we can actually check either is pointing to the same object in the memory or to the different object in the memory. So these are used for this purpose in the Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 14th tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the membership operators in Python. So let's begin. Membership operators in Python are used to test if a value or the variable is found in a sequence. So basically, membership operators are used to test if a value or variable is found in a sequence. So when we talk about the sequence here, we are actually talking about list, tuple, and string. Okay, and these operators will help you to check for the presence of an item in a collection. And there are two types of membership operators. One is in and the other is not in. So basically, when we talk about in operator, it will check if the value is present in a sequence. It will check if value is present in a sequence, and it will return true. It will return true if it finds a value. Okay, and wherever when we talk about not in, it will check if the value is not present in a sequence. So it will check if value is not present in a sequence. So if the value is not present in a sequence, it will return true, else it will return false here. And when we talk about a syntax here, so syntax is value in sequence or value not in sequence. Now let's go to the PyCharm and let's do some practical examples around these ones. And let me create one new Python file here. I will name it as membership operators. And first let's create a list here. So I'm creating a list for the fruits. And let me have a couple of fruits over here. Apple, then orange, then I can say banana. Okay, now this is a list here. Now what we need to do is that we need to check is that if a particular value is present in this list or not. Okay, so simply what I'll do is that I will simply go and print and say, for example, apple in fruits. Apple in fruits. So this is what we are checking. So when I run this one, it will say true. And now I will copy this one and paste this one and say apple not in fruits. Now run this one, it will say false, because not in means that we are saying that apple is not in this fruits, but this is in the fruits. That's why we are getting false here, right? And for example, we say here, if I check for grape, so grape is obviously not present in the list, right? So now in this case, it will return true here, right? So now let's do similar in terms of the tuple, or we can do for the string. So first do for the string here. I will create a complete string here, and I will say Python is a powerful language. Okay, so this is a complete string here. Now what I need to do is I need to find that a word powerful is in this particular sentence or not, right? Simply let me copy this one, paste it here, and here I will say powerful, and the name of my string is S1. Now let's run this one and see. So we got a true, and if I type powerful, then what happens here? It will return false, because this is in the capital, it's in the small. So in Python, because Python is a case sensitive language, for Python this powerful is different than this one. So that's why we are getting false here. Okay, and if I copy this one and paste it here. And if I say not in S1, now this time it will return true because this powerful is not present in this particular string. Okay. Now let's take an example of tuple here. So I will take some numbers here and let's create a tuple. I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here. Now what I'll say is that if number 3 is in this particular tuple, okay, so obviously number 3 is present, so this line should return as a true, right? But if I type 7, this line will return false. Okay, and let me copy this one and paste this one, and if I say not in this tuple, obviously 7 is not present in this one, and this is what we are asking. We are saying that 7 not in nums, and this should return true because this is not present in the tuple, right? But if I change it to 3, now it should return false because 3 is present in that tuple. So let me summarize the membership operators for you. So membership operators are used to test if the value or the variable is found in a sequence. And when we talk about the sequence here, we are talking about the list, tuple, and string. There are two types of membership operators. One is in, one is not in. In operator will check if the value is present in a sequence, and not in will check if the value is not present in a sequence. And the syntax says value in sequence, value not in sequence. And here we have seen the examples of all three. So this is a list, this is a string, and this is a tuple. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 15th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the operator precedence. So let's begin. In Python, operator precedence determines the order in which operations are evaluated in an expression. Now what this means? So in most of the cases when we are writing in expressions, we will be using multiple operators. Now, which operator will have a priority or precedence over the other one? So Python has a complete chart where you can see that which particular operator has a precedence. I will show you that shortly, but before that, let me show you a practical example over here to understand this more. So let me create one new Python file here, and I'm naming it as operator precedence. And now what we need to do is that we will go with the very basic mathematical or arithmetic expression here. So let's make an example. I will say, let's say sum is equals to 2 plus 5 plus 13 into 13. Okay, now here if you see this particular expression, we have two different operators. One is addition and the other one is the multiplication. Now there's two possibilities. Either I can add these two. Okay, so let me write it down, the two possibilities here. So the first one is that first I will add 2 plus 5, which is 7, and 7 multiplied by 13, right? And in second case, what I'll say is that 2 plus, and here 5 into 13. So this means that in the first expression, I'm adding 2 to 5, which gives me 7, and then multiplying 8 to the 13. But in the second case, I'm doing the multiplication first, 5 into 13, and then I'm adding the answer to 2. So both expressions will give me a different answer. So let me open a calculator over here and let me show you. So if I go with the first one, so 2 plus 5, 7 into 13, so that's the 91. So if I go with the first one, it will give me 91 answer. And if I go with the second approach over here, so here first I will multiply 5 into 13, 13 into 5, and then I will add 2 over here. So in this case, the answer is 67. Now these two answers are different. Okay, so first let me print this statement over here and see what the answer you will get. Okay, so let me run this one. So the answer is 67. So what happened here? So basically, when we talk about the precedence, the multiplication has the higher priority than the addition as per the Python guide. So this means that it will first multiply 13 into 5, then add 2 to it. Now, if you want to change this precedence, or maybe in your case, you want to do 2 plus 5 first and then you need to multiply it by 3. So you can also do this, and you can do simply what you need to do is that put this into brackets. So as per Python, if something is in the small bracket, it has the highest precedence. So this thing will be done first, then it will be added into 13. And now if I run this one, so this time you will get the 91. Okay. Now let me show you another example, but before that, let me go to the browser. I have already opened this into the browser to show you. So this is the Python official documentation for the Python version 3.12.5, and here you see the operator precedence. Now this table summarizes the operator precedence in Python. From highest means the highest priority, the most binding, and the least or the lowest precedence. Then Python operators in the same box. So if you see something in the same box here, they have the same precedence. Now you see that the expression written in the brackets, in the small brackets or the large brackets or the curly brackets, it will have the highest precedence or the highest priority. So if your expression is using either of these, it will have the highest precedence. Okay, then you have these ones and these ones. So here I just show you example of arithmetic operation. You see that this static is basically a multiplication. Now multiplication has the highest, not highest, basically is a higher precedence than the addition. So that's why when we didn't use the small brackets, in that case the multiplication happened first, then the addition. But when we use these small brackets, what happened is that now the precedence has been changed, and the expression which was having the addition got executed first, then we got multiplication. So this is a complete list. You can go to this documentation, official documentation, and you can see the precedence over here. But before that, I just need to give you one more example here in order to understand what happens if I use the same operator multiple times. Okay, so let me go to the PyCharm again, and what I'll do is that we know that I will say exponent is equals to 2 static 3 static 2. Now this statement has 2 exponents, and again here it can be done in 2 different ways. Either 2 exponent 3 and whatever the answer we will get, then of that answer we will get the exponent of 2, or we can get the exponent of 3 into 2, okay, and then whatever the answer we get, then we will go with this exponent expression. So in both cases, so the answer would be different because it's an exponential expression. Now whenever you face this situation in Python, so basically here remember that if this kind of expression or this is applicable for the for the assignment operators as well. So it will go from left to right. From left to right. So basically it will go from left to right. So it will be evaluated in this way. Okay, it will be evaluated in this way, right? So if I go here and print this one, sorry, from not left to right, left is this one, just let me correct. This is basically from right to left. Sorry, right to, I was just wondering why, actually I was using the mouse and I was showing that we are going from right to left, but why I didn't write it in this way. So basically it will go from right to left, and similarly it will go for the assignment operators, and rest all in all cases, it will go from left to right. So only for these kind of exponential and assignment operators, it will go from right to left. I mean, the expression will evaluate it from right to left instead of left to right. So if I go here and now if I print this one and run this one, so you get 5, 1, 2. So how we got 5, 1, 2? So basically 3 exponent 2. So if I write in this way, so basically it give me the exponential of this first, then 2 exponent whatever we get here. Okay, so if we talk about 3 exponent 2, so it will give me a 9. So let me show you here. So exponent 1 is equals to 3 exponent 2, and if I print this exponent 1 over here, we'll get 9. So basically here, if I remove this one, so it's 2 exponent 9. Okay, so if I go here and instead of doing this, if we simply if 9 and run this one, so you will get 512. So this means that this expression is being evaluated or calculated or executed from right to left. Remember, it will be executed from right to left instead of left to right. So only this exponent and the assignment operators, they will be executed from right to left, and rest all will be executed from left to right. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 16th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the typecasting in Python. So let's begin. Typecasting in Python refers to the conversion of one data type to another data type. This means that, for example, you have a data, this is a float, and if you want to convert this data to a numeric value like 10, you can do this. So this is basically a typecasting. Now, this is particularly useful when you want to perform operations that require variables to be in a certain data type. Python provides several built-in functions for the typecasting, which includes integer, float, string. So now let me create a new file and let's see this practically. So let me create a new Python file. I'm naming it as casting. And now first thing is that let me take a value in the float. Okay, so let me see, fl equals 2, I get a value 9.8. Now this is a flat float value. If you want to check the type, so simply use a method called type, and inside this we need to pass this variable, right? And if I run this one, you will not see anything here. We just need to put this inside a print so that we can see a type of this one. So simply inside this print, I will copy this complete line of code and paste it here. And let me run this one. So you see that this is the class float. So this value is a float value. Now you don't want this to be a float value. You want to perform some action which requires a numeric value or integer value. Okay. So how you can convert this? So simply, as I said that in Python we have a built-in functions. So what I'll do is that I will convert this into an integer number, integer underscore num, and we have a built-in function. So simply the function is int, and inside this int I will pass this float value. Okay, and if I check this one, so let me copy these two lines of code here, and in the second one let me print the value here, and now check the value type of this one as well. Now run this one. So you see that the first one is float and the second one is integer, right? And if I print, so let me copy this and paste it here. So simply print this value to see the difference. So let me copy this one and paste it here. Now copy this one and paste it here. So we have typecasted the float value to the integer. Simply run this one. Now you see that initially the value is 9.8, which is a float value. Then after typecasting to the integer, now we are getting a value 9 here. Okay. Now let's see more examples here, and simply now let's convert a string to a integer. So let me take a string here. Okay. S1 equals 2 and the string is 1 to 3. So if we check the type of this one, so we'll copy this one from here and paste it here and pass this variable S1 here. So let me copy this line from here and paste it here. Now copy this one and paste it here, and now run this one. So you will see that this is a string basically, right? And now what we need to do is that we need to convert this string to a number or the integer. So simply what I will say, s1 underscore num is equals to, similarly just like the above example, int, and inside this one we will pass this value here. Okay, and if I check the type of this one, you will see that we are getting a string, we are getting the integer. Now if I take the type of the s1 itself, so this basically is a string value. Okay, if I run this one, you will see that string and integer, right? So in a similar way we can do a lot of things. Now there can be an invalid casting. So invalid casting is basically what happens is that what I do, let me take an invalid string. So I will say invalid underscore string, and now I will say 1 2 3 ABC. Now here we have ABC, which are the characters here. Okay, and if I try to convert this one, then let's see what happens here. So let me go here and I will say equals to integer, and let's pass this invalid string to this one, and now print this invalid string 1. Okay, and run this one. So you see that we got an error here because ABC is not number. This is an invalid string which I'm trying to typecast. Okay, then we have seen the number, we have seen the float. So these are the very basic, understandings. Now, what I'll show you is that how we can convert integer to a complex number. Okay, so integer to a complex number. So I will remove these from here. So I will say num integer num is equals to 10. Okay, and I will convert into a complex num. Okay, so simple. This is very simple. So we have a method, built-in method, complex, and inside that we need to pass this one. And now if we check the type of this one, com underscore num, so you will see that it will be giving us a complex. Okay, and we can also convert typecasting in terms of the booleans. Okay, and if we talk about some advanced casting, so what we can do is that we can cast strings, a list to the strings. Okay, and similarly string to the list. So let me show you example here. So let me create a list here, and this list contains multiple values. Okay, now this is a list. If you want to check the type, just go here again, paste this one, pass this one here in the type, and if you run this one, you will see that this is a list. Now we need to convert this into a string. So again, the same approach. Simply I will say L underscore string something, which is equals to, and we have a built-in function string, and inside this we will be passing this one. And now if I pass this one here, you will see that we will get the string. So in a similar way, if we want to convert a string to a list, again that's a simple. I will take a string. The string is equals to, I will say testing funda. Now I need to convert this into a list. So I will say list underscore string equals to, then we have list, and then inside this I need to pass this string here. Okay, and now if I check the type, so let's see the type of this list underscore string here. So it will give us so we got some error here. So basically it's saying that list object is not callable. Okay, so what we do here, so we have a list. I think we have, let me change the name here so that we don't get conflicts here. So list, this is, you see, the built-in one, and now inside this one we'll pass this str. Okay, and if I now run this, you will get the list. Now you might be wondering that if we are converting a string into a list, how it will look like. So let me print this list underscore str. So the string is testing funda. Now we have converted that into a list. Let's print this one and see. So it should be in the form of the list basically. Okay, so I run this one. So you see that it created a list, and we have testing, then space, then funda. So it converted the string into a list. So this is basically all about the typecasting, which means that converting one data type to another data type. Okay, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 17th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about Python lists in detail. So let's begin. In Python, the lists are basically mutable. They are mutable, which means that after creating a list we can change them. Okay, and basically when we talk about the list, they are ordered collections of elements that can store items of different data types. So list can store different data types, and those data types can be integer, strings, float, and even the list. And when we talk about the list, these are one of the most versatile data structures in Python because they allow you to store and manipulate a sequence of the items. Now let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create a new file, and let's name it as Python list. And now let's start getting a list here. So let's create a list. So basically if we write this thing in a large brackets, this is basically known as a empty list. Okay, and if we want to know the type here, simply go here, print type, and pass this variable here inside this one, Okay, now let's run this one. So you see that this is a list, but this is a empty list. Now let's add the items in this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is basically our integer based list. We can create the same for the strings. So if I go here and I say ABC equals 2, now let's create a string. So ABC comma DEF comma, then we have the third one here, we can say XYZ. Now if I go here and print this ABC, so it will print the complete list which contains the strings only. Okay, now as we know that the list can have a different data types, so let's create a list here which contains a different data types. Let me name this as a mix underscore list, and inside this we can store a different data type. This is an integer, then this is our string, and if I go here 3.67, this is a float value, and this is basically a boolean value. Okay, so this is a mixed list. It contains the different data types here. Now what we need to learn is that how we can access the list elements. So we can access the list element using the indexing here. So in Python uses a zero based indexing. So the first element is at the 0 index. So here this one is on the 0 index, and this testing funda is on the first, then second and third. Okay, now if we want to access these one, so simply I will say print mixed list, and I need to provide the index here. Okay, so I'm printing this one here. So let's run this one. You see that the one is printed. If I go here and change it to 1, now it will print a testing funda here. Also what you can do is that you can do a negative indexing, which means that you can access the elements from the end of the list. Okay, so instead of this one, let me add something else, testing or Python. Okay, now if I need to access the Python which is basically on 0, 1, 2 or 3 index. Okay, so if I go here, the Python should be printed. Now if I do the negative indexing here, minus 1. In this case also, the Python should be printed because this is known as a negative indexing and we are accessing the elements from the end of the list. Okay, now let's modify the list now. Okay, so we have a list on top. Let me copy these lines of code from here and paste it here. Okay, now this is a list which contains numbers. Okay, and now what I'll do is that let me remove this line of code from here. Okay, I'm modifying the list element now. I will say num, and on index 2, so this is 0, 1 and 2. On the index 2 right now we have 3. Okay, and what I'll say, this value should be 10. And now if I print this list, so what we will get here? So we will get 1, 2, 10, 4 and 5. And if I copy this line of code and paste it here, you will see the difference. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, then 1, 2, 10, 4 and 5. Now how this is happening? Because we are printing before changing and this is after modifying. Okay, so that's why we are seeing the difference in the two lists here. Okay, now we have additional methods available in order to do some more work around the list. So for example, if I want to add elements to the list, okay, so what I can do is that I can use append, insert or extend. Okay, so this is a list and this is how we are changing it. Okay, let me remove this line of code from here. And now what I'll do is that using append, I can append one element at the end of the list. So append will do at the end of the list. Okay, so num dot, you see we have append here and I want to append 6 here. And let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here. Now let's run this one. So you see that in the second list we are getting 6 because of this append. Also, if we want to insert an element to a specific index, because append will do at the last of the list. Now if I want to add something in between, so I can do this using the insert, because insert is doing an element at a specific index. Okay, so what I will do, num dot insert. Okay, and I need to tell on which index and what value. Okay, so I will say on index 0, index 1, and the value I want is 25. Okay, and now if I copy this one and paste this one here, so you will see that on the index 1 we have a 25 value now. And also we have another method which is known as extend. Okay, it adds multiple elements to the end of the list. So append will do 1, insert will do on a particular index, and extend will add the multiple elements. Okay, so I will say num dot extend. Now I need to provide a multiple. So when we need to provide a multiple, so we need to use these brackets over here. Okay, so we say that 7, 8, 9, and now if I copy this one and paste it here, so you will see that the multiple values are being added at the end of the list here. So that's how you can add the elements to the list. Now if you want to remove the elements from the list, so how you can do this? So even we have, for removing, we have a different method. So first method is basically remove dot remove. So if I want to remove a value, for example, I want to remove a 25. Okay, so I will say remove 25 from the num, and Then we'll go here and paste it here. So you will see that the 25 has been removed from this particular list. So it removes the first occurrence of the specific element. What this method will do? This will remove the first occurrence of the specific element. Okay. And now we have another method called pop. Okay. Now this pop removes and returns the element at the specific index. So by default is the last element. Okay. So I will say here, let's see, I will say pop underscore element equals to num dot pop, and I'll say pop this 3 from here. Okay. And here print pop item. Okay, and then I will print this num so that we can see the difference over here. So let me run this one. So you see that I have popped the value which is on the index 3. Okay. Now we have another method which is known as clear. Now what this clear will do, it will remove all the elements from the list. Okay. So simply what I will say, num dot clear, num dot clear, and if I print num here, so you will see that it will remove everything from the list here. Now when we talk about the list, we can slice the list. So slicing means that we can retrieve a subset of a list by slicing. This is just like a, if you have a cake and you slice the cake so that you can distribute equal to the different members. So in this way you can slice the list and you can have a subset. You can retrieve a subset. So let me create one new list here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and now I need a subset. So what I'll do is that simply subset equals to, and here I need num1, and now which part needs to be sliced. Okay, so I will say 2:5. 2:5 means that I need a part after 2 and between 2 and 3. Between 2 and 5. So between 2 and 5 is basically 3, 4, 5 here. Okay, so if I go here and print this subset from here, and let me run this one. So you see that we get 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and we can do slicing with the step. Okay, so for example, first value, then skip second, then third value print, then skip fourth. So we can do so after slice after one value. So what we can do is that I will say step underscore slice, and I will say now, and we need to provide double colon and 2, and this will basically step slicing, and you will see the results here shortly. Let me copy and print this one and run this one. You see that 1, then a step, then 3, then a step, then 5, then step, then 7, then step, and 9. So in case in the interviews, if you're being asked from a list to print the odd values, you can use this slicing as well. Okay, now when we talk about the list more, what we can do is that we can create a nested list here. So nested list means that we have a collection of the list. So I will say nested underscore list, and here, so inside this one we need to create a multiple list. So let me copy this one. So this is our first list, then comma, then we can have second list here, and let me paste it here, and then we can have one more here. So I'm copying this one and pasting it here. So you see that we have inside the list we have a list. So we learned that when we are creating a list, the data type can list as well. So if I go back to my notepad, so we can have a different data types, even a list. So here in this particular example, we are having a list inside a list, which is also known as a nested list. Now let's look into some common methods in terms of the list. Okay, so if we talk about this particular num1, so on num1, if you want to find a length or the count of the items, so how can you do this? Basically print, and we have a method called length, and inside this one I need to paste this one. Okay, and if I run this one, so you see that this 9, so 9 is basically a length coming from here. Okay, and if we want to reverse this list, so what you need to do is that simply we have a method called reverse. So num1 dot, you see that we have a method called reverse. Now this will print a reverse of this. Okay, so go here and it says none actually. So why it's saying none here? Let me look into this one. So basically if we remove this from here, instead of directly using this into the print, just remove this one from here and here, just revert this one, and now print num1. Now this time it should reverse this one, and yes, so it's reversed the complete list here. So that's how you can use the list. So lists are, again, basically if I summarize this one, so lists are mutable, they can be changed, they can have a different data types, integer, strings, float, and even the list. And in this particular tutorial we have created the list of different types, mixed list. We have used append, insert, and extend to add the values. We use remove and pop and clear to remove the values. Then we use more method in terms of the list, which are length and reverse, to check the count and reverse the list. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 18th tutorial. And in this particular tutorial we will learn about the tuples in detail. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what are the lists. Here in this particular tutorial we will learn about the tuples in detail. So tuples are basically an ordered collection of elements, and these are basically enclosed with these small brackets, and every element inside this one is separated by comma. For example, 1, 2, 3. So that's how we can create a tuple, and these tuples are basically immutable. So immutable means that they cannot be changed once they are created. So we cannot change, we cannot add an item, we cannot remove an item. And now these are very useful because they are memory efficient, and they are safer to use because when you want to ensure that the collection of the values remains constant throughout the program. So in this particular case, the tuples are the best to use in contrast to the Python list. So now let's go to the PyCharm here, and let me create one new file here. I will name it as Python tuples. Okay, and now the first thing is that we need to learn how to create a tuple. So basically I will say tuple is equals to, in small brackets, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, and we can have a tuple for the strings, for the mix items as well. So I will say tuple 1 is equals to, I will say A, C, comma, B, D. So these are the strings basically, and I'll say TR. Okay, so these are all the tuples, and tuples also contain the mix items. So I will create one more tuple here. Tuple 2 is equals to, so let me copy this from here and paste it here, and the second value I'm getting a numeric value here, and I can take a boolean value here as well. So these all are the tuples here. Now if you want to create a tuple with a single element, there is a trick to do this. So for example, if I go here and if I say tuple 4 is equals to 5, now this is not a tuple here. This will consider as a simple variable here. But if we want to convert this into a single element tuple, then I need to give a comma here. Okay, now but before that, let's go here and print type, and let's find the type of tuple 4, and if I run this one, so you see that it's saying that it's integer, right? It's considering it as a variable type of integer, not a tuple. But if I change here comma here, and if I run this one, now you will see that this is a tuple. Now we can also create an empty tuple. So for example, I can go here, let me copy this one and paste it here. Let me change it to tuple 5, and without providing anything, we can create a tuple. And if I try to print this tuple, what happens? It will be printing the empty tuple here. So if I remove this, if I say tuple 5, and if I run this one, it should, let's remove this line, and now run this one, you see that this is a empty tuple. Now in order to access the elements of the tuple, we can use the indexing over here, just like we did in the list. Okay, so let me copy this tuple from here and paste it here, and let me add more items in this one, and I'm naming it as tuple 6. Now if I want to access the first value, so the first value is 1, which is on the index 0. So how can I access this one? Simply I will say tuple 6 and the index is 0. So this will print a value 1, and it's printing the AC. Why it is printing AC? Okay, so we are actually using a tuple 1 here, so it's basically a tuple 6, and you see the 1 is printed. If we want to print 3, so it's 0, 1, 2, so index 2, and if I run this one, you see the answer is 3. We can also do a negative indexing here, which means -1, -2. So -1 means that we are accessing the last element. Okay, so if I say -1, this should print the 7 here. Okay, and you see the answer is 7 here. So in this way, you can access the different elements of the tuple. Now you can also slice the tuple here as well. So simply, if I say tuple 6, and if I want to slice, so I say 1 comma 1 colon 3. So you will see that it will slice the value between these. So it sliced the value between these. So 1 and 3. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3. So 1 to 3, we have the answer 2, 3 here. Okay, we can also perform different operations on tuple here. So let me create one tuple here, tuple 7, tuple, let me copy this one and paste it here. Let me name it as tuple 7 and it contains 1, 2, 3. Let me copy this one and paste it here and let me name it as 8. So I will change the items here 4, 5, 6. Now what you can do is that you can concatenate 2 or more tuples using a plus operator. Okay, so I will say combine equals to tuple 7 plus tuple 8, and if I go here and print combine, so you will see that it will give me a combined result of 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, 6. So that's how you can concatenate one or more tuples here. Okay, then what you can do is that you can do a repetition as well, and repetition can be done using a static operator, which is multiplication operator. So for tuple 7, if I want repetition here, so repeat is equals to then tuple 7, and how many times I need to repeat this one. For example, I want to repeat it for the 3 times. So 3 times means that 1 to 3, then 1 to 3, and then 1 to 3. So this will be coming up for the 3 times. Okay, so if I go here and print here, so you will see that it will give us an answer 1 to 3, 1 to 3, and 1 to 3. Okay, and we can also do a membership check. For example, if you want to check that an element exists in a tuple or not, this can be done using a in keyword. Okay, so let me create one more tuple here, tuple 9 is equals to, then I'm taking characters here, A, then comma B, then comma C. Now what I need to do is that I need to check that if A exists in this tuple 1 or not. Okay, so print tuple 9, and I want to check what I want to check. I want to check A in tuple 9. Now this will give me a true or the false. If the value exists in the tuple, it will return a true value. If not, it will return a false value. So let me copy this one and paste it here, and let me provide a value which does not exist in this particular tuple. Now if I run this one, you will see that the first one returns as true and the second one returns as false. Okay, now furthermore, we can also count the elements present in this particular tuple. So simply print, then we have this length function, and inside this one I need to pass the tuple. Okay, and if I run this one, so we'll get the answer 3 because this contains 3 items here. So that's how you can work with the tuples. And also, if you want to change this one, we have already covered the session on the typecasting, but if you haven't seen this one, you can convert your tuple into a list. So if I want to convert this one, so we have a tuple, then I need to create a list, so equals to, then we have list, and inside this I need to pass this one. and then if I print this one list, you will see that this has been converted to a list. So in some cases you might need to convert the tuple into the list, so you should be aware how you can convert it. So let me summarize today's session. So we learned that what are tuples. We have created multiple tuples. We have seen that we have how we can check the type of the data type, how we can actually create a tuple with a single value, how we can create a tuple with an empty value. Then we have seen that how to access the different values using the index, even the negative indexing. We have also seen that how we can concatenate the tuples. We have seen how we can do the repetition of the tuples. We have seen the membership in the tuples, and finally we have learned about the length and how we can convert the tuple into the list. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 19th tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn the Python dictionary in detail. So let's begin. In Python, a dictionary is a collection of key value pair. So what this means is that there will be a one key which is mapped with the value, and these dictionaries are basically unordered, and they are mutable. Mutable means that we can change them. Okay, and when we talk about the keys in dictionary, they must be unique and immutable, such as strings, numbers or tuples, whereas values of any data type can be duplicated. Okay, so now let's see how we can create a dictionary. So let's go to the PyCharm here, and let me go here and create a new Python file. I'm naming it as dictionary tutorial. And now in order to create a dictionary, so simply I will say dictionary is equals to, so that needs to be in the curly braces, and here we need to provide a key and the value. Okay, so my first key can be my name. So this is a key, and now it should have some value. I will say testing funder. So this is a simple dictionary we have created over here. And when we talk about the key itself, we can also have a multiple values against that particular key. Okay, so let me remove this one from here, and let's create a proper example here. So I will say like student underscore info, and let's create a student info here. Okay, and we need a key where we need a name of a student, and name of student is testing funder. Okay, and then we need to provide a comma. Now we need to provide a second key and the value. Okay, so here I will say age of this student, so age colon, and now the age is an integer value, so we just need to provide a value over here. Now the third, let's take a grade of a student, so grade colon, and here I will provide a grade. And now when we talk about the key and pair, just I said, we can have a multiple values against a key. So for example, I will say subjects, and now I will provide more than one value against these subjects. And in order to provide them more than one values, I will be using this large brackets over here. Okay, I will say Python, then I will say automation testing, and then I will give a comma, and I will give another value. I will say Selenium. Okay, so that's how we can create a dictionary with the key. The first thing is the key on the left and the value. And now let's print this and see what happens. So simply I will pass this student underscore info here, and let's run this one. So you will see that the complete dictionary has been printed. Now in order to check either it's really a dictionary or not, simply what we need to do is that we need to put this inside a type function. Okay, so it will give us a type of this particular data. Now you see that this is a dictionary over here. Okay, now in order to access the dictionary elements, you see that we have this key, this value, this key, this value. In order to access the values from this particular dictionary, we can either use a large brackets or we have a get method as well. So for example, let me copy this complete line of code from here and paste it here and remove this one from here. Okay, so now it's inside this print. If I say student info, then I need to use a large brackets, and for example I need a name from this one. So simply I will say I need a name, and that name needs to be in quotes. Okay, and if I run this one, you will see that we are getting a value of this particular key here. And similarly we can use a get method over here, and let me copy this one and paste it here. And what I'll do is that simply remove this one. So dot, you will see that we have a get method, and inside get what we need to get, right? So let's go with age this time, and if I run this one, you will see that we will get a value which is 21. And if the key doesn't exist, then what happens? So for example, if I go here and if I run this one, so you will see that we are getting a key error because this key does not exist in this particular dictionary. Okay, what if we are using a get and the key is not present over there? Then what happens? So basically it will give us a none. So that's the difference of using a get method and simply getting a value. Okay, and now if we want to modify a value, okay, so we can also do that. Simply I will say student underscore info, and for example I want to modify the age, then I will say age is equals to 25. And if now I print this school underscore info, you will see that we have a updated age over here, which is 25 now. Okay, previously it is 21, now it's 25 here. Okay, and when we talk about removing the elements, we can also remove the elements from the dictionary. And again, we have different methods like pop, delete, pop item, and clear. So what I will do is that I will pop this. So pop will basically remove the key value pair associated with a given key and returns the value. So I say age is equals to student underscore info dot, then you see that we have this pop, and I want to pop the age from this one. And now I will print age, and then I will print here the complete dictionary over here. So let me copy this one and paste it here. Now let's run this one. So here you will see that the age is no more in this particular dictionary because we have popped out, right? And the popped age is 25, and here you see that there is no key, there's no value of the each. Okay, we can also use the delete, which remove the key value pair as well. So what I'll say now, this time let's delete the grade from here. So delete students underscore info, and I need to delete the grade from here. And now if I print this one, so you will see that the grade is being removed from this particular dictionary as well. Okay, and then we have pop item and clear. So what clear will do is that clear will remove all the key value pairs, leaving the dictionary empty. So let me show you. Simply what I'll do is that student underscore info dot clear. Okay, and now if I print this one, you will see that it would be an empty dictionary over here. Okay, so let me summarize today's tutorial. So basically we learned that a Python dictionary is a collection of key value pair. The dictionary in Python are unordered, they are mutable. Mutable means that we can change the dictionary values and keys. Okay, so in this particular example, we created our dictionary, and in dictionary, this particular key has a multiple values, and then we check the type of this particular data. Then we access the elements. Then we remove the elements. So we have seen different methods throughout this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 20th tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the Python strings in detail. So let's begin. In Python, the strings are basically a sequence of characters. Okay, and by characters means A, B, C. So these are the characters, right? So the string is basically a sequence of characters, and when we talk about strings, they are immutable. So which means that once they have been created, you cannot change them. But what you can do is that you can create the new string from the existing ones. Okay, and you can create a string by providing a single quote like this. You can also do a double quotes. Okay, and you can also use triple quotes. Okay, in this way. So now let's go to the PyCharm and let's create the strings here. And let me create a new Python file. I'm naming it as Python strings. And let's create our first string. I'm naming it as S1. And simply in single quotes, we say testing funda. So this is a string with a single quote. You can also create with a double quote here, and I'll say in double quotes testing funda tutorial. Okay, and when you need to create a string with the multiple lines, then in that particular case you will be using a triple quote. Okay, so I will say s3 equals to triple quote, and inside this one I will say this is Python tutorial, and this is line 1. Then inside this I will say by testing funda, and this is 20th tutorial. So when you have to create a multi-line string, you need to use a triple quote. And now when you want to access these ones, you can access these by the index. and the indexing starts with the 0. But before that, if I go here and simply print this one, and specifically I want to show you the multi-line here. So let's print the third string here. So you see that it's a multi-line print over here. Okay, you see, right? Now what I will do is that simply accessing the string characters from this one. So simply I will say print, and it's an index based, so I will say S1, and from S1 I need a character on the 0 index. So this will basically go to this particular string here, and it will print the t because t is on the 0 index in this particular string. Now if I run this one, you'll see that the t is printed over here, and if I change it to maybe 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and let me go for 4 so that you can see the difference over here. And if I run this one, this time you will see that I will be printed over here. Okay, now when we talk about the accessing the strings, we can also go with the negative indexing. So let me remove this for you. So negative indexing is that we can access the characters from the end of the string. So if I say print, let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and I will say -1. So last value from this one, which is a here. So if I run this one, you will see that a is accessible using the negative indexing. Okay, now when we talk about the strings, you can slice. Slice means that you can break these strings. If you want a specific characters from the string, you can do this. Okay, if you want a substring from this one, you can do this using the slicing. So I simply say print, and I say okay, from S1 I need from 1:4. So index between index 1 and 4. Okay, so you will get EST. Okay. So this is because I have sliced this part of the string here. Okay, and when we are slicing, it is not mandatory to provide the initial and the end. You can provide only the end one, end index, or the starting index. Okay, so if I don't provide here the first index, okay, then see what happens here. You see that it print a test over here, this thing. Okay, because when we are doing this, it will start, because there's no start, so it will automatically pick up from the start till the 4th index. Okay, now if I copy this one and paste it here, and instead of this, if I put a colon after this and run this one, so you see that after the 4 it got printed. So that's how you can slice the string. Okay, and now when we talk about the strings here, you can concatenate the strings. Concatenation means that we can combine the two strings. Okay, so if I change this to, let's take from the Python tutorial. Okay, and if I go here, if I say print, now inside the print I can do this. Even what you can do is that you can first combine or concatenate them and then print. So let me do this. Okay, instead of this, I will say concatenation, and concatenation is that S1, okay, then with the plus sign, and I need a space. So in the double quotes, I will give a space here. So it will add a space between string 1 and then plus, then it will print the string 2. Now if I print the con here, so concatenation, so you will see that testing from the Python tutorial is printed here. Okay, now further what we can do is that we can do a formatting of the string. So formatting of the string can be done in two ways. The most common two methods are basically the f strings and the format. So if I remove these lines of code from here, and let me remove this one, okay, and let's say name is equals to testing funder, and I will say age equals to 30. So here one value is a string and other is the integer, and I want to print a message here. And if I want to provide a message with the variable passing into the string, so I need to use this f strings. So f string means that, but before that, what I will say, okay, this is hello, this is, and if you need to pass a variable, you need to use a curly brackets over here, and I'll say you are dash old, okay. And if I go here, if I print this one, the message one, you will see that it will not pass the variable over here. You will get the whole as a string. It's not getting me the name and the age over here. So in order to do this, we need to use this f string. So this is very simple. Put a f against this one, and now if you run this one, you will see that hello, this is testing funder, you are 30 old. I can put a years over here, which makes more sense. So you see that. Now you can also use a formatting or the format method for this one, okay. And this is again really simple. I'll remove this line of code from here. I will say hello, and then I will leave the empty bracket, and then I'll say you are again the empty, and I will say years old, okay. And now how I can provide my variable values to this particular string. So simply I will say dot format, and inside this I will say okay, you need to pass the name, comma, age. You need to ensure that you would be following the exact sequence. So here name will be going here and age will be going here. So you need to ensure the sequence over here. And if I run this one, you see that hello testing funder, you are 30 years old. So this is basically what we call it as a formatting. So f strings and the format are the common methods for this one. Now when we talk about some common string methods, so you can lower the string, you can upper the string. So what this means is that when I remove this from here, and here you see that this is starting with the capital T, right? So in order to print everything in the lower format, so simply I will say name dot, you see that we have a method called lower, and if I run this one, you will see that everything is written in the small. In the similar way, what we can do is that if you want in a caps, simply instead of lower method, you need to use a method called upper. And if I run this one, you will see that the testing funder is being written in the caps, okay. Now there is another method which is known as strip. So basically what this method will do is that it will remove the trailing spaces. It will remove the spaces at the start and at the end of the string. So if I go here and I will give us space, okay, and if I simply print this one, so you will see that the spaces will also be printed over here, okay. Now if you want to remove this one, simply what you need to do is that you need to go and use this strip method, and it will remove the spaces from start and end as well. Okay. Now you can also replace a substring with another string. So I will say, let me remove the spaces from here, and I will say testing funder and testing funder tutorial on Python. Now this is a complete string. What I need to do is that I need to replace this Python with maybe a Java. Okay, so this can be done in a very simple way. Again, the method is available. So name dot replace, and now we need to tell which part of the string needs to be replaced. Here I will copy this complete Python written over here, and I need to provide what will be the replacement of this one. Okay, I will say let's go with the Java. So you're saying that it's saying this is the old one and this is a new one. And if I run this one, instead of printing testing funder tutorial on Python, it will print testing funder tutorial on Java. So you see that you can replace the substring in this one. And I need to talk more about the Python functions, specific in terms of strings. We have methods like split, we have join. So you can look into these methods, and basically we haven't learned about the classes. So when you talk about Python, so strings is basically a class which contains a different methods. So you don't need to write each and everything in order to work with the strings. So there is escape sequencing, and if you want to find a length of particular string, so if you want the length of this one, so simply what you need to do is that go to here print, and we have a method called length, and inside this I need to pass the object. Okay, so the limit or the length is basically 32. Okay, and you can also do a membership check. So basically you can check if the substring exists in a string using a in keyword. So here we have a string called testing funder tutorial on Python, and now you want to check either this contains Python or not. Okay, this string contains Python or not. So simply I will say Python in name. Okay, and if I run this one, you see that I'm getting a value true because the Python is available. Now what happens if I go with small? So Python is a case sensitive, so it will return false over here. This Python and this Python are two different things. Okay, so you can check the membership, and if I say negate this one, so I will say not in the name, so this time it will return true because this Python is not in this particular string over here. Okay, so furthermore, you can also reverse a string. You can count the occurrence of a character. Okay, so let me give an example over here. If you want to find the occurrence, okay, so simply go here. I will say print, sorry, write it again, print, and when we talk about the occurrence, so I will say, so before printing this one, so simply I will say count is equals to name dot count. Now for example, I need to count how many times the T is appearing in this particular tutorial, so I will provide a T, and I'm providing a small t over here. Okay, and now if I go here and print count, so it will give me a count of the small t over here, which is 4. So this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you see that this capital T doesn't got included in this one because Python is a case sensitive one. So you can also loop into these strings as well. So we haven't learned the loops and the functions. So in our upcoming tutorial, once we learn those things, we will also try to loop and create the functions which will help you in different ways. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 21st tutorial, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the if-else statement in detail. So let's begin. In Python, the if-else statement is used as a control structure. Okay, so when we talk about the control structure, which means that they will help in decision making. Okay, so basically when you use the if-else statement, it will use as a control structure which will do a decision making within your program. Now what this means, it means that it will allow the execution of certain block of code based on the conditions. Okay, so if the condition is true, one block of code will execute it, or if the condition will not met, it will execute the other block of the code. Okay, so when we talk about the control structures, because these are the mechanisms that allow the flow of execution in a program to change. Okay, and when we talk about the basic structure of if-else statement or the syntax, the syntax is very simple here. So we said if, here we will have a condition. If condition will meet, here we have a certain code. Okay, and then if condition doesn't meet, it will go to else, and here the else block of code will execute. Okay, so if the condition is true, this block of code will work, else this block of code will work. Now let's take a real-time example here in order to understand the if else. For example, if I ask you just go to the market and buy apples. Okay, and in this statement, I'm just asking you to buy the apples. You will go to the market and buy the apples. But what if there is no apples available in the market? So I will rephrase my statement. Just go to the market and buy apples if apples are available. Okay, and if apples are not available, then buy the oranges. So here I'm using the conditional base statement for you. Just go to the market. If apples are available, buy the apples. If not, then buy the oranges. So when you go to the market, you have to decide based on the condition. Okay. Now let's take some examples. Let me open the PyCharm over here and let me create one new Python file here. I will say this as if else. And now let's take a number, and number is 10. Now we need to find that if this number is positive or negative. Okay, so positive means the number is greater than 0, and negative means the number is less than 0. So, and here we have defined a number which is static. Here we are not taking a user input. So simply what we'll say, if number is greater than 0, okay, then you will say print, and this is positive number. Okay, and now if this is not true, because in this case this is true because 10 is greater than 0, so this statement should print here. Okay, now if this is not the case, go to the else body and print the number is negative. Okay, the number is, this is negative. Okay, now if I run this one, you'll see that the positive, this is a positive number, has been printed because 10 is greater than 0. If I do a minus 10 here, now the number is less than 10, so this block of code will execute it here. In the case of true, this block got executed. Now in case of false, this block of code will be executed over here. If I run this one, you see that this is a negative number, right? So this is a very basic example over here. Now what happens here if the user provides 0 over here? If I provide 0 over here and run this one, and this is saying that this is a negative number. Now logically 0 is neither a negative nor is a positive. 0 is 0. Okay, now we need to handle this thing in this particular line of code here. And how we can do is that we have one more statement which is else if. So the structure would be now, instead of this one, now structure would be if, then else, if, and then else. So if statement, then else if, then else. Okay. Now if I go back here and let me remove these lines of code and let's rewrite again. So if number is greater than 0, okay, print, and we need to print is positive. Okay, now we need to use else if. Now in this block of code, else if, we have another condition if number is equals to 0, because this condition was not catered previously. Now we need to cater this condition as well. Okay, so if user provides 0, or if the number is 0, then in this case it should print that this is 0. And if even this is not the case, then in else it should print that it's a negative over here, and I will say negative. Okay, now if I run this one, you will see that this is 0 will be printed. Now if I provide 10, it will print positive. If I provide negative 10, it will say negative. So you can check the different condition using the if else, and based on the condition it will execute that particular block of the code. Now what we can do is that we can use a nested if conditions. Nested means inside the if we will be writing another if condition. Now what you need to do is that you need to check that the number is positive as well as the number is greater than 50. Okay, so let me remove these lines of code from here, and let's take a number which is greater than 50. Let's take 100, and I will say if number is greater than 0. Okay, now say print this is positive. Right, and if now inside this if statement I need to write another if statement. Now in this if statement I will say if number is greater than 50, sorry, we don't need to do this. If number is greater than 50, now what we need to do is that we need to print that number is greater than 50. So this is the if statement inside a if statement. Okay, and now finally we have a else statement over here, and here we will say number is not positive. Let me copy this one and paste it here, and I will say number is not positive. Okay, now if I run this one and see what happens, so the number positive is printed and number is greater than 50, because when your code go inside this one, it got through this, it went under this code and printed the positive. Now we are inside the if, we have another if, so it will go to this line of code and check if the number is greater than 50. It will say the number is greater than 50. And if we go here and say 45, now let's see what happens over here. So only the positive got printed, because the reason is that only this if else got executed, because here it got false. That's why this particular line of code not got executed. Okay, so that's how the nested if else work. Okay, so now let's take some real-time example which might be helpful more in understanding this one. So I will say real if else. Now let's take an example. You use multiple different kinds of the application where you need to log in, and now how that login works, basically when the user name and the password both matches, then it should allow you to log in. else it should not allow you to log in. Okay, let's take example. Username equals to admin and password is equals to admin. Okay, now let me change to admin123. Okay, now I will put a condition. If username is equals to again admin, then and password, because both needs to be correct. Okay, both needs to be valid, and password equals to admin123. If this is the case here, then print login successfully. And in the case of else over here, it should print. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. I will say login failed. Okay, now if I run this one, you will see that login successfully is printed over here. And if I change this to, for example, admin1, now if I run this one, this will say login failed, because the code is checking that if the username is password, if the username is admin and the password is admin123, then in this particular case, it should log in into the system. Else it should say login failed. So let me summarize this one. The if-else statement is basically one of the fundamental in decision making in the programming languages. It helps to control the execution flow of the program based on the conditions. And for this, we use if to check the conditions, add else if for the multiple conditions, use else to handle everything else if no conditions are true. So that's how you can work with the if-else in the Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and this is our 22nd tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn for loop in detail. So let's begin. For loops are used to iterate over the sequence. So they are used to iterate over the sequence. Okay, so the sequence can be the list, the tuple, or a string. So these all are basically a sequence. Okay, and in Python we can directly access the elements. Directly access the elements in sequence. Okay, now let me show you a syntax for the for loop in the Python, which is very simple. For variable in sequence. Okay, so here this variable is used to store a value when we are iterating over the sequence. So again, the sequence can be list, tuple, or strings, and when we are iterating, because sequence contains more than one value, so for every iteration we need a variable to store a value. Okay, the current item of that particular iteration needs to be stored. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm here and let's create a new file. I'm naming it as for loop. So first what we will do is that I will create a list and then we will iterate over the list. Okay, so let's take an example of fruits, and I'm creating a list over here, and I'll say apple, comma, grape, comma, cherry. Okay, now this list contains 3 fruits. Now I need to iterate over this sequence, which is a list, simply for. Now as per the syntax I need a variable, so you can use any variable. So let me use a fruit as a variable over here in. Now I need to provide where I need to iterate, which sequence I need to iterate over here. So the fruits is basically a list or a sequence on which I need to iterate. Okay, so that's it. Simply now go here and print the fruit. So what this will do, it will go to this particular sequence, it will pick up the apple, save it into the fruits, then we'll print the apple, then grape, and then cherry. So it will automatically detect how many times this loop needs to be executed. Okay, we don't need to use like a equals to 0 and a is less than 1 like the other programming languages. Python is really smart, so that's how it works in the Python. Okay, so you see that apple, grape, and cherry got printed. Now let me convert this into a tuple. Okay, and this is a tuple. Now again, if I run this one, you will see that the apple, grape, and cherry got printed over here. Now when we talk about loops, so string is basically a sequence as well, so we can iterate over the strings as well. So let me create a string over here. So I will say word is or programming equals to Python. Okay, now we can actually iterate over this one. Okay, again it's very simple. For I'll say letter in programming and simply if I go here and say print and print the letter, so it will print Python because it will iterate against each character over here, you see. Okay, now we can also iterate over the dictionaries. Now when we talk about the dictionaries, so basically dictionaries contains both key and the value. Okay, so let me create one dictionary over here. So person is equals to, and let's take key name and the value we say testing funder. Okay, and now we can go with the second key and we say, for example, the key is channel and the value. So the value is, we say, for example, software testing. Okay, and we say we can take any other key here as well, like for example age colon, and the value of the age is maybe 5. Okay, now we can iterate through dictionary, and before that let me show you that this is actually a dictionary. Just go here in the print type and pass this person here. Okay, and if I run this one, you will see that we got a dictionary over here. So this is a complete dictionary where we have the first thing is the key, the second thing is a value, key value, key value. Okay, now let's iterate over this one. For key and person and print, so I need to print key comma person and then the key. Okay, so it will print the key and the person, and from the person it will bring up the keys from here. Okay, so you will see that we got name testing funda, channel software testing, and age 5. So basically that's how you can use the for loop to iterate over the sequence. Let me summarize this again. And so basically loops are used to iterate over a sequence, and these sequences can be lists, tuple, strings, dictionary, and we can directly access the element in a sequence just like we did. We say for, we need a variable, and we are actually looking into that particular sequence, and that's what we did here. So in our first example we did for the list, then here we use tuple, then here we iterated over the string, then we iterated over the dictionary. And in our upcoming tutorial we will cover the nested for loop, and we will also cover some more topics around the for loop. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation Testing series, and this is our 23rd tutorial, and in this tutorial we will learn about the nested for loop. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what is for loop and how for loop works. Now we need to learn that what are the nested for loop. So nested for loop is basically a loop inside another loop. So basically it's loop inside another loop. So there will be two loops. So one is known as outer loop and other is known as inner loop. Now these nested loops will be helpful when you need to iterate over multiple sequences such as lists, tuple, strings and dictionaries. Okay, now let's talk about the syntax, because here we have two loops. One is the outer loop and one is the inner loop. So the syntax is basically syntax. Let me write a syntax for you. So now I'm writing for the outer loop. So I need some variable to store a value for the outer loop. So outer variable in outer underscore sequence. Now again here the sequence can be string, list. Okay, and inside this we will be having another loop for, and then we need a variable to store a value for the inner loop. Okay, so inner underscore variable in inner sequence. Okay, so this is basically a code syntax for the inner loop. Here in this particular part you will be writing a code for the inner loop. Okay, code to execute. Okay, so this is basically a syntax. Now let's take a practical example to understand how this outer and inner loops work. Okay, so let's go to the PyCharm here and let me open a project for this one. So Python for Automation Testing series, and now let me create new Python file. I am naming it as nested for loop, and let's take a sequence. Let's take a list first. So I will take numbers, and here I will be having a multiple items or the values. Now I will be using a nested for loop. First I will be writing the outer loop. Okay, and then I will be writing a inner loop. So for num, this is a variable which is an outer variable in nums. Okay, now inside this I will be writing another loop. Okay, so I will say for I, again this is a variable, and here I'm taking a range between 1, 4. So the values will be between 1 to 3 here. Okay, now once I have this, now I need to write a code here. So let me simply print num comma I. So let's run this and see what we get. So you see that we are basically getting 1 1 1 2 1 3. So how this loop is working, let's understand line by line. Okay, so this for loop, which is an outer loop, okay, it will grab value 1 and save in this particular variable for the first iteration. Okay, and then that's why it is printing 1 here. Okay, because this one. Now this inner loop will work for this iteration. So in the first iteration we get 1. Okay, now inner loop will execute between 1 and 4, which is 1, 2 and 3 values basically. So first it will execute once for this one, and this will complete. So let me summarize or simplify this thing more in order to make you understand. This outer loop will execute and this will give a 1 value. Now once we get 1, this loop will execute for 3 times because it contains a range 1 to 4. That's why we are getting 1 1 1 2 1 3. Now again it will go to the outer loop. Okay, this time you will get a 2 value, and this inner loop will execute completely for 2, and here there are 3 values, so it will again run for the 3 values, which is 1 2 and 3. And similarly in the third time you will get a 3 value for this outer loop, and then it will execute completely in the inner loop and it will generate all the values. That's why we are getting 3 1 3 2 and 3 3. Okay, now let's take an example of tuple here. Let me remove these lines of code from here. Now in this particular example, I will be iterating first into the tuple, and then inside that tuple I will be iterating over the string. So let me create a tuple for fruits, and here I'm creating a tuple. Simply I will say apple, comma, then I say banana, then I say any entire fruit. Let's take mango. Okay, now this is a tuple. So simply first we will write an outer loop here, take a variable, outer variable, and we will be iterating over the fruits over here. Now in the when first loop will execute, it will grab apple and save this into the fruit. Okay, and now I am writing a inner loop because this inner loop will execute every single time for the outer loop. Okay, so for, let's take an example of letter in, and I will say fruit, because in fruit I will get this apple. Now I'm running an inner loop on this fruit. Okay, and when you get apple in the fruit, this means now we have a string which is apple. Okay, and now we are iterating over an apple. So in apple we have A, P, P, L, E. Okay, so first outer loop, first value apple, and then because we are using an inner loop, so inner loop will be executed on the string apple, and we will get every character of this one. Okay, so I will say print. What we need to do is that we need to print a letter, because in this letter variable we are getting, first we are getting A, then P, P, then L, then E. Okay, and now we'll be using ends equals to, because after everyone we need a space over here. So and here I will give a space over here, and once this will be done, finally I need to use a print for the new line after each root. Okay, now let's run this one. So you will see that we get apple, banana and mango. So the first is basically we're giving a space over here, and if I remove this space from here and run this one, you see that there's no space between the characters here. And this print is basically we are going with the empty. So what it will do is that it will create a new line after each fruit. So now let me summarize this thing for you. Let me go here. So basically we learned about the nested for loop. So it's a loop inside another loop. So we have two loops, outer loop and inner loop, and syntax is already mentioned over there. So the first for this, there's one thing which I need to write over here for you. So for iteration outer loop, okay, there is the first iteration, and then all iteration for inner loop will execute for this loop 1, okay, inner loop, and we will be executing all the iterations, okay. It can be 1, 2, 3. So first iteration only, and inside that all iterations of inner loop, then go to the outer loop again, then all iterations of inner loop. So that's how inner loop works in this nested loop concept. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about for loop control statements. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials, we learned about the for loop and the nested for loop. Now there is one more concept regarding the for loop control statements. There are three control statements. One is break, the other one is continue, and third one is else. So let me go to the notepad here. So the first one we will talk about is the break statement. The second one we will be talking about a continue statement, and the third one is basically else one. Okay, now let's talk about the break first. So what this statement will do is that it will terminate the loop when the condition is met. Okay, so basically it will terminate the loop when condition is met. Okay, so whenever we use this break condition and the condition is met in the for loop, so it will terminate the loop. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new file here. I'm naming it as break statement. Okay, and simply what I will do is that I will create a simple for loop here for number. Okay, and I'm taking a range here, so range, and the number range is from 1, 10. Okay, and inside this one I will be using my condition here. I will be using the if statement here. Okay, so if number is equals to 5, okay, then what I will do is that I will say print number is, and here I will print the number. And now after this, I'm not using any kind of a statement, break statement over here. Okay, and finally I'm using a print statement over here at the end. Okay, and let's run this one without using the break statement. So what happened is that it started with the first loop, it printed the 1, 2, 3, 4, and number is 5 because this condition is met against the 5, and this statement got printed over here, right? And then it continues toward the rest of the loop. But what if I use break over here? So as break, when the condition will be met, it will terminate the loop. This is the definition. So let's run this one. You see that after the condition is met, no further iteration got executed against the break statement. So that's how this break statement works. Now when we talk about the continuous statement, so if I go to Notepad again here, so in the continuous statement, what happens is that it will skip the current iteration. It will skip the current iteration and move to the next one. Okay, so this continuous statement will work in this way. So let me go here, and instead of using this particular, so let me create one new file instead of changing this one. So let me create a new file here, and I will say continue. And here again, let me take a loop for, and let me copy the loop which we just created for the break statement, and where it goes. So this is the one. So let me copy this one and paste it here. And now instead of using this particular statement, let me change the statement for here. So I say if number mod 2 equals to 0. If number mod 2 is equals to 0, then you need to skip. Okay, and I'm removing this from here, and instead I will be removing this line. Okay, so this is the code over here, right? So print this one if this is one, and there is no condition. Okay, so what I will just say continue and run this one. So you see that now when number is divided by 2 and the remainder is 0, that particular iteration got skipped. 2 is divided by 2, 0, right? Same goes for the 4, same goes for the 6, same goes for the 8, and that's why it skipped that particular iteration and went to the other one. So that's why 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9 got printed, because we are using the range from 1 to 10 over here, right? So I hope you have understand the difference between the break and the continuous statement. Now when we talk about the else, so basically this else will work as just like we are using with the if and else, but here only if the loop completes all the iterations without encountering a break statement. That's the only thing. So let me write it down for you. The thing which we need to understand over here is basically only if the loop completes all iterations without encountering a break statement, which we have just learned. Okay, now so simply what I will do is that I will go back to the PyCharm and let me create a new file again over here, new file, and I will say for else, and let me copy the code from here. Let me copy the code and paste it over here, and instead of this one, let me remove the lines of code from here, and I'll say okay, for this one just print the number, and we are not giving any kind of a condition over here, and simply move to the else statement, which is out of the for loop here, and again here print, and I'm saying that loop completed successfully. Okay, so if I run this one, you will see that after executing all the loop values over here, then after this it got executed. Okay, so that's why we got this particular results. Now we can use else with the break statement over here, and let me remove these lines of code from here because it depends on how it works with the break as well. Now what I will say if number is equals to 3, if this is a condition, then print and we say breaking the loop, and let's type the number over here because we need to identify, okay, wait, it got breaked. And after this, let's add a break statement over here, and now print the number, and after this we will go to the else, and here simply print that loop completed successfully. Loop completed successfully. And now if I run this one, you will see that 1 and 2, and then the loop got break, and you see that this time, because the condition has been met, that's why it didn't went to the else block. That's why it didn't printed this particular statement. So that's the basically a difference between the continue, break, and else statement for the for loop. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series, and in this particular tutorial we will be learning about while loops. So let's begin. So what is while loop? A while loop in Python repeats a block of code as long as the given condition is true. So let me write it down for you here as well. So basically it repeats a block of code as long as the given condition is true. So this means that if the condition becomes false, the loop stops. So if the condition becomes false, the loop stops. Okay, and now when we need to use a loop, because we know that there's a for loop, and then we are now learning about the while loop. So what is the difference between the for and while, and why we need to use a while loop? So in the case of for, we know the exact number of iterations which needs to be executed, and in the case of while, when we don't know how many times a loop should run, so there's a difference, because in the while we don't know, and unless the condition is true, it will keep executing, and once the condition will false, it will terminate the loop. That's why the syntax always start with like while, and then first it will check a condition over here, and then here it will run a block of code. Okay, so this how the while loop work, and this is the basic syntax for the while loop here. Now let's go to the PyCharm here, and let me create a new file. I will name it as while loop, and let's start with the very basic example. So let me take num equals to 1. Now while num is less than and equals to 5, this is condition. Now this loop will keep executing when we are getting the true, and once we get the false from this statement, the loop will be terminated or the stop. Okay, so go to the body, and here do the block of code. So I'm just printing the number over here. Okay, and now I'm doing some increment, because when we are doing a loop, so that right now we have 1, then I will be incrementing 2, 3, 4, and this loop will keep running unless this particular statement will get a false. Okay, and here I will say num plus equals to 1. So that's a loop. So here we are incrementing the value, and then keep checking, and once this statement becomes false, then it will not go to this block of the code. And if I run this one, so you will see that we have printed successfully 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because When we execute this loop for the first time, 1 is less than or equal to 5, that's true. That's why it printed 1. Then it incremented one value. Now we have num equals to 2. So 2 is less than or equals to 5, which is true. That's why we got the 2 here. And similarly 3, 4 and 5. 5 is less than or equal to. Here we have two conditions, less than or equal to. So if less than is not true and if equals true, so here equal will be considered over here. And that's why we got 5 printed over here as well. Okay. Now when we talk about the while loop, just like the for loop, we have the control statements over here. We have the break, we have continue, and we have else over here. So now let's write a simple example over here using the break. Okay, and we know that how break works. So as soon as the condition will meet, it will break the loop. Okay, so simply if I go here, if I say if num is equals to 3, then print. Okay, and here's I will say okay, stop the loop, because as soon as the condition will meet over here in the if condition, it will break. So I'm printing this one and I will say it okay, break when the condition is meet. And then in the if statement, I will be printing the num over here, and at the end I will be keep incrementing just like in our previous example. So simple num plus equals to 1. Okay, and if I run this one, so you will see that we have got 1, 2 and then stop the loop, because 1 is less than or equal to 5, true, it went into this block, and check that 1 is equals to 3, which got false. That's why it go to the second loop. Then it checks 2 is less than or equal to 5, which is true, 2 is equal to 3, no. That's why it went to the third iteration, where it says 3 is less than or equal to 5, yes. Then it went into this particular code of the line, and it says 3 is equals to 3, yes. Now break the code. You don't need to go to the other iteration, because now this particular condition has been met. So that's how this break works. Now we have another thing called continue over here. So what continue will do is that basically it will skip that particular iteration where the condition meets. Okay, so let me remove this lines of code from here, and simply let's start with 0 this time. And I say while num is less than 5, then I will say num plus equals to 1, and then I'm going to the condition if num is equals to 3. Okay, so I will say okay, print, and here I'm saying okay, skip third iteration. Okay, and now I will be using a continue statement over here. Okay, and print this one. So in this particular case, when the condition meets, it will skip that particular iteration and then continue. Okay, so if I print num over here, you will see that it will skip the third iteration over here. So okay, so here we need a column, and now run again. So you see that we got 1, 2, and in this particular 3 is not got printed because here the condition is true, and that's why this particular iteration got skipped, and we got this printed over here, and then 4 and 5. So this is the difference between the break and the continue in this particular while example. Now we have a third thing which is known as else. Just like we used else in the for loop, we can use that in the while loop over here. So let me remove these lines of code from here, and here let's take 1, and I'll say while num is less than equals to 3, and I will say print. Okay, and here I will say print num, and then num plus equals to 1, we are doing increment, And then once this condition will be false, it will go to the else block over here, and then it will say this block of code will be executed. So I'll say this is else after while loop. Okay, and if I run this one, you see that 1, 2, 3 got printed, and then also this else statement got printed. Now, so what is the concept of else? So once this will become false, the upper part of basically loop will give us false, then in that particular case it will go to the else statement. So that's how you can work with the else, continue and break using the while loop. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about arrays. So let's begin. First, let's understand about the arrays. So in Python, an array is a collection of elements where all the elements have the same data type. So let me go to the notepad here and write it down. So array is basically a collection of elements having same data type. And when we talk about the list, so list is also can store the multiple elements, but of the different data types as well. And when we talk about arrays versus list, the arrays are more structured. So more structured, and they are more efficient because in terms of working with the large data set. So efficient when you are working with large data set of same type. However, in Python, the Python does not have a built-in array data type like the other programming languages. But what we can do is that we can use the array module to create and work with the arrays. So let's see how we can create and work with the arrays. So let's go to the PyCharm over here and let me create one new file. I'm naming it as arrays. So when we talk about the arrays itself, so first thing is that we need to import and we need to import array. So after importing this, we can create the array. So array is equals to array dot array, and here I need to use our type code for the signed integers if we are getting the array of the integers here. So I comma, now here we will be giving the values which will initialize, okay, for the array. So let's say 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, and now let's go here and print this array and run this one and see what happens. So you see that the array has been printed over here. Okay, and when we talk about accessing the array elements, so simply what we can do is that because array is index based, so we can access the element based on the index. So ARR, which is our variable name over here, and for example the first value which is based on the 0 index over here, if I run this one, you see that we got the value 10. Now what we can do is that we can do the slicing over here as well. So simply let me copy this one, paste it here, and I say for example 1:4. We have already explained what is slicing and how slicing works. So I'm just executing this statement just to show you that we can slice the array here as well. So you can see that we have now 20, 30 and 40 based on our slicing criteria, which is 1:4. And also what we can do is that the array is mutable, which means that we can append, insert, remove, and pop from the array. And what I can do is that simply I can append. So I'll say ar dot append, and let's append a value. And if I print this array again, you will see that this time you will get a 60 value here as well. Now if we want to remove the value, so what I'll do is that ar dot, then we have a method called remove, and the value which we need to remove, for example, we need to remove 30 from this one, so it will now remove the 30 from the array. And if I print this one, you will see that there is no more 30 in this particular array. Now when we talk about array more, so what we can do is that we can traverse. Traverse means that we can loop through the array elements. So what I will do is that simply write a loop for element in array, and simply I'll say print. So it will iterate through each of the array element, and it will print every element from the array. So if I run this one, you will see that 10, 20, 40, 50, and 60 got printed. And for example, and if you want to search for an element, we can use the index method. Okay, so what this means is that if I go here and go to the print and say ar dot index, and index for the value 20. Okay, and if I run this one, you will see that it will give me an index value. So this 20 is basically on the index 1. If I go here, you will see that 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I go to, let's say we have 50, right? So if I ask for the 50 over here, you will see that we will get the index value 3. So let me summarize this arrays for you. And if I go back here, so arrays are basically a collection of elements having the same data type, and they are more structured, they are more efficient when you have to work with a large data set of the same time. In contrast, list is also a collection of elements, but of the different data types as well. Okay, and this is a basic difference. And in order to use the arrays, what we did is that we use this array module. We imported this one, we created the array, we actually access the values, slice it, append the value, remove the value, iterate over the array elements. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about the functions in Python. So let's begin. So what are the functions? So function is basically a block of reusable code that performs a specific task. Okay, so basically it's a block of reusable code that performs a specific task. So when we talk about the functions, so functions help to break down a large task into the smaller manageable pieces and allow us to execute a code only when they are called. Okay, so we need to call a function when we need to execute a function. Okay, so when we talk about why we need a function, so basically code reusability. So code reuse. So basically, so we will be writing a function once and reuse as many times as we want. So let's take an example. So for example, you are working on an application, and in application there are 10 pages where you need to add the two numbers. Okay, now one approach is that for every page you just go and write a code. So let me write down here. So you need to write a code 10 times for adding numbers. So this is one approach. And second is that write once and call 10 times. So the second line here represents a function over here. So we will be writing the add function. Now 10 times we will be calling and adding the numbers. So write once and reuse multiple times. The second thing is that it creates a module. So basically we are breaking down the code into the functions which help us to organize the things into a small modules, which makes it cleaner and more understandable. Okay, and when we talk about the function itself, functions enable us to hide the complex logic behind a function call, which makes it simplify the code usage. Last but not the least, by defining a reusable functions, we reduce the repetitive task code, which enhances the maintainability. So these are the couple of things for which we should be using the functions over here. So when we're talking about the functions, so basically whenever you need to write a function, you need to use a keyword called def. Then you need a name of function, and then body of function mainly. Okay, so what this particular function will perform. Now let's go to the PyCharm over here and start writing very basic functions. So let's go here and I'll say functions 1, and let me create a very basic function over here. So def, and let's see, I'm creating a greet function. And what this greet function will do, basically here def is a keyword, this is the name of function, and then here the body of the function. So in the body we will be, let's suppose we are just printing that hello, welcome to testing funda. Okay, now if I go here and run this one, it will not print anything over here, because as we learned that in order to execute a function we need to call a function. So how we can call? Simply we say greet, and that's it. Now you see that it says one usage here. If I run this one, now you will see that we are getting this one. And as we learn that write once and use multiple times, so if I copy this from here and let me paste for multiple times over here. So if I run this one, you will see that this particular line has been printed multiple times. Okay, so we just need to write once and call as many times as we want. So this is a very basic function. Now let's go to some other examples. And when we talk about the function itself, functions can be parameterized. Parameterized means that we need to provide an arguments or the parameters, and when we call it, then we need to provide the arguments. Okay, so basically if I go here and let me create one new file, and I'm naming it as functions2, and this time we will be creating a parameterized function. And let's take a very basic example for the add function. So I will say def add numbers, and now obviously we need to add numbers, so we need to provide the numbers. So for that I will be taking a argument over here, num1, num2, okay, because I need to add two numbers. And here I will say what this will do. So basically when we are creating the parameterized function, we have also a concept of return. So return means that I will say that okay, what this function will return when I call this one. So I need to call this function with the parameters. Okay, I will give this function two numbers. Then what this function needs to do. So basically I will say okay, I'm giving you two numbers. In return you need to give me a sum of that numbers. So in this way there's a keyword called return. So this particular function will return num1 plus num2. Now the function is ready. So simply I will say sum is equals to, okay, and now I'm just calling my function add numbers, and here this particular function needs two values basically. So whichever number I want to add here, I will say 5, 7. So you see that this is num1 and this is num2, and I will simply print this sum over here. So if I run this one now, so you will see that we are getting the answer 12. So in the similar way, I can use it as many times as I want. I will say sum1, and here I say 34, 7, and then I will print sum1, and you will see that we are getting the values. So basically this is a very simple parameterized function with the return value. So we are saying that this function should return us num1 plus num2. Okay, and when we are talking about the types of functions, so there are two types of function. So basically if I go here and write over here, so one are basically built-in functions and one are basically user-defined function. User-defined functions. So built-in, basically when we talk about the Python has numerous built-in functions. So if I talk about this print, basically if I go back here, so this print is basically a function, right? Then there is a length, there is sum. So there are so many functions available in the Python which are built-in, provided by the Python. And there are other functions which we create, which we call it as a user-defined functions. So here this add underscore numbers is a user-defined function. Okay, so when we talk about the parameters and the arguments, so parameters are the variables. So these are basically the parameters. Okay, these are because here these are treated as a variables. So parameters are the variables listed in the function definition. So this is a function definition, right? And when we talk about the arguments, so people always confuse with the parameters and the arguments. So parameters are these, and arguments which are we providing as a value here when we are calling the function. So these here 5 and 7 is basically the arguments over here. So these are the parameters, num1, num2, and 5 and 7 are basically the arguments over here. And when we talk about, let me give you more examples around the functions for the return value. So let me go here and create another function file, and let's suppose you want to create a function which multiplies a number. So simply def, I will say multiply, and so it should multiply a comma b. Okay, and it should return a into b. Okay, and simply here we say like multiplication or the result. Simply I say result is equals to, so I will call the function and I will provide the two values like 5, 4. Okay, and if I print this one, you will see that it will give us a 20 result over here. So let me copy this one, paste it here. You will see that we are getting 20. So here again, let me repeat, this is a keyword to define a function, name of the function. Here we are providing a variables which are known as the parameters, and then this is a return because this function will return a into b, and here the value 5 and 4 is basically an arguments we are providing to this particular function. Okay, and in some cases, for example, there is a concept of a default parameter values. Okay, so if the parameter is optional, we can assign it a default value if no argument is provided for that particular parameter. Okay, so what this means is that I simply remove this one. I will say let's create one function. So greet underscore user, and here now, so what I did is that we need to provide name equals to guest. Okay, so I will explain this shortly. What does it mean? Okay, so here outside this one we need to provide this, And if I say print, now again the print is also a function. So we say hello and then plus and say name, then we say plus, then exclamation mark. Okay, and once we are out of this, so basically here if I call this one, so basically you see that if I call this one, what happens? So it will take guest as a default argument because I'm not providing any kind of the argument over here. So if I run this one, so you will see that hello guest is printed. But at the same time, what I can do is that if I provide a name, then what happens? So I will say, for example, testing panda. So it will also work over here. Okay. In case if user is not providing a value or the argument to the function, then in that case it will go with the default value. Okay, so you can also go with the nested functions, like writing a function inside a function. So let me create one more file over here and say nested functions, and here basically we are saying that we are creating a function inside another function. Okay, so we said let me write outer function, and what this outer function will do, it can do anything. Okay, but in the simple words, inside this I can write another function. I say, for example, def and inner function, and this inner function will return, for example, it will return, and I say for example, I am inner function. Okay, and if I go here and print, so I will say inside main function, or the, let me write it as outer function. Okay, and now let's print, and inside the print what I'll do is that I will call this inner function. Okay, and then after this I will call the main function. Okay, main or my outer function. Okay, so if I run this one, you will see that I'm getting both the values inside outer function, this one, and I am inner function, which belongs to this one. So basically you can write function inside a function, which is known as the nested functions. And also there is other way of writing the function, which is known as the lambda functions. So lambda function is an anonymous function expressed in a single line. And now when we're writing the function in a single line, it's useful for a simple kind of the operations. So let me create one new file and say lambda function. And when we talk about the lambda function itself, so simply let me write one liner. Basically, let's calculate the square. Square equals to, we need a keyword called lambda x colon x. So basically I'm typing this x colon x in, and this is the square x double static 2. This is the formula, and that's it. Now simply this is a one-liner function basically, which is known as a lambda function. So here I will say, let's suppose, let me call this one square, and square of, for example, 5. Okay, so I'm just calling this square function inside the print, so that we will not be writing a separate print statement for this particular function. Okay, you say that we are getting the 25. So basically a lambda function is an anonymous function expressed in a single line, and this is useful when we need to write a very simple operations, just like this one. Okay, so let me summarize this today's tutorial. So basically what we have covered is that what are functions, why they are used, how to define and call a function, parameters, arguments, return values, default parameters, network functions, and the lambda functions. So if I go here, so basically function is a block of reusable code that performs a specific task. So code reusability, maintainability, easy to read, easy to write, easy to call. Okay, and when we have to define a function, def keyword is used, the name of the function, the body of the function. Okay, and there are two type of functions, built-in functions and the user-defined. Built-in, which are provided by the Python language, and user-defined are those which we are writing over here. And when we talk about the difference between parameters and the arguments over here, so basically if I go back here, so let me show you. So these are the parameters, num1, num2 are the parameters, and here 5 and 7 are basically the arguments. So we can also go with the default functions, where we have, what we did is that in terms of default, we provide a default parameter. So here our default parameter. So if we are not providing any kind of arguments, then by default value will be used over here. So this is all about the functions in Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this part of automation testing series, and in this particular tutorial we will be learning about object-oriented programming, and specifically we will be learning about the classes and objects. So let's begin. So what is object-oriented programming? So object-oriented programming, which is known as OOP, is basically a programming paradigm that uses the objects to represent the data and the methods. So whole object-oriented programming revolves around the objects because they help to organize the code into the reusable structures. Now when we talk about the OOP, so basically you will be hearing a lot about the classes and the object. Now what is a class? So class is basically a blueprint for creating the objects. It defines a set of attributes, which is data, and the methods, which is functions, that created objects will have. A class encapsulates the properties and the behaviors of the objects. An object is basically an instance of the class. When the class is defined, no memory is allocated until an object of that class is created. Okay, so in simple words, basically a class is a blueprint. Let me give you a real-time example. If you want to develop your house, so first you go to the architect. It will design an architecture of your house on the paper or some on some board. Okay, and now this is a blueprint, or based on that blueprint you will be developing your actual house. So here that architecture is basically a class and your house is basically an object. And from that architectural diagram, basically you can create hundreds of the same houses in the actual form, right? So this is the concept, like you have an architectural diagram and you have the actual object. Okay, similarly you go to any company for the car and you have a design for the car on the paper, and from that you will be creating an actual car. So the design of the car is basically a class and the actual car is an object. Okay, so when we talk about the class, let me go to my PyCharm here. Let me go to the Python file and let's create a class over here. So when you want to create a class, you need to use a keyword called class. Now let me take a different example. You might be heard about different examples of animals and cars. So let me give you a different kind of example for this one. For example, you are on my YouTube channel right now and you're here to learn something in terms of software testing and automation testing. You might want to learn Selenium, JMeter, Postman, anything, right? So let me create a class. It's basically a blueprint, and so I will say testing funda. This is the name of the class. So class keyword followed by the name of the class, and here I will create the different functions. So I will say learn underscore Selenium, and don't worry about the self keyword. We will learn about this self keyword in the later tutorials. Right now we're just creating a simple function over here, and here I say you are now learning Selenium. And let me copy this part of the code from here, and let's create a couple of more functions over here. And now instead of Selenium, let me change it to Cypress over here. So learn underscore Cypress, and now you're learning Cypress. And let's again copy this one and go here and paste it here, and here let's say learn JMeter. Okay, and here I will change it to the JMeter. Now this blueprint has been created. Now you're on my YouTube channel, and I created a blueprint for my YouTube channel. Now students will come and learn either Selenium, Cypress, or JMeter. So what I will do is that now this class has three functions, okay, or the methods. Now what I will do is that I will create the objects. So objects basically here the students. So student can learn automation in terms of Selenium, Cypress, or JMeter. So when we need to create an object from the blueprint, so class is completed over here, and now we need to create an object from this one. So I will say student1, and student1 here is learning about maybe Cypress. Okay, so when we need to create a object over here, so student1 is equals to testing funda and with the small brackets. Okay, so basically we have just created an object. So object name should be same as the class name over here, and similarly I will say student2 and student2. Again we are creating another object here. Okay, now once we created the object, so basically student1 might want to learn Selenium, and student1 also want to learn the Cypress, and student2 might want to learn the JMeter. Okay, so now we have the objects over here. So simply using the objects, for example student1, so using this object I can access the properties and functions of the class. Okay, so student1 dot, you see that I'm getting the methods like learn Cypress, learn Selenium, learn JMeter. Okay, so I will say learn student1 dot learn Selenium, and similarly if I go, student1 wants to learn the Cypress here as well, and student2 is basically want to learn the JMeter over here. So dot learn JMeter. So what we did is that if I summarize this one, so I just created a class with the name of testing funda. The keyword is class, name of the class. Then I created three functions. Okay, and def is used to create a function. And here the three functions is basically learn Selenium, learn Cypress, and learn JMeter. And based on this class, I created two objects, student1 and student2. And student1 and student2 is basically using the different properties of the class. Okay, and when we have created the two objects, basically in terms of technical, we have created an instance of the class. Okay, and now just run this one and see what happens. So you see that we got the response, and in the response we are getting you are now learning Selenium, you are now learning Cypress, you are now learning JMeter. And if I tomorrow, if one more student comes in and that student wants to learn JMeter, so I will say student3 is equals to testing funda, and this student3 is learning the JMeter as well. So learn the JMeter. So you see that the reusability. We have just created a template, and based on that the students are coming in and they are learning as per their requirement, right? So if I run this one, you see that this line is printed once and this JMeter line got printed twice, because the one is for the student 2 and the other is for the student 3. Okay, so this is basically the concept of class and the objects. So the points which you need to remember is that classes are the blueprints. Classes define the structure and the behavior of the objects. And in this example, testing funda class serves as a blueprint for learning the automation tools. Then we have objects, which are instances. Okay, so objects are created from the class and can use the methods defined within them. Here, the student 1, 2, and 3 are the instances of the class testing funda. Then there is a concept of encapsulation. So OOP allow bundling data attributes and methods that operate on that data into a single unit, which is known as class. Now, this example illustrates basic OOP concept in a very straightforward way without complex initializations. So this is the very basic introduction to the object-oriented programming, classes and objects. And in our upcoming tutorials, we will be learning more about object-oriented programming, different pillars like inheritance, polymorphism, and so on. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about class and instance variables. So let's begin. So what are the class variables? So let me go to the notepad here and let's see what are the class variables. So basically class variables are those variables which are defined within the class, but you need to make sure that they are defined in class but outside the methods. Okay, this is the first thing. The second thing you need to know about the class variables is that they are shared by all instances of the class. And the third thing is that why these class variables are useful, because they are storing data common to all instances. Okay, and let me give you an example here in terms of automation testing. So for example, you're creating a framework, you might be working on some application where you need some test configuration, some environment details, so you can use the class variables for that. Okay, and now let's talk about the instance variable. Okay, so instance variables are basically defined within the instance, okay, or within the methods. So defined within the methods. And specifically when we talk about the methods, they are usually defined within the underscore init method. So we haven't learned about the init method, we will learn that. But right now, to understand that these instance variables are defined within the methods. Class variables are defined within the class but outside the methods. And class variables shared by all instances of the class. And they are used for storing the common data across all the instances. And here, when we talk about instance variables, so basically they are unique to each instance of the class. So unique to each instance of the class. Now, when we should use the instance variable, so they are useful for storing the data which is unique to each instance. For example, when we are talking about the automation testing, your each instance means, for example, it is for the individual test data or the credentials for the specific tests. Okay, so let me write it down. So useful for storing data that is unique to each instance. Okay, so this is basically a difference between a class variable and the instance variable. Okay, now let me go to the PyCharm and let's create an example where we learn about this in detail. Okay, and here I will be taking an example in terms of automation testing so that you can understand this well. So let's go to the PyCharm here and let me go here and create a class, and here let me create a class. I say class and instance variable. Okay, and the first thing is that we need to create a class. Now let's take an example that we are working on an application, we are creating a framework, and when we are talking about automating an application, so you know that the base URL or the application URL is same, which is shared across all the test cases. So in this case we will be creating a class variable, and this class variable will be holding or storing this particular URL. Okay, and then we will be creating some instance variables against the instance methods. Okay, and then we will be calling them. Okay, so let's create a class here, and I say automation testing, and inside this I will add the comments as well so that you can understand the code. So now let's create a class variable. So we know that the class variables are those variables which are used for on the class levels. Okay, so what I will do, let me remove this one. Let's write out the code first. So as we talked that we should go with the base URL because it is used across the test, right? So base URL equals to, for example, you are automating google.com. So you have created, so now this base URL is basically a class variable. Okay, now you see that this is not defined inside the method, outside the method. Now I will create a method, and inside that we will be setting a instance variable. So we know that we need to use a def keyword, and for example I will say set underscore test underscore name, and here you see that by default we are getting this self. So now what is this self? So basically self represents means me or myself, and you know that the class is a blueprint. So as I create the different instances or the objects, so each object represents that okay, this self belongs to me at that particular time. Now we go with the name here, and here what I do is that, so using this self dot, we say self dot test underscore name equals to name. Now this variable is basically an instance variable over here. Now I will create another function def, and let's suppose run underscore test, and here let's print. I will go with simple printing statements. Okay, so I will be using f strings here and say running test, and here I will be using self. You see that I'm using self dot, so I have this test underscore name as well. Okay, so test underscore name, and let's copy this from here and paste it here. And secondly I will say using base URL, and here I will say self dot, you see that we are getting the option for the base URL, so we'll pass the base URL over here. Now what I will do is that now I will be creating instances for the test cases. Okay, so for example I will say test1 equals to, and this automation testing. Okay, and Now I will say test1 dot set test name, and now I'm setting the name for the first test, and the first test I say login test. Okay, now what I will do is that let me create one more instance. Okay, test2 is equals to automation testing, and here test2 dot set test name, and now I'm saying that this is my, for example, sign up test. Okay, now when you are set with your test, you need to run the test. So test1 dot run test, and then similarly test2 dot run test. Okay, so here this base URL, so base URL is basically our class variable. So class variable, and here this self dot test name and name basically is our, is known as instance variable. So you see that this class variable is defined within the class but outside these methods. Okay, this is our first thing which we learn, defined within the class but outside the methods, and shared by all the instances. So if I go back to the PyCharm, so you can see that it is shared, so I can use in the different instances or the methods. You can see that I have used this here. Okay, and similarly our instance variables are basically defined within the methods. So here if I go back to PyCharm, so you see that this is defined within this method. Okay, and they are unique to each instance. So when I call this one, it will be unique for each instance over here. Okay, so this is what we have learned. And if I run this one, so you see that running test, login test, using the base URL google.com, and so this is the output. So basically I have created a very simple class using a class variable. Again, class variables are used when basically we have some common data across all the instances. Just like I give an example of test configurations and some environment variables, these kind of things can be stored in the class variables. Okay, so this is all about the difference between class variables and instance variables in Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about the constructors in Python. So let's begin. So what are the constructors? So let me go to the notepad here and let me write it down for you. So basically constructors are special methods used for initializing the new objects. So this is basically about the constructor. They are special methods used for initializing the new objects. Now when we talk about the constructor in Python, we can define the constructor using init underscore, basically this is underscore method. So when a new object is created, Python automatically calls this method to set up the initial values or run any startup code. Okay, so the purpose is that there are special methods used for initializing the objects. Okay, and in Python you can define them using this underscore init underscore method, and when a new object is created, Python automatically calls this method to set up the initial values. Okay, and now why we need the constructors? Okay, So it initializes the attributes as soon as an object is created. So initialize attributes as soon as an object is created. Then set up an object's initial state without requiring an additional method calls. So basically it will set up an object's initial state without requiring additional method calls. And also it will improve the code readability by handling the setup in one dedicated place. Now when we talk about the syntax of the constructor, so basically what we will do is that we will simply creating a class, and for example class name, and inside this we will be creating this special method using underscore init, and it will comes with a self and any parameters we will be using for our code. Okay, so parameters, and then we have to initialize the object attribute. So here let me add a comment. So basically initialize object attributes. Okay, so this is a very basic syntax. Now here this is class name, this is how we define the functions, underscore and it is basically we are creating this special method which is used as a constructor. Okay, and here a self is basically a reference to the current instance of the class, and any additional parameters which is needed to initialize the object. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm and let's create a very basic example over here. So let me create a new Python file and let me name it as constructor. Okay, and let's create a class called person, and inside this let me define a constructor. So you see that as soon as I type underscore, you see that this is a predefined and this is basically a constructor. And now inside this, for example, if I want two more arguments which I need to initialize, for example name and age. Okay, and now so basically I need to initialize the instance variable using this self dot name is equals to name and self dot age is equals to age. Now the constructor is defined, and let me create one more method here or the function here. So basically display, it will display the info, basically a very basic and very simple method basically. And here I will go with simply a print statement to make it easier to understand. So using the f strings I will say name colon, and what I need to do is that I need to provide this self dot name and comma I will provide the age. So here I need to provide the age basically. So basically what we need to do is that instead of comma here, so we need to provide comma after this one, and then we say age colon then self dot age. So basically when we call this method, basically it will print the name and age. Okay, so now here understand this init method takes name and age as arguments and initializes them as the instance variables. Okay, and this display info method outputs the name and the age of the person. right? Now what I need to do is that we will create the object using the constructor. That's what we need to do. So let me create the person1 is equals to person, and I will say this is testing and age equals to 35. Okay, and now I need to display this thing. So simply what I will say, person1 dot, I will call this display underscore info. So if I run this one, you will see that it will say, okay, we need to provide an argument. So here the problem is that we provided name and age with double quotes. So what Python did is that it considered whole thing as a string. Basically, we provide the strings in the quotes. So here we need to provide quotes in this way and move the quotations from this one. Okay, now if I run this one, it should work now. You see that the name is testing and age is 35. Okay, so basically now we need to understand what exactly we have done. So creating the object, so we are creating the object and calls this init method with the testing and the 35 as the argument. So initializing the inside init self.name, which is set to testing, and self.age to 30, and then we are calling a method person1.display underscore info, which actually prints the values initialized by the constructor. Okay, now when we talk about the constructors, we can go with the default values. Okay, so what I say, for example, let me make some changes here. Okay, so I say name is equals to testing funder and age equals to 25. Now what I did is that now I have defined the default values for the constructor. So as soon as I call this one, even without providing the name and the age over here, it will populate the values. Okay, so let me remove this one. Okay, simply calling this. Okay, and if I run this one, you see that it gives me testing funder, age, this. Now once we have provided the default values, we can also provide the values as per our need as well. So simply I will say person, so let me create person2 and say person, and inside this one let me provide say QA and then comma 35. Okay, and now if I call this one person dot display, so this time we will get this and this as well. So if I run this one, you will see that so both are printed over here. Okay, so let me summarize this one. So basically the constructors are the special method used for initializing the objects, and we need to use this underscore init underscore. Okay, and then basically it initializes the attributes as soon as an object is created. It sets an object initial state without requiring an additional method calls, and this is the syntax we use. And also what we did is that we learned that we can go with the default constructor parameters. Okay, so this is what we have covered in today's session. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about the static methods. So let's begin. So what are the static methods? For that, let me open the notepad here and let me write it down. So when we talk about the static methods, these are the methods within class that does not access or modify instance specific data. And when we talk about these static methods, basically we need to use the decorator in order to make a method as a static method. So the decorator which we need to use is basically @ static method, okay, as it will not be considered as a static method. Then when we are creating the static method, we don't need a self parameter, and the reason is that as they don't interact with the instance attributes, and when we need to call these methods are accessed directly by the class without creating an instance. Okay, so if I go here and write the syntax for you, so syntax is very simple. So basically class, then name, class name, and here we need to give a decorator which is static method, and here you need to define a method. So method name and the parameters of the method, and then we have the method code over here, method code. Okay, so this is a very simple syntax in order to create the static methods. Now let's go to the PyCharm and let me create a new Python file, and let me name it as static method. So let's create a very basic static method. So I'm creating a very basic class here. So for example, math utils, for example, this is my name of the class, and here I need to create a method def add underscore numbers, and it will take a comma b, and then it will simply return a plus b. Now in order to make it a static method, what I need to do is I need to use a decorator. So I will type static method. You can see that just like this one. Now this particular method is a static method. Now in order to call this method, we don't need to create an instance. We can directly call this. So let me write it down here. So result is equal to math utils dot, you can see that this add numbers, and for example I need to add 5 into 10, and let's print results. So if I run this one, you will see that we will getting the answer 15 over here. So here you see that this particular method is basically a static method, and we didn't create any instance in order to access this particular method over here. Okay, and why we need, in which cases we need to create these static methods. So these are useful for the methods that don't need to modify or access instance data. Okay, so if you have this kind of situation, always go with the static methods. And the other thing is that it helps to group related functions within a class without needing an instances. Okay, so now let's take some real-time example. Let me remove this line of code from here and simply create a class, another class. So this is my converter class. So basically this converter will convert kilometer to the miles, Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, and we know that when we are calculating or converting kilometers to the miles, we have a specific formula and it won't change, right? So for this case, I will be creating a static method over here. Okay, so I will say add static method, and I will say def, so kilometers to miles, and I need to pass the kilometers to this one so that it can convert into the miles. And the formula is basically simple. So we will go with the return, and it should return kilometers into 0.6, I guess, something like that. So if you multiply kilometer into 0.6, so it will convert into the miles. Okay, and let's create another static method, because this formula will remain same, so we don't need to create the other kind of the methods here. That's why we are creating a static method over here. Now def Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, and here we need to pass the Celsius, and here again the formula is very simple, so we don't, so basically it's Celsius into 9/5, and then we need to plus with 30. So this is a simple formula. So I have actually created a real-time example over here. This class is basically used for the conversions of different things, from kilometer to miles, Celsius to Fahrenheit, and here this thing won't change. So that's why I've created a static method over here. Now what I'll say, miles is equals to converter dot kilometers to miles, and I will provide, for example, 5 over here, and simply I will say print, and I will say print the miles. So if I run this one, so it will give us this particular value. Okay, so it multiplies kilometers into this one, and it gives us to the miles. Okay, and now same goes for this one, and here I will say temp in Fahrenheit. Okay, so temp f equals 2, then converter dot Fahrenheit to Celsius, and we need to provide this value. So let's suppose 25 degrees centigrade is equals to, let's see how much is equal to. So simply go here into the print, and I will print this temp over here. Okay, so let's run this one. Now we will get that is equal to 77. Okay, so basically if I summarize this one for you, so basically a static method is a method within a class. It's a method within a class, and that does not access or modify the instance specific data. And in order to make it a static method, we need to use a decorator add static method, and this particular static method don't take the self parameter because they don't interact with the instance attributes. And when we need to call it, we can simply call it with the class name. Okay, and when we talk about the key benefits, the key benefits are very simple. Direct access via class, no need to create an instance. Good for related functions, like we have these kind of related functions because these functions are related in terms of conversion. Okay, and because it keeps related functionality at one place. And then finally, ideal when a method doesn't interact with the instant attributes. Then in this particular case, you need to use a static method. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this particular tutorial, we will be learning about the access modifiers. So let's begin. So what are the access modifiers? Access modifiers control the visibility and accessibility of the class attributes and methods. There are three main access modifiers: public, protected, and private. Let me open the notepad here and let me write it down. So one is public, and when we talk about the public, so they are accessible from any part of code. So accessible from any part of code. And then we have protected, and the intent for use within the class and its subclass. So basically intended to use within class and its subclasses. And then we have finally private. And when we talk about the private, they are restricted to the class in which they are declared. So basically restricted to the class in which they are declared. So when we talk about the public, we don't need any kind of a prefix. But in order to work with the protected and the private, we need prefixes. Okay, so for the protected, we need to use a single underscore like this. And when we talk about the private, we need to use the double underscore like this. Okay, so let me go to the PyCharm here and start writing a code and to understand it more properly. Okay, so let me create a class. Let me create a file over here, and let me name it as access modifier. And let's create a very common example of class employee, and I'm creating an init function. So def underscore init, and we'll be passing to more parameters, like for example then the name of the employee, then age, salary. Okay, and inside this, now I will be defining the public attribute for the name. So this is very simple. Self dot name is equals to name. And now I will be creating a protected attribute for the age. So self dot underscore age equals to age. And now let's create a private attribute for the salary. So self dot underscore salary equals to salary. Now let's create a public method first. So simply def, and this method will simply display. So let me name it as display underscore info. And simply what I need to do is that I will print these attributes. Okay, so using the f strings, so simply I'll say name colon self dot name. Okay, and let me copy this complete statement and paste it over here. And now instead of name over here, so what I'll say underscore age, and here I will say underscore salary. Now this is basically a public method. Now in order to create the protected method, again we need to use a prefix of the single underscore. So for example, if there is an increase in age, so let me create a method increase underscore age is, and here I need to pass how many years there's increased. And inside this one I will say, okay, self dot underscore age plus equals to years. Okay, this is our protected method. Now let's create a private method, because the salary is something which needs to be private, right? No other employee should know about it. Okay, so I will create a private method for this one. So increase in salary, okay, so, and then the amount which you got as an increment, and so self dot underscore employee underscore salary plus equals to the amount. Now what we have done so far is that we have created a class employee, and we have this public attribute, this is protected attribute, this is private attribute, this is public method, this is protected method, and this is a private method. Okay, now let's create an instance of the employee. So I will say employee is equals to then employee, and now I will need to provide the name, age, and salary. So I will say testing funder, then the age, for example 35, and then the salary is 60,000. Okay, and now in order to access the public attributes and the method, so simply I will say print, and inside print I will be passing employee dot name. Okay, so if I run this one, you will see that we are getting the name testing funder over here because this is public. Now let's try to access the protected attribute and the method. Okay, so I will say here print employee dot underscore age. Okay, and let's run this one. So we saw that it got printed over here, because as per the definition, the protected can be accessed into the class and its subclasses. The only private ones needs to be accessed within the same class. Okay, so if I go here and let's increase the salary of the employee at the end of the year, so underscore increase. So you see that we are not getting this increase underscore age over here, right? So increase underscore age is not here. So employee dot, so I need to write, so here we got age, so it's not getting the suggestions because it is a protected method. So that's why we are not getting the suggestions over here. So let's increase the age by 2, and now again print this age over here, and if I run this one, you see that we are getting 37 over here. Now let's try to, for accessing the private attributes. So let's simply go here and print, and here we say that let's print underscore salary. You see that we are not getting suggestion over here. So if I go with this one, then what happens? This is a private attribute. Okay, right? So you see that we got the error. We got the error over here, right? So what I'll do is that in order to use these ones, I can simply, let me remove this one from here. And in order to use this salary, so what I need to do is that simply I will need to go print employee dot underscore with the class employee and underscore salary. Now let's run this one. Now you see that we got the salary over here. So basically, if I go here and summarize this one, so we have three access modifiers. One is public, then protected and private. Public can be accessible any part of the code. The purpose of protected is to use within a class or its subclasses, and private is restricted to the class in which they are declared, right? And in order to use the protected or private, we need to use a prefix, which is single underscore or the double underscore. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about inheritance in Python. So let's begin. So what is inheritance? So let's take a real-time example where we inherit the properties or attributes from our parents and the grandparents. So you are going somewhere and your friends, colleagues or people say that your way of talking is just like your father, maybe your mother, maybe your grandparents. And the reason is that we inherit the properties from our parents or the grandparents. The similar concept is used in the programming language. So in Python, when we talk about the inheritance, this means that there will be a parent class and the subclasses. And in this case, the subclass will be inheriting some properties from the parent class. Okay, so this is the very simple definition of the inheritance. Now, what is the purpose of using the inheritance? It promotes a code reusability and allows us to create a hierarchy of the classes that share the common properties and the behaviors. Now, there are multiple types of inheritance in the Python. Let me go to the notepad over here and let me write it down. The first one is single level inheritance. So basically, there would be a child class inherits from one parent class. So let me write it down. A child class inherits from one parent class. Then we have multiple inheritance, and in this case, a child class inherits from multiple parent class. So in the first one, in the single one, so let's take a real-time example where there is a father and the son. So son is having some attributes from the father. This is a single inheritance. When we talk about the multiple inheritance over here, so basically you are getting the properties from both of your parents, your mother and the father. So a child class inherits from multiple parent classes. Okay, and then we have a multi-level inheritance. So multi-level inheritance. So in this kind of a inheritance, a class is derived from a class that is also a derived class. So basically a class okay is derived from a let me close this one. Derived from a class, okay, which that is also a derived class. Okay, so basically there is, let me simplify this one. Sounds like a difficult one. So it's just like you have a grandparent. Your grandparent inherits some properties from your four grandparents and then your parents. So it's like grandfather, father and son. So your father inherit from your grandfather and you inherited from your father. So this is basically a multi-level. And then we have a hierarchical. Let me write it down. Hierarchical. And in this kind of inheritance, multiple classes inherit from a single parent. It's just like a single parent having a multiple child. Okay, so multiple classes inherit from a single parent class. And then we have finally a hybrid. So basically hybrid is basically a combination of any of the above. Okay, so now this is the idea about the inheritance. Now let's go to the PyCharm and let's practically learn this one. So let me create one new Python file. I'm naming it as inheritance. And now what I will do is that I will create a parent class. Okay, so let's take a automation example. So in automation cases, what happens is that first we need to set up a test, right? And where the browser or configuration needs to be set up, then test needs to be executed. Okay, and then finally there should be a run or report or something like that. So let's do this here in the terms of the inheritance. So let me create a class and let me name it as test setup. And now let's go with the init function. And here, let's suppose in the setup we need to set up for a browser. Okay, so I'm passing here as a browser and say self dot browser is equals to browser. Okay, now this will set up a browser. Now, for example, we need to set up some environment, and I say setup underscore environment and here simply I'm just going with the print statement to make it easier. And here I will be using a f string, and passing the things means that passing the browser to the environment. Okay, so I'll say setting the browser over here. So basically self dot browser into the environment. Okay, and here we need to remove this from here and push the quotes at the end. Okay, now this is our first class. Now what I will do is that my test executions in automation is that they will actually using this setup, right? So what I'll do is that I'll create one more class for the test execution. And now in order to inherit my test setup class, what I need to do is that I need to pass this into this particular class. So simply I will say test setup inside this one. So in this way I will inherit my above class into this one. Okay, now here I will be writing again some init function and some other function. So now basically I have inherited my above class. So this means that I can use the properties. Okay, so browser, I can say, for example, test underscore name, and here I will say, for example, there's a function called super underscore edit, and inside that I will be passing the browser. So basically this browser attribute is inherited from the test setup class over there. And now I will say simply self dot test underscore name is equals to test underscore name. Okay, and now I'm creating another function to run the test. So run underscore test, and here again I will be going with a simple print with a f string. So I will say, okay, running test, and here I will be passing self dot test name. Okay, and now our second class is done. Now here what I did is that I did a single inheritance, and we know that we can do a multi-level inheritance where this class will be inherited by this class, and now I will create another class which will inherit this class. Okay, so I will say class, and here after execution, for example, we need report, right? So I will say report, and I need to pass, so I can either pass that particular class on the top or the second one. Okay, so here I'm passing this one and simply creating a function to generate a report. So generate underscore report, and again I will go with the f string over here. So I will say here, once this function will be called, so what it will do is that it will simply print generating report for, and I need a report for the test case which got executed on the specific browser. So I will say here, so basically I will go with the self dot test underscore name. Okay, so generating report on this particular test name, and then I will say on particular browser, and here I will pass the self dot browser. Now you might be wondering, if I am inheriting from this particular class, then how I am getting this self.browser, because this is defined in this particular class. So basically this test report class is inheriting from this class, and this class is already inherited from this one. So this class has all the properties accessible from this particular class. So that's the reason over here. Now just we have created a multiple class. So for this demonstration I'm creating all classes inside a single file, but in ideal cases you might be creating the classes into different files. Okay, so I say test equals to test report, and I'll say okay, I need a report for Chrome, and so I need to provide the name of the browser and the name of the test. I will say login test, and I just need to call the setup in order to run this test. So test dot setup environment, then test dot I need to run the test, and then at the end we need test dot generate report, and that's it. And now let's run this one. So you see that we got printed setting the Chrome in the environment, running the test, login test, then a report for the login test on the browser Chrome. So basically what we did is that, so tomorrow if you want to run on the different browser, you want to run the different test cases, here you can reuse the code based on defining it once and inheriting the properties from the different classes. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning that what is polymorphism. So let's begin. So what is polymorphism? So polymorphism is basically combination of two words. One is poly and other is morphism. So what poly means and what morphism means. So basically poly means many and morphism means shapes or forms. Okay, and when we talk about polymorphism, this is basically a concept of object-oriented programming which enables objects of different classes to be treated as objects of the common superclass. Now, this is basically a technical term in programming. Now, in order to understand it in an easier way, let me give you a real-time examples where you can easily grasp the concept of polymorphism. Now, let's take example of the vehicles. Okay, so there can be a different vehicles like a car, then a motor bike, then let's take a bus. Okay, now all these are basically vehicles and all these moves with the engine. Okay, so basically a car moves with the engine, motorbike also moves with the engine, a bus moves with a larger engine, right? So there is a start mechanism, and when you talk about starting the car, motorbike and bus, so all these needs to be start. Okay, and when we talking about starting a car, so car needs to be started with the key. Simply you need to insert the key and turn the key to turn on the engine, right? This is how you can start a car. Okay, and in cases of the most of the vehicles, you need to turn on the key, then with the you need to give a kick in order to start a bike. And sometimes in the buses we have a different key and then maybe some push button is there. So there's always a different ways to start a vehicle. So here basically considered the start as a function. Okay, and that should be able to start any vehicle. Okay, now as I say that there's different ways. Okay, so start is something every vehicle needs to do, but the mechanism, one can be push start, one can be with the kick, one can be with the just a key. So here you see that there are different forms of starting a vehicle, right? So this is a concept of polymorphism, right? Poly means many and forms. So here start has basically a many forms. Okay, now let's take another example. Let's take a example of customer support services. So basically when you interact with the customer support, so either you do a phone call support, email support or a chat support. Okay, eventually all these are related to assist the people. Okay, so phone support involves direct real-time conversation. Email supports involve sending a detailed email that may take time to receive a response. Chat support provides live and instant messaging. Now, in this case, in the customer support case, basically, we have let me write it down: phone, chat, and email. Now, the purpose of calling to the customer support service is to resolve your issue. So let's assume that you have resolve underscore issue, right? And again, this method has a different forms here. One is by calling, one is by sending email, and the third is by doing a chat. So your issue is getting resolved in three different ways: polymorphism, many forms. Okay, and now let's take another example for the entertainment platforms. Okay, so when we talk about entertainment platforms, so we have like Netflix, we have YouTube, we have Spotify. So Netflix offers streaming movies and TV shows. YouTube offers videos across many categories. Spotify offers music in various genres, right? Now, in all of these, you need to play either movie, song, or video. You need to play, and let's let me write it down. Netflix, then YouTube, then Spotify. Okay, so all these we need to play, but this play will be doing a different thing for against everyone. So play works in a different way in the Netflix, play works in a different way in the YouTube, play works in the Spotify in a different way. Again, here play has a different or many forms, right? So this is basically a polymorphism. Now let's take more examples to understand more about the polymorphism. Let's take example of payment methods, right? So payment methods. So whenever you order something, you can pay by cash, by credit card, by debit card, by PayPal, by crypto currency, right? So, and here you need to pay, right? So here this pay has the different forms. So you can pay by cash, credit card, debit card, PayPal, and crypto. Again, here the concept is same, polymorphism, many forms of the payment, right? So, and here you have noticed one thing, that I am referring to this small brackets means functions. This means that we are talking about many forms of the functions in the polymorphism. So you might have heard about method overloading, method overriding. So basically these are concepts of the polymorphism. So in our upcoming tutorials, we will see how you can do the overloading, how you can do the overriding with the real-time examples, and you will learn that how polymorphism works in action. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about method overloading. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that what is polymorphism, which means that many forms. So when we talk about the method overloading, so method overloading means that multiple methods with the same name but the different parameters. So let me go to the notepad here and let me write it down. So multiple methods with same name but different parameters. So this is basically a definition of method overloading, and let me explain you what does it mean. So for example, you have a method to add the numbers, okay, and this particular method will take two parameters, okay, so a comma b. Okay, so now if we want to overload this method, we need to create another method with the same name but different parameters. So I can say a comma b comma c. So this is basically a method overloading. But in Python, so what happens in the case of the Python? Python does not support the method overloading natively. So let me write it down. Python does not support method overloading natively, okay, but we can simulate it. Okay, so let's go to the PyCharm and let's see how we can simulate this. So go here, let me create one new file, name it as method overloading. And now what I'll do is that I will create a simple class for the calculator. Okay, so I'll say class, and the class name is calculator, and this class will have a method. Okay, so again, let's go with the add. And now how we can make the changes to the parameter, different parameters. So basically I will say, okay, you will have a Then in Python, we know that we can give it the default values. So I say b equals to 0 and c equals to 0. Now we have defined the default values over here. Now let's return the sum of a plus b plus c. Okay, so this method will return a plus b plus c. Okay, now let's create object. So basically the name of the class with the small brackets. Now this is a very simple way. Now we know that method overloading means that same method with the different parameters. So here I can go with the different parameters. For example, I'll say calc dot add, and here you know that we have a default value of b and c, which is 0 0. So if I provide only one value over here, it will respond, it will print the value. So for example, if I say 5, so what does it means that 5 plus 0 plus c. So I'm just giving a one value over here, alright. So if I run this one, you will see that we get the 5. Now let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here. Now instead of giving the one value, you see that now we have a two values, a and b, and here the c is 0, so the output will be the 15. And let me copy this one and paste it here. Now let's go with the third value. Okay, so if I run this one, you will see that we got the answer 30. So here if you see that we have one method with the different forms, so we are just overloading the method, we are just simulating how to overload it, right? And now another way is basically using a static arguments. So basically static arguments means that there would be n number of arguments. We can go with that. So let me remove this lines of code from here and basically these lines of code from here. And now with the same example, I will say there add, and here I will say static args. Okay, now I can provide n number, so I will return, and here I don't know the number of the values which I need to sum up, but so how I can return the sum over here? So basically what I will do is that I will use this sum function and pass the arguments to this one. Okay, so basically whatever the arguments, it will just go with this one. Okay, now in the same way, just create an object of class, and now let's go with the print statement, and I'll say calc dot add, and you can go with the one value, the sum of 1, so it will give us simply a 5. And if I copy this one, paste it multiple times so that we can add the multiple values. Okay, so here let's go with the second value, then here let's go with 10, 15. Okay, here go with 10, 15, 20, and here it goes 10, 15, 20, and 25. If you see here the same add method, okay, the name of the method is same, but there are different number of parameters. Here is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is basically we are simulating the overloading concept over here. So if I run this one, so you will see that we are getting the respective answers over here. So what are the key takeaways from this tutorial? The first thing is that Python does not have a built-in support for the method overloading, but we can simulate it in different ways, just like we did. Okay, these techniques provide flexibility to handle varying number of arguments in method. Okay, so that's all about the method overloading in Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about method overriding. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that what is method overloading, where we have a different methods with the same name, but with the different set of the parameters. Now, what is method overriding? So method overriding occurs when a subclass or the child class defines a method with the same name as a method in its superclass. So basically, a subclass or the child class defines a method with same name as a method in super or the parent class. Okay. And when we talk about the method overriding, so basically the subclass method overrides or replaces the superclass method when called on an instance of the subclass. So basically the subclass method overrides or replaces the superclass method when called on an instance of the subclass. Okay, so it sounds maybe a bit difficult to understand, but let me give you an example over here. So for example, we have a class parent or the superclass. Okay, and inside this class we have a method to write a test case, or maybe take an example of write test case, and this is the method. Okay, and now in the another class which is subclass, okay, inside this we have the same method but with the different implementation. Okay, and here we have, for example, implemented, let's go with a simple print. Here it says I am in class parent. So this is the implementation in the parent class. Whereas let's suppose I will go here and let's go with simple print statement to understand this one. I'm in the subclass. So this is the concept of method overriding. Now let's take an example. So let me go to the PyCharm over here and let me create one new Python file, and I will name it as method overriding. And let's create a class test case. So I'm creating a class, naming it as test case, and now I'm defining a method which will just run the test cases, or maybe run all the test cases. Okay, so here I will be giving a very simple implementation. So I will say running maybe generic test cases. Now this is our parent class. Now let's create a subclass or a child class, and this child class will execute a specific test case, for example login test case. Okay, so login test, and here what I will do is that I will pass this class. Basically we are doing an inheritance over here. So now I will be using the same method but with the different implementation. So I will say run underscore test, and here my implementation will be overridden, and I will say this particular method will say running login test case. Yeah, so this is a very simple implementation and understanding of method overriding. So same method with their different implementation. So one is in the parent class and others in the subclass. Now, once we have created the class, so let's go here and create the instances of the test case and the login test. Okay, so basically, so I will say gen underscore test equals to test case, because it will run the generic test case, and then log underscore test is equals to login test. Okay, and now I will be calling the same run method. So you will see that if I go with this one and I've run test, so let's see what it will do. So it will print that running a generic test case. Now let's see what happens if I go with login test underscore run test, and if I run this one, now you will see that running a login test case. So basically what we did is that we have created the two classes. We have a same method, but we are doing a method overriding over here. That's why when we are calling these methods, we are getting the overrided response. Okay, so basically the key points to remember here is that method overriding lets you define a specific implementations in the subclass without changing the superclass or the parent class. Python automatically calls the overridden method based on the instance type. You see that? Based on the instance type, it automatically calls, right? It automatically calls the method, overridden method. So it provides basically a flexibility in object behavior. And the third thing you need to remember is that overriding is essential in designing the classes that share the similar functionality but need to cater a unique subclass specific requirements. Okay, so this is all about the method overriding. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about abstraction in Python. So let's begin. So what is abstraction? So let me explain you in a very easy way. Imagine you are going to a restaurant. When you place an order, you don't need to know exactly how the chef will prepare the food, which ingredients they will use, or the cooking techniques. You just know the general process. You place an order, the chef prepares the food, you will receive your meal. So this is basically abstraction in action. You abstract away the complex details like ingredients and the cooking method. You only interact with the main steps, which is order, cook, serve, and don't need to worry about the internal working. Similarly, in the programming, abstraction allows you to define the overall structure of a process without worrying about how each part works in detail. Now, when we talk about abstraction technically, so abstraction is a concept in object-oriented programming where we hide the implementation details and show only the necessary features to the user. So let me go to the notepad here and let me write it down. So basically, is a concept of OOP where we hide the implementation details and show only the necessary features to users. So basically we are hiding something, we are hiding the details over here. So in coding, it helps to simplify the complex systems by exposing only what is essential and hiding the internal complexity. Okay, so based on this, we know that why we need abstraction, because it reduces the complexity and make the code easier to maintain. Okay, now when we talk about abstraction, you will hear two terms. One is abstract class and other is abstract method. So now what is an abstract class? A class that defines common behaviors but cannot be used directly. It needs to be inherited by the other classes to be useful. Okay. And now abstract method is a method that is declared without an implementation in the abstract class. Okay. Let me repeat it again. A method that is declared without an implementation in the abstract class, it must be implemented by the child class. So this is the concept of abstract classes and the abstract methods. Okay. So in Python, we have a module called ABC. So Python provides the ABC. Basically, ABC represents abstract base class module to define the abstract classes and methods. So what we need to do is that we need to import this ABC, is basically abstract base class and abstract method from ABC module. Okay. So now let's dive into the practical example over here. So let me go to the PyCharm over here. Let me create one new file, Abstraction. Okay, so what I'm doing this, the first thing is that we need to import, right? So from ABC, import ABC, and we also need to use abstract method. So this is the one, that is one. Now, the first thing is that let's create an abstract base class. And here, let's take an example of automation testing where we need a browser test. We need to open a browser and test, close the browsers, right? So let me create a class and I will say browser test. And here we need to pass this ABC. Okay. And inside this one, now let's create abstract methods. So first abstract method, you will see that we are just defining the abstract method. Okay, let's suppose open underscore browser and let's use this pass. Pass means that there is no implementation. And in order to make this method as an abstract method, we need to use add abstract method. Now it will become a abstract method. Okay. In the similar way, let's create more abstract methods to run the test and close the browser. Okay. So let me copy this one, paste it here, and paste it here. Now let me change this to, for example, run underscore test, and let's go with close underscore browser. Now we have these three, abstract methods, and these three abstract methods means that they don't have implementation in this parent class. Now, as we learn that the implementation of these methods needs to be done in the subclass or the child class. Okay. Now, when we talk about the browser, so browser can be Chrome, it can be Edge, it can be Firefox. Now let's implement, for every automation test, you need to open a browser, you need to run a test, you need to close a browser. And now browser can be Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and so on. So let's implement this for the Chrome. Okay. So how I can, now you will see that every subclass will implement their own definition of this one. Okay. So I will say let's Chrome test, and I need to inherit this class here. And now what I will do is that every method will be having their definitions. So I will copy all this code from here and paste it here. Now here we don't need to mention that this is abstract. Okay, so first thing we need to remove these things. Now here we need to provide the actual implementation of this particular method. Right now, just to make you understand, I'm simply going with a print statement, and I'm say, okay, for example, running opening Chrome browser, and let me copy this one and paste it here and here. So let me change this one. So I will say running test in Chrome, and here instead of opening I will say closing the Chrome browser. Now in the similar way, what I can do is that I can create another subclass which will inherit this browser test, and this subclass will implement its own definition or doing the implementation of these methods. Okay, so let me copy this whole code and paste it here, and instead of Chrome I will say is Firefox. Okay, and here opening I will say Firefox, running test in I will say Firefox. So let me running test in, so basically let me correct this one in the Chrome, and closing the Firefox browser. Now you see that we have created an abstract class, and here we have the abstracts method, and these methods are implemented by the subclasses, right? So this is implementation, this is implementation, this is implementation, and again here in this subclass you see that there's another implementation of these methods. Now what happens is that simply initiate the subclasses. Okay, for example I say Chrome underscore test is equals to Chrome test. Okay, and now I need to open the Chrome browser. So simply if I go with the open browser, then I will say Chrome test dot run test, and third is Chrome test dot close browser. Okay, and if I run this one, you will see that we will get that opening the Chrome browser, running the test in the Chrome, and closing the Chrome browser. Okay, because this implementation works over here. Okay, now in a similar way, let's create for the Firefox, and you will see that it will work with the different implementation which we have done in the Firefox class. Okay, so Firefox underscore test equals to, and here is Firefox test, so here, and now simply Firefox test dot, you see that we are getting all the methods, and now you see that it's giving that it's coming from the Firefox test. Okay, so open the browser, then Firefox test dot run test, and then finally Firefox test dot close browser. Now let's run this one and see. So you will see that here opening the Chrome browser, running the test in Chrome, closing the Chrome browser, opening the Firefox browser, running the test in the Firefox, closing the Firefox browser. So you see that this is how it is easy to implement the abstract classes and the abstract method, and how this abstraction works. So the key points you need to remember is that abstraction allows you to define the steps involved in a task like testing, while letting the subclasses decide how those steps are implemented. This is what we have done so far, right? This is what we have done. So abstract methods is in an abstract class must be implemented by the subclasses. So basically these abstract methods must be implemented by the subclasses. So here we implement it over here, right? And you cannot create an instance of an abstract class. Now, let me summarize or give you final, thoughts about the benefits as well. So basically, the testing process is separated from the actual process implementation, making your test easy to modify. You can reuse the general test steps for the multiple browsers without rewriting the code each time. It's easier to maintain and update your code because you can focus on the specific browser implementation instead of modifying the entire testing process, right? So that's why I have created an example in terms of the automation testing so that you can understand how abstractions work. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about assert keyword in Python. So let's begin. So what is this assert keyword in Python? Let me give you a very easy example so that you can understand the concept of this assert. So imagine you are leaving your house and you want to make sure that you have everything you need. You might need to double check, do I have my car keys, my wallet, my mobile, my office card, anything, right? So if that particular thing is not there, you stop there, go back to the home and then get those things. In Python, the assert keyword works similarly. It checks if the condition is true. If the condition isn't met, the program stops with an error. Now, when we talk about assert in technically, what are the definitions for this one? So let me go to the notepad over here and let me write it down for you. So assert keyword is basically used to test if a certain condition is true, and if the condition is true, the program continues. Okay, so if the condition is true, then program will continue. And if the condition is false, then what happens? So basically, this assert will raise an assert error. And what also it will do is that it will stop the program and it will help you to catch the bugs earlier because it will stop the program. Okay, so this is basically a definition of this assert keyword. Now when we talk about assert, why we need to use this assert? So it helps in checking the errors, debugging, self-documentation. So these kind of for the verification of your application for the testing purposes. So these are different things for which you can use the assert keyword. Now, when we talk about the syntax, so syntax is very simple. You need to go with like this: assert, then condition, and after that you will be having a optional message. Optional means that if you don't give it, that's okay, but you should give this message so that you can understand what is happening with your application. Why this particular scenario is failing, why this particular code is failing. So that's why you should add the message. Okay, now let's take a real-time example where I will create a login function and I will go with or basically simulate a successful login if the username is user and password is password simply, and then we assert this login function and let's see how it works. So simply let's go here and let me create one new Python file. I will say this assert login. Okay, and simply I will create a function, login function, and here I'm giving, it will take username and password, and simply with a simple implementation I will say return username is equals to admin and password is equals to admin. Okay. So when I call this function, basically now when I call, it will basically return that username is admin and password is admin. Okay. Now using the assert, we can test this one. Okay. So simply I will say assert. Okay. And then login. And you see that we have to provide the username and password. And let's go with the correct username and the password. So both cases, username and password is admin and admin, right? And I can provide the optional, right? So if this is true, the system will continue. If not, it will stop. Okay. So I'll say this is optional message. Okay. Now simply run this one and see what happens. So you see that nothing appears, everything was successful because the assertion is passed because we have the correct username and correct password. Now if I make changes here and if I run this one, so this time you see that the assertion got failed, and here I actually need to provide that invalid user and password. So this message makes more sense. So this invalid username and password. So the assertion got failed over here. Now let me give you more example of assert. For example, I can create a simple calculation for the sum and we can simply assert that. Okay. So let me create another file here and I'll say assert calculation, and here again I simply create a function and this function will calculate underscore total, and it will, so I will take some items, it will give a total of those items. Okay, and I'll say return, and it will return sum of the items. Okay, and now I need to define the items here, and I say items. So I'm simply creating a list over here. So I'm saying that 10.20 comma 10.20 comma 30. So this is our simple list of items I need to sum. So for example, expected here is 30 plus 20, 50 plus 10, 60. Okay, so the expected underscore total is 60, right? And now let's assert this thing. Okay, simply go with the assert and calculate underscore total. Here I need to provide the items. Okay, and here is equals to expected. Now I'm actually comparing here, right? So one is expected and one is which we are getting from the items, right? So this is what we are expecting, and this is from here we are getting this particular sum, right? So that's where we are comparing to see either we are getting it is working fine or not. Okay, so expected total, and here I will say message total is wrong, for example. Okay, and if I run this one, you see that nothing happens because this is equal to this. Now if I go here and change the value, now these both two are different over here. Okay, so if I run this one, now this time we will got a assertion error, so the total is wrong. Okay, so this is how this assert is works. You need to verify the things using the assert. Okay, and the key points which you need to remember against the assert is that the first thing is that when assertion fails, it raises an assertion error. This is the thing, the assertion error. Okay, and it prints the value which we give there as a message. Okay, now we need to avoid this thing in production when you are actually doing a development and testing, and this can be disabled in the production with the -o option when running the Python. Okay, and the practical use is obviously testing, data validations, any kind of verifications of your functions. You can do this using this assert. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about exception handling in Python. So let's begin. So what are the exceptions? So let me give you a very easy example to understand. So for example, your friend asks you to send money and you are transferring him or her money over the internet or the banking transfer. So you entered your account number, you entered the amount, then you press send. And ideally, the payment should be done. But suddenly you saw that a message comes, insufficient balance or invalid account number or maybe a network error. So in programming, exceptions are similar to these kind of situations. They occur when something unexpected happens in your code, like dividing by 0 or accessing a file that does not exist. Exception handling in Python allows you to manage these errors gracefully. Okay, so let me open the notepad here. Let me write down the definition. So exception handling, I'm writing it as EH, is a way to manage errors in Python without crashing the program. Okay, so basically you're handling the unexpected situations. So this is basically exception handling. So when an error or exception occurs, you can catch it or handle it and continue running the rest of the program smoothly. So why we need to do the exception handling? Because it avoids the program crashes. It improves the user experience. And how it improves the user experience? Because it allows you to provide a helpful error messages instead of different technical errors or codes. Okay, also it makes your code robust, ensures that your code can handle the various conditions, even unexpected ones. And when you talk about the Python, and especially when you talk about the exception handling, Python uses try, except, and optionally you can use else and finally to handle the exceptions. So simply when you talk about the syntax, so you will be writing something like this: try this code, then accept, and then exception type. So here we need to provide exception type, and then the code. And if you need to go with the else, then similarly you need to provide else block here, the code, and finally we need to use a finally keyword actually. So here, like this one. So this is a very simple structure, and let's create a very common example, dividing with a 0. So when you divide a number with a 0, so the answer is infinity, so it will throw an exception. So we need to handle that exception. So let me go to the PyCharm over here and let's create a new Python file, and I'm saying it as exception handling. Okay, and let's create a function or method. So let me get a method here. So divide underscore numbers. So it will divide the numbers, and it will divide a divided by b. So basically, and now if I say like result is equals to a divided by B. Okay, so this is the result. Now when we talk about this one, simply what I will do is that let's go here and call this method over here, and if I say 10 divided by 0, and let's run this one and see what happens. So you see that 0 division error, division by 0. So now imagine that a customer or user comes in and you have a functionality where the user can divide the numbers and suddenly user can see this kind of a stuff. So this is not good. So basically we need to provide a meaningful errors to the user. Okay, so what I will do is that instead of this one from here, I will put this into try. Okay, I will say try, and inside this I will say result is equals to A upon B, and then I will go with except. Okay, now I know that this is a 0 division error, so I will say 0 division error, and here I will say, let's suppose I need to print something meaningful for the user, so I will say error, and I say cannot divide by 0. Okay, so if user try to divide by 0, so basically they will get this message instead of this exception, right? Okay, so now, and I say else, you can go with the else, like division successful, finally execution complete, or something like that. Okay, and now if I call this method over here, and again if I go with 10 divided by 0, so I provide both values, and if I run this one, so this time you see that we got a meaningful error statement over here for the customer or the user. So this is basically a exception handling. So you write, so when we talk about this try, so try block contains the code that might raise an exception, in this case dividing by 0, right? So dividing by 0, so this particular code might raise exception, that's why this is in the try block. Now when we talk about except 0 division error, so basically catches a specific error, because we know that this is a 0 division, and even when we execute the code, so Python provided that okay, this is the exception, so that's why we uses that. So catches a specific error, 0 division error, and handles it by printing a error message, right? So when we talk about the common exceptions in Python, so it's like 0 division error, this is the one which we just seen, then file not found, value error, type error, index error. So we will be handling all those when we are writing our code. Now let's take an example where we can use the multiple except block. Okay, so simply I will remove this line of code, and this time I will be taking an input, so I will say, so I know that this might raise exception, so already putting into a try, and I say number is equals to int, and I'm taking this input from a user, and I say okay, user need to enter a number, and this needs to be inside the quotes over here. And now I will say okay, print, for example I say 10 divided by number. Okay, so basically this number is coming from the user input, so user can enter anything, right? And I say accept, and now I will say user should provide a value. Okay, so like for example value error, and if user doesn't provide the value, so I will say please provide the value, you need to provide a value, so please enter a valid integer, even if they doesn't enter an integer, so it will give this particular or meaningful message to the user. And then I will be using another except over here, and here what I will do instead of, don't need to use this one. Okay, so here I will say, because user can give 0 as well, right? So I will say 0 division error. In this case, if user provides 0, so it will print you cannot divide by 0. That's so simple. And now if I run this code, then what happens? So it says enter a number. Okay, so I will say 0 and press enter. So it says that you cannot divide by 0. A meaningful message. We handle the exception over here, right? And if I run this again, and if I provide a and press enter, so it says that please enter a valid integer. So here exactly I have handled the exceptions which can occur in our programming code, right? So if I summarize this, the key points you need to remember: the try block, right? The code that might raise an error. Except block specify the type of error you expect and how it handle it. You can use the multiple except blocks used when you want to handle the different exceptions differently. And then we have finally block runs regardless of whether an exception occurs, useful for cleanup actions. Okay, so this is a summary, and this is the key points which you need to remember in terms of the exception handling. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning that how to open a file and verify the data from that particular file. So let's begin. So when you're doing automation testing, you might have come across with the different scenarios where you need to interact with the file, like writing a file, reading a file. You need to verify the name of the file. So in order to do this, we will be using a Python built-in function. So for that, let me go to the browser over here. And let's go to the Python documentation and just click on this one. So this is a documentation. I need to click on this one. But before that, let me go to the command prompt and let me verify that which version I am using. So let's type python -- version over here. So my version is 3.12.4. So if you go here and see that this is basically a documentation for Python 3.13. So I will be going to this 3.12, and here we have a built-in functions in order to work with the file. So we have a function called open. Okay, so just go here and search the open, and here just scroll down and you see that this is the open. Just click on this one, and here the open file, so it will open a file and returns a corresponding file object. If the file cannot be opened, an OS error is raised. So basically this function is used to open a file. And when we talk about opening a file, you see that we have a different characters over here. R means opening for the reading, W means open for writing, X means open for exclusive creation, A for open for writing, and appending to the end of the file if it exists. So in the same way, we have a binary mode, text mode, open for updating, reading and writing, right? So using this one, what we will do is that we will open a file and read the data and verify the data. Okay, so let me go to the PyCharm over here. Let me create one new Python file and let me name it as open file. And here the code is really simple because this is a function, and the first thing is that we need to provide the name of the file. Okay, and so I will say that file underscore path. So basically it's a path of the file. So I will say the path is, and I will say here my sample.txt. Okay, and if I go with this means that the file exists in the same project hierarchy. Okay, so I will create the new file over here in the same directory. Okay, sample.txt, and here I will be writing the few lines so that we can verify that data. Okay, so what I will do is that I will write like this is a Python file or something like that. This file contains Python. Okay, and let me save this file, right? And now we have provided the path of the file, and we also verify the name of the file. So what I can do is that I will say expected underscore file underscore name is equals to, again I will write sample.txt. Okay, and now I will create a variable, and in that particular variable I will be having a value which I need to find in this particular file. Okay, so I will say text underscore to underscore find equals to, for example, let's find automation testing, and you see that we don't have this keyword in this particular file, right? And now let's verify, and using the if, we can simply go with the if else. You can go with the assert as well. Simply I will write if file path is equals to expected file name, because you see that this is a file name actually, and here I'm actually verifying the file name. So if file path is equals to the expected file name, then I will say simply go here and print, and here I will go with the f string and say file name verified. Okay, and here I will pass the name of the file. So I will pass this file path variable, and if I run this one, you will see that the file name verified. And if I go here, if I say 1 and run this one, this time you see that we haven't got any response because the if condition doesn't got the true result. Okay, and we also haven't implemented the else here. Okay, so let me remove this one, save this again. So here we have just verified the name of the file. Now what I will do is that once the name of the file has been verified, I need to open the file, and I will be using a with keyword. So what this with will do is that basically before using this built-in function, so with will do or actually close the file once the operation will be done. Okay, and here what I need to open inside this, I need to pass the file path. Actually it will open the file, and here I need to open in a read mode. Okay, so this is what we have seen here in the reading mode. Okay, with the R, this we are using this character over here. Okay, so let me go here and I will say as file, and now I will create one basically variable called content, and I will be actually using file dot, we have a method called read, so it will read this file now. Okay, so once it will read this file, what I will do is that I will say okay, just go if text to find in content. So here basically we got the content from this sample.txt. Okay, now I'm just using a simple if else here just to show you how it works. So if text to find in context, then I will say okay, go here and print, and again I will go with the f literal and say for example the text is found. Okay, now simply let me remove this one. Simply I say text is found, and here In the case of else, simply I will print no matching text. Okay, so I'll say no matching text. Okay, and now finally I will come with, because we have a nested if, so first if will check the file, if the correct file, for example you are downloading a file using the automation testing, file is downloaded. Now you need to verify that the file name with the extension is correct or not. After that you need to open a file and verify the content of this particular file. Okay, so here we have a nested if else, so this if and this if else, right? So we need a else for the file over here. So because when we executed this earlier with the wrong value, with the sample one, you didn't see any kind of response or the output, because we haven't implemented the else for this outer if else. Okay, so simply I will go here and say print, and inside this I will say file name mismatch. Okay, and if I run this one now with sample one, so you will see that what happens. So it says file name mismatch, because it will go to this particular code. First it checked the file, it got the false, that's why it went into the else and it executed this one. Now if this will be true, then inside this code will be executed. Then in that particular case, because when we are doing automations, first we need to verify the name of the file. Then if the file is okay in terms of the name and the extension, then we will open the file. So we have replicated the same situation over here. Now if I go here and say sample, and if I run this one, so it says sample text and no text found. Okay, and now why this happened over here? What is the root cause? Okay, so the root cause is basically that we are expecting this automation testing, and automation testing in this particular file, this does not contain the automation testing word. Okay, but if I copy this from here, and this file contains Python automation testing, and let me add, save this one, and now if I run this one, you will see that the text is found. So this is really easy because Python has a built-in function. Simply just open the file and verify the name of the file and the content of the file. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation Testing series. In this tutorial, we will learn to write the files using the Python built-in open function. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how to read a file using this open function. Now using the same function, we will be writing a file. There are so many scenarios where you need to write the file in the automation testing. So let me go here and create a new Python file. Just go to new Python file and I'm naming it as write file. Now before we move, I just need to recall a couple of things over here. So in this open function, mainly there are two arguments, the path of the file and the mode. So R means the reading mode, and for writing we will be using a W, means to write the file. So let me go to this newly open file and using the with and open, and here we need to provide the path of the file. Okay, so let me take it as automation.txt. Okay, and now I need to provide the mode over here. Okay, so mode will be write over here. Okay, and we say as file, and now what we need to do is that we need to write into this file. Okay, And now you see that we haven't created a file and there is no such file in my directory. Now what will happen is that this open function will create a file. If the file does not exist, it will create a file, and if file already exists, it will overwrite the file. Okay, so you need to remember these things. So in order to write, simply we will say file dot, you will see that we have write, and I will say here in this I need to provide whatever I need to write. Okay, so I say hello Python. Okay, and I need to provide /n, which means that the new line. Okay, and let me add one more line here, and now I will say this is open function tutorial to write a file. Okay, and again what I'll do is that I will provide /n, new line, and finally what I'll do is that I simply go here and I'll say print, and I will say data has been written to our automation.txt. So let me correct this one, return to automation.txt. Okay, and now let's run this one, and again let's see there's no file name as automation.txt. So simply if I run this one, so here you will see that the automation.txt has been created into the folder, and if I open this one, you see that we have successfully written hello Python, this is open function tutorial to write this file. Okay, and what if I run this code again, because the file name is same, and instead of this tutorial thing I just move these lines, so it will overwrite the file. Okay, so let's run this one, and now if I open this one, so you see that it has overwritten my file. Now in some cases what you need to do is that you need to append the lines. So for example, you're logging the exception and errors in the file and you want to append into the same file. So how you can append? So simply if I go here and copy, instead of copy, let me update this one. Simply I will say that instead of W I will say A, and that's it. And I will say here, let me lines appended in automation.txt. So if I run this one, so see, let's see what happens. So if I open this one, you see that those two lines are appended to the existing file, and here we are verifying through writing the file, and we are just opening from the PyCharm itself. But what you can do is that you can simply go here and you can simply say with open, and I will say the file, let me copy this complete from here, let me copy this complete from here and paste it here. And now we, instead of A, what we need to do is that we need to provide R just to read the file. Okay, and I say content is equals to file dot read. Okay, so it will read the content of the file and save this into this content variable. Okay, and now I will go here and simply I will print content, and before that what I'll do is that simply in double quotes I would provide these lines, and then I will say okay, the content plus equals to, and now just simply go here and run this one. So you will see that it has actually read the file, right? So that's how you can work with the files. You can write the files, you can read the files. Okay, just in order to recall the few key points, that using this open function, you need to provide two main arguments. Mainly there are two arguments. One is the path of the file and other is the mode. Okay, and then in order to write the file, you will be going with the file.write, and in order to read, we will go with the file.read. If the file does not exist onto the path which you have provided, it will create a new file. Okay, and if the file exists, it will overwrite the file. And if you don't want to overwrite the file, you just need to add the lines into the file. You will go with the append over here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about OS module in Python. So let's begin. OS module in the Python allows us to interact with the operating system. So when we are talking about the automation testing and when we need to interact with the files and directory, we need to do some directory management in automation testing. So then this OS module will be really helpful. So there are a lot of functions available. We will look into some key functions over here. Let me go here and let me create one new Python file and let me name it as os_module. And in order to use this OS module, we just need to import this OS module. Okay, so import, and you will see that this is OS. Okay, so this module has been imported. Now we can interact with the operating system. So first thing is that let's get the current working directory, and my current working directory is basically this Python for automation testing. Okay, so this is my current directory, c/user/del/desktop/python for automation testing. Now let's get this current directory. I'm directly going to print this one. So I'll say simply os dot, and you see that we are getting a lot of OS functions here. And the function through which I can get my current directory is basically get cwd. So here C means current working directory. Okay, so if I run this one, you will see that it will print my current working directory. Okay, so this is my current working directory. Now what if I need to know about all the files and the directories inside this one? So for that, what I'll do is that simply I will say files is equals to os dot, we have list directory, this is the one, and the path. And if I get dot, it will give me a current directory over here in the course. So simply I will say this way. Okay, and now let's print this one. So simply I will copy this one from here and paste it here, and inside this I will be printing the files. Okay, and now I will run this one. You will see that the all files in my current working directory has been printed over here. So this is like abstraction, access modifiers, all these files, as everything has been printed over here. Okay, now what if you want to rename any file, how you can do that? Okay, so simply what I'll do is that I will create one file. So in our previous tutorial we learned that how we can write a file. Okay, so using the open function. So using the same open function, what I'll do is that I will say, let's create a file. I will say this is my test log dot txt, and I need to write a file, and then I need to close this one. Okay, and now this is a file. I know that this is an empty file, just using the os dot rename and rename this file. Okay, so here we need to provide the old name and the new name which we need to provide. So the old name is basically this one, right? And the new one, let me say, for example, renamed renamed.txt. Okay, and let's simply print here rename successfully or something, rename file. Okay, and I will run this one. So this has been printed, and if I go here, so you see that we have a rename.txt file, and this is because we have created the file with test_log name, and then we have renamed this particular file. So that's why this file got created over here. Now, in order to remove the file from the directory, so basically what we can do is that we simply say os dot remove, and we need to provide the path of this particular file. So this is currently in my directory. So simply I'll go ahead and paste it here inside the quotes. Okay, so this is a file which I need to remove. So if I run this one, so here it says that cannot create a file when the file already exists. So this code got executed and tried to create a file, and what I'll do is that let me simply remove these lines of code, and now let's run this one. So you see that this file has been removed from here, and if you want to check either this particular file exists or not, so simply you can say if, so for example, now we need to check that if this file exists in my directory or not. So simply I say if os dot path dot, then I have this exists, and here I need to give a path of the file. Okay, so and this does not exist, so I'm checking this one. Okay, using the simply if else and simply printing over here file exist. Okay, and if this is not the case, so simply go to the else, and here I'm just printing print file not found, because the file has been removed, so this file will not be found. Okay, so if I run this one, you see that file not found. But let's say if let's find some file like sample.txt. So if I say here sample.txt, and if I run now, this time you will see that it says file exists. Okay, so these are the basic operations using the basic function. There are so many functions available in this module. You can explore those ones which are really helpful when we are doing automation testing. Now let's work around some scenarios in terms of automation testing. For example, you need to verify that the file has been downloaded successfully or not. In terms of when we talk about when you click on the file and it gets downloaded, okay, you need to verify the download functionality, right? So in that case, you will be going to the browser or the application, just clicking on the link, and the file start getting downloaded and it will go to your downloads. Now you need to verify that this file actually got downloaded. So simply using this os.path.exist, we will check the file. So what I'll say for the demonstration, I'll say download underscore path is basically my downloads. Okay, this is my path, and the file name which I'm expecting is equals to basically my, for example, you are downloading a test data.csv. Okay, now simply I will say if os dot path dot access, and here we have a different things to do here. Simply I will say simply os dot path dot, then we have join. Join means that basically we are giving the multiple, the multiple paths over here. Okay, so here inside this one I will be giving my both the path. The one is download underscore path, and the second one is my file underscore name. So both has been given in this particular area. Okay, now simply I will say print, and I'll say, for example, downloaded successfully, or even you can go with a simple comparison over here. That's also okay. And else I'll say simply print, and I'll say like file not found. Okay, so let's run this one and see. And obviously the file does not exist, and this is why we are getting file not found. But in this way you can actually verify the download file, and you can use this OS module to interact with your operating system, and you can create the files, you can verify the files. So there are a lot of things you can do when you're working with the automation. And when we talk about the automation, it's basically there are multiple cases. The one case is that you want to create a log file. Okay, so using this os.path. So you can create the log file, verify the log file. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about logging module in Python. So let's begin. The logging module in the Python is used to capture, log, and debug messages during the automation testing. And when we talk about this logging module, it helps to keep the track of your test executions, errors, and the system behaviors. And what exactly is logging here? This is what we need to understand. So logging refers to recording of the messages, errors, warnings, or the information during the execution of your test scripts. Now, why we need to do this? Because it will help you to identify the test failures, provide a detailed test execution trail. You can replace the print statement with the logging levels, save the logs to the file for the further analysis. So here I talked about the logging levels. So basically, when we talk about the log, so there are different levels. We have debug, we have info, we have warning, we have error, we have critical. So debug basically is a detailed information used for diagnosing the problems in your test script. Info is basically the general information about your test script. Warning indicates a potential issues or the events. Errors is basically preventing a part of your test script from executing. Critical is basically when your test script is crashing. Okay, and now what we'll do is let's simply just go here in PyCharm, and let me create one new Python file, and let me name it as logging module. So in order to use this logging module, what we need to do is that we need to import the logging module first, then we can configure this one. Okay, so simply import login, and we need a configuration. Okay, so logging dot basic configuration. Here I need to provide a level. So level, let's assume that I need to go with the info here, and it's not that info function. So basically, let me remove this one. So this info, and here then I need to provide a format in which I need a log. So basically in the single course you need to provide a format, and you see the format we use is that we need a time, we need a level name, and the message. Okay, so these three things we need to define here. So in order to define a format, just go with a percent sign, then in the small bracket ASC time, and then out of the small brackets we need to use s, then space, dash, then space. Then now we need a level name over here, so simply level name bracket s space, then person sign, and then we need a message, so message bracket at the end we need again an s. So we have defined the format here. Now simply what we will do is that we will log this. Okay, so logging dot info, logging dot this info, and here in this info we would be logging. Okay, so I'll say logging this message. Okay, and now let's run this one and see. So you see that we have a time, we have a level of logging, and the message of the logging. Okay, now let's take some practical example to understand this, and let me remove this line of the code from here right now. Simply what I will do is that I will simply create a function which will divide the numbers. Okay, divide underscore nums, and it will take two arguments, a comma b. Okay, and I will put try block because I will be dividing a number with 0, which will throw an exception. Okay, so I will say logging dot info, and here I will be using f strings, and I will say dividing a by b. Okay, and after this one simply I need a result, and result is basically equals to a divided by b. And then let's go with logging dot info, and again f strings, and here I will say, for example, result, and then the actual result. Okay, this is what I'm logging here. Now let's go to except block, and I know that we will be getting a 0 division error over here, so let's go with this as e, and then let's go with the logging dot error, and here I'm logging the error. Okay, and I say error occurred, and here I will go with colon space error. So I will, whatever the error I will get here, I'm just passing over here. Okay, using this e. Now let's just call this function, so divide. So simply if I say 10 divided by 2, okay, I'm not using any print statement over here, and if I run this one, so you see that dividing 10 by 2 because I'm logging this thing over here, and then we are logging over here, so it's basically this one and this one, because the try block got executed and we got these two information which we logged. Now what happens if I copy this one and paste it over here, and let's divide the 10 by 0. Okay, and now this time it will throw an exception, and we are using try and except over here. So here you see that info is logged. Okay, and the information is printed, dividing 10 by 0, and then it throws an error. So now you see that we are getting a timestamp, we are getting a level of information, and the message. And that's what we need when we are executing our test script, so that we will understand these logs and try to fix our script. What is exactly happening with our test script? Right now, we are just seeing this information over here, but what you can do is that you can simply write this information to the file and open that file and read that file. So if you haven't gone through my file related session, so we have already covered those. So simply this is the open file, and we also done with our write underscore file. So simply you can write here. We learned that how we can simply write the information to the file, but when we are actually working on the test script, we are logging this information into the file. So that's, if you haven't seen this, just go and look into this particular tutorial. You will identify and you will learn that how to write into the file. So you can write all the logs into the file, and then you can open that file and see what happened with your test scripts. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about datetime module in Python. So let's begin. The datetime module in Python is used to work with the dates, times and the time interval. And when we talk about the automation testing, so as an automation tester, you can log the timestamps, you can schedule the task or compare the durations in the test execution. Now let's go to the PyCharm over here and let's learn about this time date module. So let me create a file, time date. So in order to work with this module, what we need to do is that we need to import this module. So basically what we need to do is that simply from datetime import datetime. Okay, and once we do it, now we can work with this one. So first thing which we need to learn is that how to get the current date and time. So let me create a variable over here. So current date time is equals to, so basically using this date time dot, so you see that we have this now. Okay, so this is now method simply, and now if I go here and use this print statement, inside this let me pass this variable, and if I run this one, you see that I'm getting my current date and time. Okay, now what I need to do is that I need to extract the data in terms of the date and time. Okay, so what I'll do is that simply let me change the variable name, make it short, today. And now what I will do is that pass this today over here, and from this we will be extracting the different things from here. Okay, so the first thing is that let's extract the year. So in order to extract the year, simply today dot year, that's it. Simply run this one, we got the year. Okay, let me copy this one, paste it here. Now if we want a month, today dot, we have month, and if I run this one, we'll get the month. Okay, now let's go for the day over here. Just print this one, and instead of month dot day, right? So you will get the day, which is 25th. Okay, now if you want to extract the hour, minutes, seconds, because this date and time contains both date and the time, right? So let me copy this one, 1, 2, 3. So first we need an hour. Okay, so simply hour, and then if we want minutes to extract, so simply we will go with minute, and if we want seconds, so simply we say dot second. So if I run this one, so this is the year, month, day, hour, then the minute and the second. Okay, so that's how you can extract the date and time components. Okay, now what we need to do is that we need to format a date and we need to format a time. Okay, so let me remove these lines of code from here, and simply what we need to do is that let me create a variable called formatted date is equals to basically today dot, and so basically I need to remove these lines from here. Okay, so I'll say formatted underscore date is equals to today dot, we have this method called string format time. Okay, and if I hover this one, so basically format using this method, so we can format our date and time. See that they have given us the different formats. So if you want to learn more about this one, just go to this link and you will find the more information about this. Okay, so simply let's format the date over here, and I say I need percent year, then dash, then I need percent month, then dash, then I need percent day. Okay, and if I print this one now, so you see that we will be getting the date in this format. Okay, so if I run this one, you see that we get the date in this particular format. Now let's format the time as well, and here I'll change the variable name to time, and I need hour, minutes, seconds, so hours, H, then capital M for minutes, and then we need S for second. Okay, and let me copy this one and paste it over here. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Okay, now if you run this one, so this is the time we got right now. Okay, so in this way you can format the time, day and date and time. Okay, now you can parse the strings to the date time. So what you can do is that, for example, let me create one variable date underscore string, and let me give a date like 2024 dash 11 dash 25, and then space 14 dash 50 dash 00. Now this is basically a string. I need to convert this into a date and time format, so I need to parse this one. Okay, so in order to do this, let me create date underscore object is equals to, using this date time dot, we have string p time, and here we need to pass date string, which this is the one we need to pass date string, and now we need to provide a format. So the format is basically, again I will go with the year dash percent month dash percent day, then with the space I will say percent r. Let me copy this from here. Okay, instead of typing this one, paste it here. Okay, now simply if I go here and print, so if I print this date underscore object, after passing this date and object to the print, so let's go through this one. So this is a string, we are converting this string to a date time, and here we have year, month, day, hour. Okay, so we don't need to have a dash because we have this minute, colon, and here colon. Okay, so this one, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So we got some error over here, and so let's change this Y to capital Y, and all looks good to go now. So right, so this is the formatted dated time from the string. Now if you want to work with the future dates and the past dates, so how you can do this? So basically simply I say future underscore date is equals to today plus time delta, and if you go here, we need to import this one. Okay, so time delta in terms of the days, for example, today plus 5 days. Okay, and here we need to import the time and the time delta. Okay, import this. So import time delta from datetime and all good to go. Now simply print future dates. So today is 25th 11. Okay, and after 5 days it will be 30th of November. Now if you want a date in the past, so using the same logic, you can, let me change this one here as past date and today minus delta. Okay, so if I run this one, so instead of this feature date, let's pass past date. So you can see that it's 20/11/2024. So that's how you can work with the future and the past dates. Now, so let me summarize this one. So in order to work with the date time, you need to import this date time and you need to import time delta so that you can work with the future and the past date. And once you have this one, using this one, you can go with the current date, time, hours. You can convert the string into date time. So you can do a lot of stuff with this. Okay. And in terms of the automation tester, you can use this date time for logging and time stamping your results. You can timestamp your files. You can combine time delta for scheduling your test, retries, or execution delays. You can parse string dates for your API validation in test scenarios. Use formatted dates in your test reports for the better readability. Okay, so there are different ways where this date and time will really help you as automation tester. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about JSON module in Python. So let's begin. JSON module in Python is basically a built-in library which allows you to work with the JSON. So JSON is commonly used in the API responses, configuration files, and the test data. So as the automation testers, you often need to parse the JSON responses. You need to validate the data or generate the JSON payloads for your API request. So that's why you need to know how to use this particular library. And when we talk about this JSON library, there are some key functions like JSON.load, JSON.loads, JSON.dump, JSON.dumps. So there's slightly difference. So when we talk about JSON.load, so it basically says that it will read JSON data from a file. When we talk about JSON.loads with the S, it parses a JSON string into a Python dictionary. And when we talk about JSON dump, so it will write a Python objects to a JSON file. And when we talk about JSON dumps, it will convert the Python objects into a JSON string. Okay, so let me go here and let me create one new Python file. Let me name it as JSON module. And in order to use this one, so what I did is that I already have a sample payload over here in terms of JSON, which I will use for this one. And let's go back here. The first thing you need to do is that you need to import this JSON. So simply write import and JSON. Okay. So for example, your API gives you a response. Okay. And this response is in the terms of the JSON. Okay, and let me copy this sample JSON over here and go back here and provide that here. Okay, So assume that you got this response in the API. Now what you need to do is that you need to parse the JSON string into a Python dictionary. Okay, so what I need to do is that simply I will say data is equals to JSON dot loads. Okay, and inside this I will pass this response. Okay, and when I print this one, let's print this data and see what happens. So let me run this file. So you see that this particular JSON has been printed, but the difference is that this data is now parsed into a Python dictionary. Now once it has been parsed, what I can do is that, because now it's a dictionary, so I can access the specific fields. Okay, so if I go here, you see that we have this ID, we have name, we have email, right, and status and roles. So let's go here and access these elements. So simply I will go with the print statement directly, and in order to access the user ID, so I will say data. So from data we have user, and inside that user we have a ID. Okay, so data, and inside that we have user, and then we have ID, right? So in this way we can access this user ID. So if I run this one, so you see that the ID 123 has been printed. Now if we want to access the name, and name is also here inside the user, so simply what I will do is that let me go back here, and instead of ID simply I will say name and run this one. So you see that the name has been printed. Now when we talk about the roles, so you can also access the first role. So here we have multiple roles, admin, editor. Okay, so how we can access this one? So this is really simple. Let me copy this one and print this one here. And so what I'll do is that, so inside this data we have roles, and inside role I need the first role. So how I can get a first role? So basically it's the index based, so I just need to provide an index. Okay, so let's provide the index and run this one. So you see that we got the admin, and we have another role, editor, which is on index 1. So when I provide the 1 over here, now this time the editor will be printed. So that's how you can actually access the JSON different values. Okay, now what we can do is that we can read the JSON from a file. Okay, so what I'll do is that simply I will go here and create one new file, and let me copy this JSON and let me name this file as test underscore data. So in some cases you need to have a file where you have a test data in the form of JSON. Okay, so you need to read this one. So simply I will name it as test underscore data dot JSON. Okay, and inside this I will paste this my JSON and save this file. Okay, now what I'll do is that I need to access this file. I need to read this file. So we have already learned that how we can read the file using this open function. So what I'll do is that let me remove these lines of code from here, and simply I'll say with open, and I need to provide the path of the file, which is test data, because we are studying in the same folder. So test data and dot with the extension test data dot JSON. Now I need to open this in a read only mode. So the character which is used for this one is basically this R. Okay, and we need to provide this R inside the quotes. Okay, and I'll say as file, and now I will say load underscore data equals to simply JSON dot, then we have this load. Okay, and inside this I need to provide the file. Okay, because it will load this JSON file. And now we can, once it will be loaded, what we can do is that simply if I say this print, and inside this if I say load underscore data, and if I run this one, so you see that the data which actually is in the file, now we can access this. Actually we have read the file, and now using this function we have opened the file and read this one and printed this one over here. And once you have this one, you can assert, you can use in your test data, you can parameterize your test. So let's go with simple assert over here, and I'll say load data, and inside this I will say, for example, I need to assert user, and then I'll say inside user we have name, and I'll say name is equals to, for example, I will say testing Vanda, so which is not true, this assertion should fail. Okay, and if I run this one, you will see that the assertion will fail because this is not equal to this one. And if I go here, so this is the name, dummy name, and if I go back here and if I provide this one here, and if I run this one, so this time it should pass. So once you read the JSON file, you can parameterize your test, you can set the configuration, you can pass this JSON to your API request, you can assert the API responses. So that's why you need to know how to use this JSON library. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about random module in Python. So let's begin. A random module in Python is basically a built-in library which is used to generate a random numbers and make the random selection. And when we talk about the automation testing, the automation testers can use it to generate the random test data. For example, random names, numbers or email addresses. They can also create the random input for their functional testing as well. And when we talk about this built-in library, there are some key functions which are very helpful. So for example, random integer, it will generate a random integer. Then we have random.choice, so it will pick a random element from a sequence like a list or tuple. Then we have random.choices, so it will pick k random elements from a sequence with the replacement. So that's the difference between choice and choices. And then we have a random.uniform, so it basically generate a random floating point number. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm over here and let's create some example over here. So let me create a file and let me name it as random module. And now simply first we need to do is that we need to import this library. So simply import random. Now for example, you have a field which takes the age and you need to provide a random value between 18 to 16. Okay, so let's see how you can do this. Simply I will say age is equals to random dot, then we have random integer and I'll say it's between 18 comma 16. Okay, and simply if I go here and print age, now let's run this one multiple times and see what happens. So first we got 49, now we got 44, now run again. So we got 26. So you see that we are getting a random value between 18 and 60 over here. Okay, again 51, 55. And now let's generate some floating point over here. So simply what I'll say here, random underscore float equals to random dot, we have uniform, right? And let's go with the values over here. So between 1.5 and 99.5. Okay, and let's print this one and see what happens over here. So let me pass this variable in this print function and let's run this one. So now we are getting 45.71, 88.56, 45.51, 67.70. So you're seeing that we are getting the random values, either it's a float value or integer value over here. Now let's take example of selecting a random item. So for example, you have a list of names and you need to pick a random name from that list. So let me create a list first. So names equals to, and let's say testing, then I will say test, then I'll say funda, then let's take another Python, then we say random module. So you see that we have a multiple names in this particular list. Now let's create a variable over here, simply random, I say random underscore names equals to random dot. So you see that we have choice and choices as well. So let's go with the choices, and I need a choices from this particular names, and I need to provide some replacement. So I will say k equals to 3. Okay, and now simply if I go here and print this random name, so let's see what happens over here. So let me copy this one, paste it over here, and now run. So you see that random module test, because I said that I need 3. Okay, so random module testing Python, random testing. So if I remove this one from here, okay, if I go with this one and see what happens. So Python testing test. So it's basically, now when you're using the k is equals to 3 or 2, so you're getting that particular data from the list for your testing. But if you remove that, it basically giving a one value based randomly on this one. Okay, so that's how you can actually generate the random names, numbers, floating values for your test scripts. And let me summarize this one. This random module is basically a built-in Python library which is used to generate the random numbers and make the random selections. And as automation engineers, we need to generate some random test data, for example, names, numbers, or email addresses. We can do this using this particular library. And when we talk about this particular library, there are some key functions which we need to remember, like we have random integer, we have random uniform, we have random choices, we have random choice. And if I go here and let me type random dot, so you see that we have choices, uniform, integer, random, choice. So we have so many things coming up here. You can go and explore these things in this particular library, but there are some common ones which I showed you in this tutorial. And when we talk about the different scenarios in the test cases, so basically as an automation engineer, in some cases I need some random username, I might need some random email address, I might need to test some random value between, for example, 18 to 60, just like this one. So I will go with this particular library instead of creating an Excel file and getting a data from there, right? So you can use this library and make your scripts more robust. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Python for Automation testing series. In this tutorial, we will be learning about Faker library. So let's begin. The Faker library is very powerful for generating the fake data. And when we talk about the automation testing, so automation testers can create the realistic test data for the scenarios where actual data isn't available or where using the sensitive production data